Hi folks, welcome. It is your happy healer lover. Today we are here for another wonderful day on your happy healer lover's own MoneyManitcs, which is Moderna Excels. And we are doing crypto, which by the way, crypto is kicking butt. Take a look at this. Here's our Coinbase, and look at this run crypto's been having. Look at that. That's all pure profit and movement, and that's just in the last day. This is a huge run on crypto. Now, one of the reasons why I'm doing so well on crypto is because I'm in Cardano, which has been having a huge boom. Now remember, this is the same coin I told you about a couple of days ago when it was trading at around $2.05. And I was talking then about taking everything out of, Webull and putting it in there. That would have been a pretty good decision, because now on Webull, we are not Webull. I don't have anything on Webull actually anyway. But this is where we stand with Moderna. It looks like the pre-market has come back up. It dropped down initially, but I didn't buy that, and I certainly do not buy that today is going to be a red day on Moderna, nor can I afford it. I think that's the same for a lot of us bulls. And I think a lot of bears got lulled into yesterday too. I was talking about how that was a bear and a bull trap in terms of its setup, because I was watching a lot of the bears and they were talking about selling at different points when they thought it was going to turn into a bull day, only to have it come back. So it was very misleading. And so that's where we stand. Now, Fridays have been very good for us if we go back a month ago, but then Fridays have been painful in the last two Fridays. This Friday, historically, is due for a very good Friday. So let's hope that turns out. Let's bring up our sickly account over here. And so you could see the damage on this one. AMC is going to be consequential. We have 5 contracts on AMC, and then Moderna. We got quite a number of contracts on Moderna here. You see, we'll count them up: 4, 5. That makes 8. That's 9. And then over here we have another. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Now, if Moderna actually runs today, and it runs pretty good, I mean good and healthy, and let's say it gets to it right away, we'll make back all of this, which gives me that feeling. You see my buy-in balance right there? We're not doing too much buying in today, folks. And so what I would do if I had the buy-in balance is I would buy more calls immediately upon open, so that when we rise up, it doesn't require as far as a push to be made whole again, and even to make progress. That is totally possible today. I'm frustrated that I cannot buy in more today. It's just the way it is. You can't move money that fast around on these sites, unfortunately. You can do so much, and that's about it. So we are heading in for, you could always wire into your account, but that typically takes a day on Webull, and on some accounts it takes at least a couple hours or a few hours. So that's out of the question now. And at least for the open. And that's going to be pretty consequential to the day. So we're going to just go ahead and keep the confidence high. Yesterday we ran into a couple of points where we could have sold and gotten out, but we stayed in. The same was true for the day before. Excuse me. And so we believe in this, and this is where we are with it. And I hope that it turns out for us today. I really do, especially these bulls need it. And if not, our game will still be there. We're going to take this account to wherever it takes us. The fact of the matter is, we are still working pretty good with those AMC calls, and anything can happen today on that front. AMC can actually pay out quite well if it gets running, and anything can happen. And I really feel pretty strongly about that's why I picked those calls up. And unlike with Moderna, I gave myself plenty of time. Now you know I always say, give yourself time. Well, I wish I took my own advice. And so if you're listening to me, you're doing well. But if you're doing as I do, maybe not so much. And, I think that's the aspect of that we are a team in this. And I do my best. I'm not perfect. But I listen also, and I care about you guys, and I want you to do well, so that's why we're a team. And if we all were working on the same team without having some of us trying to just short sell all these companies without a good cause, they're still saying after Moderna has come down from 500 that, oh my God, it's overvalued. It's 360. It's massively overvalued. Get out of here. It's not true. It's just not true. So this morning, I started out by putting a post out on Webull, and I talked about some of the where I'm at with things. Of course, that's very exposing. Not a lot of people do that, because there's a lot of jerks on there that'll jump all over that and try and be a wise butt. But that don't bother me. I'm very open and honest. And, when we're doing well, people say, oh, you're lying. But when you're doing bad, they think that, that's a time when it's time for them to jump on you. It's not right, but that's what they do. And so that's what we're up to, guys. We're going to go ahead and make it work today. I think so. I'm confident about it. So, we had one of these come in. These guys are ridiculous. They have no idea what they're talking about. It's over today. They're just letting their greed run for us. Yeah, we're doing good on crypto ourselves. I don't even think I'm going to give him any conversation, because this guy's talking out of his butt. Buy puts if you want to make money today. I don't see. This is where how many times in a row can it consistently go in favor, and they don't change gears. That's why people lose money. And by the way, you know what? It's the same thing that happens to bulls. We don't change gears. I warned upon this, but it happened anyway. Whatever. You don't change gears. You don't try and go where it's supposed to go. Or just get out of the play altogether, and you lose money. That's easy to see how that happens. It happens all the time. That's my first tip for the morning. And so welcome to it, Moderna excels. We have you on our mind today. I wish you good luck, everybody, and so much love to you. I think we can make it happen. That's why I say it always pays to be humble. If you're not humble, the stock market will humble you. All right, let's go ahead and get this day on the go. We got about 12 minutes. I'm going to open up my other camera here because I don't like the way that camera looks, honestly. I'm just used to the other one, I guess. I don't know if you guys like the way that camera's set up. That's good for when I'm leaning all the way back. And it's not good for when I'm, kind of sitting on the edge here. where I like to sit sometimes. And so I'll just go ahead and set up the other camera too now. But yeah, it's only money. We're not going to die over it. Trust me, folks. Boom, bada boom, bang. All right. I hope you guys have a great weekend. And feed yourself today. Make sure you take care of yourself. It's important. You got to be fed up. Hey, look, if we have down movement today, we can only lose so much on Moderna. That's for sure. But if we have up movement, we can take it all back. And I believe we're going to have up movement. I believe that's the way it's going today, baby. Look at this. The market's agreeing already. And how's the rest of the market doing? Like crap? Saggy? Is it like a saggy boob? That's how it was earlier when I looked. Yeah. Alright, let's jump in here. What shall we see? We'll look at the SPY. Oh look, it's up. This is like the never-ending gobstopper. SPY just continues to last and grow, and I'll tell you what, folks are talking about how, oh, the market's gonna drop and all this stuff. I mean, you know what? I don't think you're gonna be able to have any credibility by the time it does drop to tell anybody, because you keep saying it. So what good is that? You're not helping anybody with that now. Alright, we've got 9 minutes till. I'm getting you with a better camera angle here in just a moment. But folks, that's our strength. We realize, we learned together. Trust me, this will all be in a rear view mirror at some point, and we'll all be better off for the lessons and for coming back up. Maybe it'll be in a rear view mirror today. We'll see what happens. Humble about it, but I'm very confident. I really think it's time. I mean, how much longer does it need to take? You know, time is one of those things. You can't really always time that market, but good golly, throw us a bone, huh? Just throw us a bone. It's about time you throw us a bone. You want a bone? I want a bone. Oh yeah. We all want a bone. Good golly, give us a bone. Yes, sirree. Mama, mama, mommy. Mamma mia. And, see the joys of living in a van. You never have any worries. You're with God's nature. I'll tell you what, man. I don't know how natural it is to live in one building. And some people do that for their entire lives. That's really hard to see how that's natural, man. There seems something very perverted about that for a life. You know, the whole world is out there, and people are just in one building their whole life. Everything comes to them. And you know what? That's a world where you rely on your brothers and family, and people live in that world and they think they're self-independent. That's so much crap. Nobody's independent. We all need each other. Without each other, we're screwed. That's a fact. So, how independent are you, tough guy? Huh? Oh boy. So we got here, while we're waiting on the market to open here, I thought we might have time to kind of open up yesterday and just kind of learn off of some of these pivotal moments, because we have it, and that's really helpful, and it could tell a lot of the story. And yesterday I told the other market, the other Manitcs channels, which is how I usually refer to them, or the brand of Manitcs channels, or the Brand of Passion channels, which are the Manitcs channels. Anyways, so I told the other Manitcs channels that we are not going to be going on those live with Moderna Manitcs or Moderna Excels and MoneyManitcs, but that we today kept it to your HappyHealer channel, which is your main HappyHealer channel, which gets everything with me. And so if we're talking about building vans, we're still there. And of course, then there is this channel, which is typically about Moderna, and of course, you know, let's get off of this spy here and take a look at the rest of this. You get the point. All right, AMC, what are you gonna do today? You're gonna kick butt, aren't you? I know you went down a little bit, but you're gonna kick butt because we love you, and today's a butt-kicking day. That's the way it's gonna go. I know it's a Friday, and we know how the suits love to screw us on Fridays, but we need to take the control away from them. And a lot of these Fridays, we've been doing just that. Let's go ahead and have a little history lesson on Moderna's movement here. Now, this is just this morning. We've seen, and I don't know why at 4 a.m. the first thing it felt to do, and then stay there all day long, all morning long, is to drop, you know, like this, down to $64. I don't know why it did that, but whatever. I don't think it. At the end of the day, all it did was make all the people down here who sold lose, and all the people who was down here who bought win. That's all that meant for us. And for those of us in options contracts, it has very little consequence at all. Now, beyond that, we're going to go ahead and go to the month calendar on this, because we have had in the last 2 Fridays were dark. But if you look here, we've already come down from 401 down to where we are now. We're due for a good kick. We've been banging against the $400 door this whole time. We haven't come down to these new levels, and this too is in August, but we haven't come down here where we're staying down at 346 or any of these levels. Now on this Friday we were positive. Then if you look at this Friday, we were negative, and that's one of the Fridays we got hurt. We weren't even negative that much. Monday was good. But if you go back here, there's a couple of other Fridays where we did okay. So we'll go ahead and go back a bit more. Okay. And here's a Friday. We were up 25.35. Okay. Here's a Friday. We were up 26.75. And that's a lot. Let's just say we were up 10% on, we were at $286. So to do that today would be like a $40 movement. So keep that in mind. On the Friday before that, it was flush. And the Friday before that, it was flush negative, flush negative. So that's what we've been seeing. Flush negative, and then positive. Last Friday was flush negative, and the Friday before that was a flush negative. See how it works? And then it was this was a flush positive. We're due for a pretty good run today, I think. I think that it can really happen. The only thing I wish for my own personal portfolio is that upon open I could buy. I would probably, because I'm already in deep, and you tend to get in deeper sometimes in these moments, either not do anything at all, which is a possibility, and just say, but that would mean I don't believe so much in it, but I'm hoping for it. But today I do believe in it, so I would likely just get in that baby with a good few calls. 3, 4, I wouldn't break the bank just in case it goes down. And none of us know every I've been right on Moderna's calls and the way it's going to move, and generally off by a day or two here, there. None of that crap matters at the end of the day. You could still lose your ass, man. So that's the truth. It's 2 minutes till, actually we're 1 minute off. So we're getting ready to begin this market. Now, I don't have to rush into any positions because quite frankly, I got what I got and that's what it's going to be. I got $50 to work with on my buy-ins. So we'll just go ahead and take it back to 1 day. Look at it move. And we're not even open yet. We're going to open here. We're going to open. So we're back to where we need to be to start this wonderful day. That was just a dream. That never happened. All of this, all those billions of dollars, that never happened. That was just a dream. All right, folks. I wish you luck. God bless you. Mwah! We got to have some humility and some love, man. It's too hard when we're trying to win together and we don't do it like that. So we're about to open. On my view, it almost seems like we're open, but we're not yet. We're about to open, and now we are. Now we're about to open. I haven't heard no bell, but yeah, we're open. Okay, there it goes. So, yep, we'll see how this all hammers out. Now that could be just a momentary fake out. How many? We've got 4. We haven't even touched 1 million yet. So let's see what happens. I suppose that will touch 1 million here, and then we'll get to see. We'll get to see. We will get to see, and we'll get to see together. And yeah. So, and if you think you can't afford to take any losses, then cash out now because it's only going to continue to get losing your Greek's value as the day goes on. Today is the toughest day in that regard. So, that's all I can say about that. On the other hand, the portfolio's down to 3,000. It's okay. It's still 2,000 up. It's still 1,500 up. We don't want to be down there. We made a lot of progress, and it is what it is. But I think this thing could turn around and explode. We'll just kind of realize where we're at with that. And, I don't have a lot of options value in my Moderna pocket at the moment. They all lost so much value as it is. So, really, I'm expecting I need to make a 10x profit on my current positions, which is just insane to think that could happen. But it could. Otherwise, I'm just relying on my AMC calls to do it today, and that's fine too. And I'll take you a quick visit over to the other portfolio here. Let's jump over there so you can see a picture of what I'm talking about. How ugly did it get on us so quick? And so anyways, that's okay. We're 471 down for the day. Now if it becomes bloody murder for mRNA, and likely I won't sell a lot of these positions just because there's hope there while I have them. And look, we're already running up to 375. So, if we get on a good day like we're supposed to, all of these will come up. Imagine if I could, for less than $1,000, I could double down on all these positions today, literally. And I don't have the money. And then that could make the double up on the process. It'd be great, right? Although, let me go ahead and try, and look, we're running. I'd like to see that just continue like that all day. And it can. That's the beauty about it. It can do that, folks. All right, so my buy-in, I only have $51, and I think it might be split between 2 accounts. Yeah, it's going to be hard to make any meaningful buy-in on Moderna. I can buy another one of these calls, so we'll do that. Anything to try and help if this thing runs, and I think it will. So it's already at 5 up for the day. So did that go through, or did it cancel on me? Oh, it was rejected. Jeez. Can't have no fun. All right, let's just get it done. Let's go, Moderna. It's already at 381. And why are you've got the bears today. They don't see any end in sight for going down. I mean, why aren't they smart? Oh, we got it to 375. This thing's clearly going to go up now. Like, no. They want to dig deeper. They think they got more to go. Unbelievable. And that general attitude, it's just a sucky one, man. That's why we got to get rid of the short sellers are destroying the minds of investors. And so it doesn't have to rely on me being president to get rid of those jerks. We just have to, make a movement around it. Because if me being president is the only way we're getting rid of them, oh man, come on. We better do more than that. That's my attitude about it. Even though I'm confident in what I do, I sure know that the odds of that happening are quite slim. And here's when it would happen. If I was heard. But this is greed hell. It's hard to be heard. All right, we're doing good. Moderna's at $382. We are up in our portfolio, $300, and part of that is from AMC. Like I said, if I could have doubled on all of my positions this morning, I would have, because I do know A, it's due to come back. B, we're already seeing that. The record is reflecting that to be the truth. I would have bought some of these calls right at the strike price. It is sad that I couldn't do that, because that's what happens, That's why you can't make every move sometimes. That's why people hold on to some cash and yada, yada, yada. We just got down to our last nitty gritty. So really, I'm not going to sell any of these suckers until I get up there a bit. But like you see, one of them already gained $2, and I mean, it's gone quite a bit up for today because, it had no value earlier. We're hanging on. Time now is only 5 minutes into the day. If every 5 minutes plays just like this, we're in the game. If we move up at this rate for every 5 minutes, we'll do just fine. But that's usually not how it moves up. It goes up a bit, it comes down a bit. And as long as it's going up more than the downside, then we'll do good. And so now we're looking at Webull. By the way, if you want to join Webull, you can go to my home channel and use the link there. I should start leaving that link on the bottom, and I will, because I do get some new people that come in and they can get on board with us. So looks like we're gonna have that update we wanted. I'm rooting for you, okay? I think you should be. I can't be doing it myself, but I would be buying calls that strike right now if I could. That's for you to decide if you want to do. You see with options how they work? They'll leave you broke in a heartbeat. I wonder if I could sell one of my AMC positions, and like this one, and actually have some money to. Now it's up a little bit. If I sell it, now that's a risk, but if I sell it, then will that money be available for using it? Now sometimes it is, sometimes it is not. It's all up to how they feel at that moment. But if I get out from under it and then this thing takes off, now I'm out. But man, it might be that I sell it and I'm not allowed to touch that money until tomorrow or something. And that means I won't be able to take advantage of it still. I think we'll take a shot at it. We'll go ahead and sell this one and see if it gives me a little bank. Did it go through? It went through. Okay. No, it didn't improve my buying power at all. Alright, we won't be doing that again. Okay. We sold the one that was expiring on the 17th of September. And all in all, for the P&L open and the P&L day, it was right on target. So I was selling it for pretty much what I bought it for. I didn't feel too bad about that. And it could have given me a little bit of ability. Well, let's see. I'm not looking at both accounts. Maybe now we'll see better. Nope, it didn't pay. It didn't give us anything. So we'll just have to live on what we got. And I think that'll be enough if we really run today. If we run today like we should, say we get to like 420, and I don't sell any of these until 420, I'll be back and then some. We'll be above where we started. And can that happen? Absolutely. Keep the faith. We're 20 points from 400, another 20. If we get over 400, then we get to run another 20, 10, 20 points. That's the way I feel about it. And so I think a lot of us are in the red today, some of us bulls, and we just hung on there. And I talk about selling, and this is why I sell. When I say, okay, you see it changing, sell, because I've seen this happen before in the past. I've ran accounts up to 30,000 and then down to nothing. I mean, it's insane. It's how options are. That's why you don't see me moving much. But, it's unbelievable how options can do that. But they can make you a lot of money quick. They can cost you a lot of money quick. It's just the way they are. This is what learning options is. I think this is what's so consequential about this channel over other channels. It shows you just the good days. It shows you just what the author, the creator, the content creator wants you to see. That's not the full truth. It doesn't teach you a full lesson. You could do very well with options. It's a superpower if you really learn how to use them. And then you don't play every single day like we're doing. You wait and stalk those very best days, and you get in there at the right moments. I think you can really pull off good with these accounts doing options trading. But you want to make it simple? I really think that crypto is going to run, and I don't mean Bitcoin. It's just so high. I know that it can go up to $1 million and all this stuff, but I think before Bitcoin gets to $1 million, Cardano can get to like 10. Or let's keep it on the same level. Before Bitcoin, for Cardano, when I said originally that same statement, Cardano was at $2. For Cardano to get to $10 would be 5x. For Bitcoin to 5x, it would need to go to $200,000, $230,000. That to me is insane. I would totally expect Cardano to reach $10 before Bitcoin reaches $230,000. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I'm thinking. And you see a lot of these smaller coins, they do that. They move quick. Right now we're just, at that 379 level, fighting for movement. And that's going to be today's struggle. Hey, looks like that was a good thing on AMC. We dropped to 345. I bet you the market's coming back. Now we're at 381. We're going to do good. Let's see what Moderna turns out to be. Let's not judge what Moderna can be for today. Let's hang on hard and let's have confidence. But in the meantime, let's go check these markets, man. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what the SPY is doing. And I'm not going anywhere. If my account runs down to just, $2,000, we'll be here building that up. Let's see how well we can do with that. That's the whole idea of the point. That's why we're here. I don't plan on adding money to this, but I do plan on making it the best and keeping it going. All right, 440. And I tell you what I would do. So everybody, you have your own budgets. You have your own limits. I'd never tell you how to bet. I just tell you what I would do. And that gives you an idea on what you should do if you want to use that education for yourself. And we have a community. I was looking at Discord yesterday because I was never really part of a meaningful Discord community. Always myself busy doing different things, though I was watching YouTube channels and always hearing about them. And so I went in, and I did start a Discord a long time ago, but I never really fully understood the power of Discord. So, but now I'm starting to get it, and I went ahead and got that Discord going, so you'll be hearing more about that. The SPY is up. That's one thing. I think if the SPY was down, we would be doing better, but we could do great anyway. We're due for it. Let's take a look at the Dow Jones in general. It's up too. It was down in the market, the pre-market. Everything's back up. Okay, I'm gonna get my AC right here. Yeah, I can't wait to get my situation over here resolved. Alright, as in Happy Force 1 going, and I'd love to be on the road, that's my immediate goal, and it was ever since Happy Force 1 burned down, things went sideways on me. And then I had to take this long, prolonged road to where I'm headed. All right, let's get back to our stock. We're doing good. We keep building up. That's a great sign, folks. I think we got a lot of hope today. We're at 383 doggone near almost. We're gonna do it, baby. God is with us. Remember, AMC is gonna make us pay heavily before it ever gives us any prize. Today, that's only the most true. And I'm not selling shit until we hit 400, and then I might think about it, but I probably still won't. We got some, that's the psychological thing. When you get so down, I mean, the only thing you want to do is like be made whole again, Granted, you're willing to die on the sword to make it happen. And that's essentially what's going on. Now, is that always smart? No. So you have to definitely, that's why if I had this over to do again, I would have sold out. Remember when I told you and I gave you the lesson on, you always get a chance to get out. Moderna will give you that. And then it'll come back. It'll give you another time before it murders you. Well, now you get to see that in real play. I explain a lot of things and it comes out to play just like I say. But, you've got to pay attention to it because it's all based on experiences I've already seen play out. Once we get beyond today, hopefully we're made whole again. We're not going to play like this moving forward. We're going to be a lot more careful. If God gives us an out today, which we don't know yet, I'm sure going to be a lot more careful with this account. Because there's no glory in going down so far and then needing to come back. That's a pain in the butt to have to be there. You want to be making progress, not trying to just get back to where you started. And that's, and of course that's part of what the whole market gives you, because we have all this short selling and corruption and hell in this world. It's just something we have to keep in the back of our minds, because if we discount that and we don't think about that better world, we won't know what to attribute to the better world and what blame to attribute to this world, the way we do things. And I think we could do so much better. We're at 382.55. Well, one thing's for sure, we're going on 15 minutes after the open, and it's pretty obvious that we're going to be having some pretty good, powerful upward movements consistent so far. I would like to see it get up into the 390s here pretty shortly, which I'm confident it'll do. And I'm just going to remain stubbornly and hold on to some of these calls today. Even I would probably advise you to cash out if you don't feel confident it's going to go up. But I feel confident still. And given how far we got to go, I mean, I have goals I'm trying to accomplish, and I don't lose focus of them. That's what drives my action. If all I'm trying to do is just afford my life to live in one spot, have food in my mouth, and, just simply survive, well, in hell, I don't even need this. I mean, I could live a lot cheaper than that. I'm talking about making real progress. And here we go. And I mean, what are the Bears? I don't even care what the Bears are thinking. I love the Bears. Let them think better. Let them start learning a little bit too, instead of being so damn stubborn. I'll tell you what, we give those Bears a lot more love and consideration than they give us. That's the truth. So we are up 500 on the day, even though AMC is taking a licking. It's not too terribly bad. Let's see, what are people saying? I'm getting all these notifications on Weeble. So, okay, Irish Cow. Yeah, let's go to the moon. Wrong stock, huh? Yeah, right. See, there's never... It's the never-ending gobstopper for, that movie we all love, and then it's the never-ending put for the bear. I mean, come on, man. Come on, Bears. What is wrong with you? I would be going down further if I listened to this guy. It's insanity. And then look at this. It's over today. And we're not going to be pig-headed. We're just going to hope that we make our progress like we deserve to. Moderna is a good stock. I mean, sometimes it actually works out like it's supposed to. A lot of times it doesn't do that. Sometimes I shut that light off because it's right over my head and it starts getting hot. And other times I put up with it. You know, it's how the world is, man. Lighting, people make it into this big thing. It's as simple as just doing something like that, you know. Yeah, well, there we go. So that'll improve things a bit there. Okay. We are right now at 384, just about, basically. And despite moving up $10, my portfolio only moved up 150. That's why I wanted to be able to open calls immediately upon open. It would have already chewed back a lot. And I'm sure a lot of you guys, if you were able to do that, have been able to break into some of your negative positions. Which, if that's where you're at, maybe you do want to sell some of those calls. And, you know, don't have to count on a 40-point movement just because I do. Yeah, I pretty much need like a 40-point movement, but you might not need that if you have more money to put into it. If you're not putting any more money into it, like me, and you're just what it's going to be is what it's going to be, well then we're holding tight, and we got to get into some higher numbers, because these calls that we have, and we'll just kind of go over them, and then you'll see what the situation is. They don't start paying until, well, this one's 390. This one's 400. We got 3 at 400, 1 at 390 there. We have 1 at 405. You know, once we get up to 400, they start having value. Once we get up to 410, these things are cooking. Then we have another 1 at 410. We have 3 at 415. That 415 one is at 14 cents. If this thing actually gets all the way out to where it belongs, I mean, this is going to actually pay. In fact, I'll see if I can buy one of those, because that thing could turn out to pay, right? And we're counting on that kind of movement. So if we can get in there. Did that cancel? No, I think we picked it up. Should say 4 now. There we go. Hey, we made a purchase. Okay, sold 1 AMC contract, and we bought 1 Moderna contract. So we actually were buyers today. And that's that. So let's go ahead. We're at 380.22. Come on, Moderna. And that's fine. We're not going to sit here begging for every dollar. We need way too many dollars to do that. That'll become tiring. It's 9:51 in the morning. What we're going to do is take it easy. Easy come, easy go. And I think that we'll get a lot. We'll keep our health up a lot more like that. 381.26. So if we fall below 380, then anything, we'll just continue keeping the faith, because it's still up on the day at that point. And I don't suspect we'll become negative on the day, but anything can happen. So that's why I say, if you buy in or bought your calls and they're $10 up when they're at 384, 385, well then you might want to go ahead and take what you can and try and play it like that. Here's one fact. You want to hear the biggest fact, and I say it all the time. Say it with me. Pattern day trade rules. If they didn't exist, folks, my friends, do you realize we wouldn't have been hurt that hard? We could have gotten out, got back in when it was right, without all this, oh no, if we get out, that's it, we can't get back in, it's all she wrote. That's literally the decisions that are hurting us. And I see it all the time. The pattern day trade rules are disgusting. And they're meant to make us lose everything. They're meant to make the rich even more powerful. Trust me, this is easy to see in the world of energies. People that are still learning how to do options, they have all of these disadvantages, and they don't even know the difference. I didn't even know the difference until I had already lost so much money, and I'm gaining the understanding about how all of this works and about the ways we're really screwed. It's not just with these con jobs on the hedge funds. It goes deep. And if we get rid of all this corruption in hell, we get to have a better world. But if we don't, we get to live for a little while, sickly state, and then eventually we'll die, and that's our time on earth. That's it. So, what do you want? I want the better life, man. And it's so important to me that we all get that better life. So right now we are moving along. It's a bit of a battle. We're at 379.35. And let's see what the general market's doing. Anytime we see it go and take different directions, first thing I'm doing is jumping to see what the general market is doing. Very important to do that, so you continuously keep an eye on things. The general market is still moving along, still pumping along, and it seems like to me when we were going up, it was going down. It's going up, now we're pulling back a little bit. So honestly, I still feel, and look at this, SPY all-time highs. I still feel that when the general market drops, stocks like Moderna and AMC goes up. It's like an exact inversion on itself. That's why it bothers me when you see everybody in the comments, oh, well, the market's gonna dive. That means Moderna's going down. You know what? Moderna might go down, but it's not connected to that, not from what I've seen. Maybe it'll change at some point. These trends change, but it's not the trend I've been noticing. And so we're getting a 377 now, 378, yada, 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 Canada. And now what we'll do, let's go back and check on and see if this is continuing an upward. I'd say it is. Yep, we're at all-time highs on the SPY for right now, right? Look at that, all-time. If we go back for 5 days, I think it was higher back here. I'm talking about for today. Look at that. Went straight up, and our stock is getting hurt. So keep this in mind. It's amazing how many people don't realize the connections here. Now let's look at some of these other stocks like Ocugen. It doesn't have a problem going up when the market goes up. You know what? That's because most of these are connected to that, but not with these big short sell situations. We're a little bit opposite from how that works. Let's get back on the 1 day. Yep, coming back up on AMC. I think that Moderna is going to turn around here too. We'll see what's happening here. We're down by where we opened now. All right, Moderna. And Moderna is not overvalued. I hate hearing people say that. They did that back in the past too, and they have ulterior motives. This is so, different organizations can get in at a better price, and then they let it come up. Don't let them manipulate our worlds like that, brothers and sisters. Jeez. You can't let them manipulate our world like that. So now we're going down on the day here. That's not really something I think is going to hold. If it turns out to be one of these days where we make massive movements back and forth, that could possibly happen. And then the other thing we're looking at is, we're at 374. I don't know how far they can really compress this stock. I don't think it's really getting a lot of pressure now. How far can you compress something that's so solid, right? And this has got solid. This is in solid value. A lot of people can't read that. Many of us have the conviction we can read it, and it just tells me if not today, this thing's going to jump up soon. And then our bets for today don't matter anymore. They can go to $1 million and we're out of it. That's why I say if you just buy the stock, you're smart as hell. And I've been saying that since the very beginning. If just buy the stock, you're not in it to gamble. We're at the casino. But if you were just buying the stock, you would be doing a lot better. Over time, you'd be doing a lot better. You wouldn't see single days where you triple your money, but over time, you'd be doing a lot better. With Moderna. Okay. The pain has come to a stop, maybe. No more down movement. Now we want to see a rock and roll. a steady climb. And honestly, I wouldn't care if the rest of the market just dropped to zero for a moment, and then it can come back to double size, right? I like to see everything rise. But in greed hell, someone's got to, at least 10 people got to die for every person that gets to live larger. That's a bad recipe. Yep, so we're just going to have to keep the faith on this. We'll run back and keep an eye on. Let's see what crypto markets are doing right now. I honestly believe the crypto markets are just where you need to be. That's where a lot of this money's going, straight into the crypto markets. If I had taken that, 10 grand and instead of YOLOing it in Moderna, just came right over here and threw it in Cardano. Cardano. That's weird. Moderna, Cardano. And my goodness, man, we would be doing good because we're at $2.57 already. I mean, like I said, at $2. I want to see Cardano go to $10, and how long does it take? Because that would make, that 3 grand I put in there become 15 grand. Now, if I put 10 grand in there, that would become like 50 grand. I mean, that's cool, man. That's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. And now this stupid options market's taken and it's not given back. And it's just being a bum. Let's see how AMC is here. It's about hovering. I think AMC has a good shot for today. We'll just keep an eye on it. Although I'm one AMC call down. It's okay. Here we are. Okay. So it would be nice if we just had hung on to 386. I'm sure we got attacked by those shorts. I have so little respect for shorts. That's why when the market's going down, it keeps them busy. But they move fast. As soon as they get reprieve, now they're back on the offensive again. They're banging and hitting at that offensive as hard as they can. But when they're busy, the market's coming down hard on them. They can't be, hitting over here, hitting over here, hitting over here. Because they're like this, trying to keep the whole world from coming down on themselves. And that's, what? Let the hedge funds have the whole world come down on them. And that doesn't get to happen unless literally the whole stock market's dropping. And that's crap, right? Isn't that crap? Yeah, that's crap. That means that these guys are strong as hell. It takes the entire market to drop. And then they start acting in ways where you see AMC and whomever, benefits from their, having to settle up gets to rock and roll. But man, I hope one thing you learn on this show out of everything that we get to talk about and have talked about, and we spent quite a bit of time together already, is that we can't continue living like this for long term. If we allow ourselves to, because I've watched it, I'm 42, and I felt when I was younger, like 9/11 times, oh yeah, things are going to be changing, 9/11, that's it, now we're going to get our act together. To see it go full circle on itself several times and end up even worse, that's how it's not going to change unless we change it. So you got to know that. If you don't know that, then man, you're fooling yourself, and all you're going to do is kill all your dreams, putting all your hope in greed hell. Damn, just know what it is. That's what I talk about it. I say, folks, we live in greed hell. We're together, we're lovers, sure. But greed hell's a pain in the ass, man. It's trying to kill us. So we're at 373. Like I said, just the nature of options, whether you want to be or not, if you don't move fast enough, at every point in the process, whenever you think about what's best for this moment out of what's possible and where where your sentiment is, and also where your belief is, where your conviction is, and looking at the chart, a lot of these charts have amounted to be nothing more than bull traps. and bear traps. The funny thing is, see how it moved today? That's total bear trap. They're afraid to get in. This thing's going to take off any second. That's kind of how volatility works too, though. But, Moderna, if we could just get a good bite on this movement, we'll be doing good. But the point is, we need a better world that keeps, us investing in companies that are solving our human suffering. They're helping us come up with new ways to fight disease, that we're empowering that so they could do the research and development, and that even the companies themselves get pure about their missions. It's not all just about profit. In fact, it's never about profit. That's not the ultimate goal of business, industry, markets, or any of that stuff. The ultimate goal of all of our financial markets is to serve to the human cause, to help humanity be the best it can be. And it's not doing that job. It's failing miserably in that job. And we're all letting it go by like it's all okay. Like they had some other imperative, like taking care of humanity wasn't it. We were wrong. And if in some cases a business which doesn't even exist owns most of the world. I mean, this is perversion on what is actually true. You are the one that's with all the value, and that's the people that are stealing value. The way that they're stealing it is also perverted. It's not what you think. They're stealing it from you by having your mind, by being able to trigger you by just saying certain words. For some people, you could say Trump and you trigger them. You can get them to do things with that power. Same thing, or if you just use the word Clinton or whatever, it moves people in different ways. And then based on what you want them to do, and then you use the other keywords that the border crisis, if you want to stow anger against, a certain class of people, or the truth really does exist there. See how they use these truths that are awful in order to dictate their control over people. And that's all it is at the end. You got to see the propaganda and how it's really all just one big puppet master. We're at 371, so I'm sorry, folks. It's short sellers doing what they do. When everything else is settled up and it's going up, that's the natural movement. You could tell the natural movement because there's no big red thumb, right? And the natural movement's bringing us up. That's where Moderna wants to realize their value. But then because we allow these short sellers to come in and destroy everything, they do. That still doesn't mean they got it in the bag. If the market drops, they're screwed. And then they get hurt and they're like this. And then Moderna has a little breathing room. It's like, oh, I'm getting hell up there while I can, It's funny when you look at it like that, but it's really how I look at it. And, and you see it play out every time. And then you have to watch and sit there and see people talking about, oh, well, the market's going to tank, so you're going to lose out on Moderna. And then us in reality have to live through the reality of the market's exploding to new rallies, and actually we're losing money. I mean, it's a complete perversion on what should be happening. So, and for us to win, we got to hope for a market crash. I mean, it's ridiculous, man. That's why I can't wait until we get out of this damn greed hell. It's only going to take and kill. Don't you know? Greed hell's main job. That's why it must be the devil. Start believing in the devil now. Look at his deeds. And the main goal for greed hell, you'd have to look at its outcome. And then well, that must be its goal, right? Like, if my outcome was to do something and you've seen that one thing happening, then you'd have to assume I started with that goal, right? When we make actions, whatever those actions come out to be, in some cases, yeah, they're mistakes or coincidences, but in most cases, they were intentful, purposeful actions. So, greed hell gets to win in an environment where people are deciding themselves with intent to back it. That's the perversion. So screwed up, man. All right, so we're going 373.89. Let's take a look at the markets. Whoops. Let's take a look at the markets. That's what I do every time. The markets have a little bit of a slip here. Not too much. It's just a natural one. But then again, Moderna didn't move too high. And I don't think they're that locked in step. I think that there's a connection. And I say it quite frankly what I mean. People take it out of context, absolutely. Yeah, so this SPY is just coming up steady. And I'll tell you what, man, they talk about the whole market coming down, but if your attitude about making money has been nothing but just, put long call options on the SPY, you're doing good, man. You are doing great. Look at that. That's a year. If you're just doing long call options on the SPY, although, how long can you do that to get away with it? You can't keep your money always exposed there, because when there is a correction, you have no hope of getting it back, and you can virtually lose it all. So of course you got to take profit and only leave a portion of your money at any one time in the game playing, and then you get to win. Look at how you get to win. It's insane. I don't know why we're in Moderna when you look at that. But Moderna owes us now, and she's trying to pay, but we've just got a dirty monkey on our back that won't let go, trying to rip our face off. It's like a gorilla. No, the apes are kind. They're trying to win on AMC. We are the apes. But seriously, the apes are important, that movement. That's why I'm there. I'm there because of that movement. I know how important that is. That's the difference between life and death for us, humanity. And no, I definitely want to live, and I want to have a happy life. And that's why I don't worry about marrying, because look at everyone else who's marrying. Their lives become this miserably depressed, man. They're just sucking on life. They hate being alive. And yet, the thing about it is, they just have a dream that could be so much better, and it could be. But you know what? The stresses come down on all of us together. And when you're dealt with having to decide between, eating or maybe something else you wish to do, that's frustrating. You're in a world of people where everyone's doing great, and it feels like that, and nobody else is starving, but there you are starving, having to choose between this stuff. And so that's the kind of thing that gets people but they're never on the same page at the same time. That's why greed hell gets them. That's why I always talk about unity and how important it is. It's the first thing I talk about. And people almost wonder, why are you talking about unity? What about unity? Oh, we'll get there. And it's like, you got to understand the whole picture and how it all comes together and what it means together. And what it means together is change, my friends. I mean, in fact, the moment you accept that, you can have a victory that feels so much better than, this thing going up to where we want it today, even though that would feel outstanding. We're down on the day, $2. I assure you, bears weren't winning on that. Oh yeah, now we're, we were buying in. That's why I bought in. They're getting so many get out of jail free cards right now. It really is working out well for them if they're using our ways, because we were buying in as we dipped. A dip for them is going up. I mean, like I said, we live in a perversion of the world is such a perversion of itself. And but anyways, they don't really do that too much. They want to see, it's fearful for them, The reason that they are bears is because they feel like the man, essentially, is getting it over on us, and they'd rather be on his side. That's a horrible thing. Imagine if we all jumped on his side. There would be no our side. And guess what? That would mean that they would have complete control over us. We're all driving our lives down into a hole. I mean, it's an unbelievable outcome. It's all greed once. If everybody was on the side of the hedge fund, we would collapse the market, we would collapse the economy, we would collapse the dollar. I mean, why can't you see these energies for what they are? This is what they're doing. They're a destruction force. I mean, come on, man. Unless we do something about it, and I'm relatively young, right? I'm 42. But I'm smart and I've studied all this stuff. It doesn't mean anything. I have no power. Although, I'm not going to leave it simply at that. So then I'll run for president, and I'll continue talking about these things because they matter so much. And at the end of the day, I'm an activist. I'm not out there like an opportunist. I want to be president. Give me a break. I live in a van. We're at 374. There's nothing more than what I want for you is to have all the happiness you could have ever dreamed of. And we can have it that way. We can have princesses and princes roaming everywhere. That means people who believe in themselves, have hopes and dreams. You know, life is great because people are lovers. They can think right away of 10 different friends that are exciting to be around. And people aren't so shallow. They really understand human value. Human value in greed hell is like a joke. And people talk about it like it's something, but the metric, the truth, the force, it's telling us that it's becoming more and more nothing. And that's a lie, for one thing. But the reason why we're believing in it is because in greed hell, that perverted world, it looks like the truth that human beings have no value. Think about that. Seriously. So if you lack the knowledge sufficiently enough, the world can come right out from underneath you. Really? Really? Just the knowledge. Just not knowing. That's how much these forces are tearing us apart. In the case of not knowing about greed hell, is not realizing that these forces are doing it and that they have a goal in mind, and that their goal is death for humanity. You know them by their outcome. You haven't ever done anything in your life without it being a conscious decision. Especially you can tell the things that wouldn't have happened without your involvement. And now what we see in greed hell is the same thing. It's corruption, and it's one force consistently doing it, the force of greed. That's why. And it's not something we can't deal with. We do it with our families all the time. We would not allow our sisters and our brothers and our uncles to live with us, especially under the same roof, and being greedy over every, oh, did you have milk and cereal this morning, young one? Your kid is getting ready to go to kindergarten. No, greed doesn't get to persist in the home. Only love does. And so we know how to do it. And that love is essentially a very strong thing. People work to make a better world in their own home lives because it matters. They're not looking for payment for that. They're just getting a better home, okay? And that's exactly how the country would be. But you got to take care of people or you never get to have that. That's why I say one of the first things we need to do is realize that people don't have to earn their right to life. So sustenance on day one and income for all. And, from there it's just about growing. And they don't have this truth in them. They don't realize these connections. So when they think about doing any kind of income for all, that's giving lazy people with no value a freebie. You see the difference in thinking? Unbelievable. But they get away with it. Why? Because we live in the upside down world. I hate the upside down world if I hate anything at all. And I don't hate much. Okay, so we are essentially at 375.86 where we opened up. It is anybody's day. This thing can turn out to be a rockin' day. Jason, I hope you're doing great this morning. And I wish everybody in attendance would say their name also from time to time. It'd be nice to know who's out there. How you doing, Techno? Yeah, patience is good. You gotta have that patience. Yeah, there's getting a lot of FUD over there? Geez, there's always a lot of FUD. See, I'm talking with you guys on my heart. and I get a little into that. That's my number one, my number one hope for you and for us all. Yeah, truth matters so much, man. And this stock is worth so much more than it's at now. And the thing about it, you can see the shares, you can own the shares, and you have no time crunch. Why would you buy shares and then worry, oh my God, I'm sweating, it went down $1. It's going to come up $5, and then it'll go down 10 and go up 30. What are you worried about it? Oh my God, it just went down $5. I don't know why you'd even buy Moderna in the first place. You see how she's moving, that's why you bought her. And so let her do her thing, let her do her thing and you go do yours. That's how I see with shares. And, now that's not totally true because some people like to do it just like we do with with these option trades. They like to do with the shares. Now they're just taking less profit and they don't have that time crunch. So they're not always, they get to get rid of that time crunch, and that's important. Although they're still paying a fee because every trade they make, they have to pay the man, the maker, right? The pacemaker to the market. And that's fair. But on top of that, you might even have a broker fee. So, you got to consider that those also cost you. But, ultimately speaking, especially if you have it, now remember, a lot of us are just broke as hell trying to do big things in this life. Imagine if we were empowered to do those good things. But if you're sitting there and you've got 100,000 already in life or 200,000 and it's not spread out all over, and that, you're just looking how can you best put that to work for you. Oh, come on. There's a lot of better ways to go about this than to be playing options calls. Or maybe if you're at, $1 million or $10 million. If you're out at that level, your biggest thing is trying to offset inflation because money in the bank is not becoming greater. Money in the bank is a liability. And it's a liability because as the world goes forward making progress, that money loses value. And that's a good thing it loses value. Do you know why? It encourages people to put it to work to make a better world instead of just throw it away like Scrooge McDuck, where it sits there and grows So if you want to grow value, you have to take that money and do other things, like cryptocurrency is now emerging. We're having new opportunities fly up left and right in the crypto market, like I showed you earlier, Cardano. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. It's certainly feeling a lot more optimistic. And so Coinbase, you can download it if you like. I could get you a link for that. I'll get a link for that tomorrow, and I'll put it on there, or maybe today. And so this is going up, man. That's 256. I seen it just back here earlier today. It was at 211. And, that's really a lot of movement recently. It's hard to ignore that. Now, it was giving signs of this kind of action. This is looking back at one day. But if you go back for the week, this didn't just start doing that. That's my actual full account. Let's just go on Cardano and look back for a week. And, you see here it made some progress, right? And then it stepped back a bit. Now, I bought at this progressive area, but then it stepped back a bit, and I bought a little bit more here. I didn't buy too much more because I had it wrapped up in the other one. But I was talking about, hey, maybe I should be taking what I have in the stock market and bringing it over here. That would probably have worked better for me, to be honest, and better for my goals, right? Then I would be talking about how I got from 10,000 to 15,000 instead of from 10,000 to 2,000. And that's how options kill. So options are by far, especially short-term options based. I mean, when you're playing short-term options, you're basically saying, I believe so much in what the market's going to do within the next 5 days or less, and increasingly becoming less until like today, where in the next 6 hours must pan out, or I lose my money. That's my bet that I'm making. That's an insane bet if you think about it, right? Especially in greed hell, the upside down world. So we have to think about how we can capitalize in such an environment, and actually bring the human heart to play. Because if you don't bring the human heart into it, this upside down world begins to take over. And so you see a lot in these movements where you have like Dogecoin. I'm in that because I see the heart, and the heart's right, and the reason why I'm in AMC is because I see the heart, and the reason why I'm in Moderna, see, everything in my life is like that, is because I see the heart. I know what they're working on. And just like some people have said this morning, the HIV trials and the cancer trials, well, let's say it's a lot further than that. They've actually got melanoma cancer cures. They're just still working through the process. They have like 10 trial patients, and all of them have been cured. So this is really breaking science, and yet we have all these people over here trying to destruct it, and it's against their self-interest. Any last one of them can come down with cancer. But because this greed hell has us living in the upside down world, we're consistently and constantly destroying that which is good for us. Trust me in this. It's what's happening. Bitcoin is running at 48,000 almost, which means it's a consistent driver up. But here's the thing, that's up 6%. It goes back to telling you like the power of these cheaper coins. This one is up 21%. Which one do you want, the 21 or the 6%? They're both volatile. I mean, I suppose Bitcoin's becoming a little less volatile now, right? All right, so then we have Ethereum. And Ethereum had some problems recently because if you heard about some hacks that happened where it lost some almost $600 million in Ethereum, and there's no way to get it back when you steal Bitcoin because it's all based on this blockchain stuff. So now it's like literally walking around with gold. It's easier to get USD back. They can actually, cancel that out when it's in digital form, but you can't do that with the cryptocurrency. So they're locked in there trying to get themselves out of this hell. They might. They're chasing them down. And I think the ultimate answer on that, maybe you guys have something to offer to that, but I think that they're getting closer on him. I haven't checked up recently. All right, so that's it. I think that's a good way to go. So that's Ethereum. Let's go back. We're almost at 3,900. That means this portfolio is up about $900, and I just think that that's the way I'm going to go if we can actually get a miracle out of today. So we're 73.55. And a miracle can still happen. It's not where I want it to be right now, honestly. That morning didn't give us the biggest chunk we were looking for. Although, I mean, I don't have a chance to change gears, so I'm not about becoming a bear. But let's say even if I could become a bear, which I couldn't at this point, right? If I could become a bear, I wouldn't. Not at this price. So yeah, I'm pretty bullish on Moderna. That's why I think that the best thing ultimately being is going to have to be this. I think what it's going to have to be is getting Moderna, the stock, and just buying the stock. It's a great stock to own. It's a really great stock to own. Had you just bought this stock, whatever you put into it's like going to double all the time. I mean, they're headed towards this future we're talking about. They're not trying to be non-consequential. Before they ever got into being a COVID vaccine company, which is how everybody essentially looks at them, it's so short-sighted. They totally don't take in any kind of consideration at all that the experimental idea of mRNA as being a mechanism for solving disease, hey, the question has been answered, humanity. And guess what? Which one was it going to be? We were investing in this company all this time. It had a certain amount of value based on the possibility that this, thing might work, and that gives a lot of hope. So it was running with a lot of hope until at some point it would be determined, did the mRNA ever work out? Did it become something? Well, guess what? The answer is yes, a resounding yes. They've got major stuff going on, and it means absolutely nothing in the price because we have COVID. That's not fair. Think about that. Because that's very consequential. They don't count that, and they need to be counting that. And then you got to get into the fact that, oh, look at this, sky is not the limit. This is so rude to even say that. They don't know that to be the fact because they're just going with hell no matter what way. They've attached themselves to what they feel are the winners, the champions. The true champions aren't the individual investors who found a way to make a profit. The true champions are the ones who always win against these lowly people. Unbelievable. And who are those true champions? The major conglomerates that come against the production of American progress. They are, by no doubt, the short sellers we're dealing with right now. They're the hedge funds. Between that and the pattern day trading rule, can't you see how it's working against you? First, they put the mechanisms in order to capture your money and bring it in. And it's supposed to be a free market? They got all that working against you? These big claws that just come out of space, go into the market, take a big scoop of money, and just go away with it? And that's what's happening. People don't even realize it. Because every now and again they get a little short squeeze on one little company that we got to put up with that market wide. That's insanity. That's greed hell. That's the upside down world working. I mean, who makes these rules? I want to get on one of these shows and really question all this stuff. Because the way I see the market and everything, the system, what we're working for, I see it for humanity. So it gives me a very crystal clear vision of this. And I have no extracurricular needs in terms of who I am going to please other than humanity. Humanity is the prize. They get it messed up because they're so in their corruption. Once they said to themselves, they can't solve all problems, that's it, they accepted it. And that's how greed hell wins. It's an all or nothing game. I want to type this on my other side here. This is going to take too long. I'll give you guys a window of opportunity. A window. Huh. Okay, let's see. A window. Right. Right. Highlight, right. Is that right? Okay. As odd as that is. Yeah. We gotta move that down. Okay. Let's see if that works. No. But it will. What? Oh, jeez. There we go. All right, now we're gonna add this. All right. So we can just, oh no, that's not right. We don't want it doing that. Oh, but Jesus. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. I just wanted to do that so I don't make you have to watch me doing nothing. Right now we are at, and I can keep watching a better eye on this. It's going to be a tough day, guys, I think. So just so you know, gear yourself up for that. It's going to be a tough day, so we're going to fight through it. We're going to use our spirit. Make sure you feed yourself. You know what I mean? It takes energy to get through days like this. This thing's not doing what I want. Okay, there we go. The market can fall and not that far, and it could really make the difference too, even maybe. Let's see what the SPY's doing. It's still moving up, see? If it takes a drop, that could work in our favor. That's what I've noticed, haven't you? Yep. And now Moderna has been going down because of that, right? And that's the thing that sucks. That weird connection right now, because when you make these hedge funds more powerful, they got more dollars, and they continue to short Moderna with those new dollars. Yeah, it's not right. Now, they're not allowed to short. You would say, well, why don't they just short to the point of exhaustion? Just bring it all the way down right now in all one shot. Well, they can't do that because first off, there is a limit to how far they can go before they trigger, market reactions. And then legally, they can only, you're not supposed to do naked short selling, not unless, well, if Kevin becomes governor, maybe with people like that getting more power, then yeah, because he sees no problem in it. But naked short selling, it just takes that same perversion and puts it on steroids. less rules for the rule breakers. They already break the rules, and now we're giving them less rules to follow as a result. And that's usually how it works in greed hell. Think about all the rule breakers and how they benefit from that. We better get to doing better than that, man. I don't think that we're going to get anywhere special allowing that stuff to persist in our lives. I'm dead serious. I've made a commitment long ago. I don't have to get excited about it. I repeat it every day. And that's what I live to. That is one honest commitment on my side. You already know it. I'll never give up my responsibility to my fellow man. And that's what I'm working for. And if we can get a world more and more like that, that more and more people are like that, they'll never be able to stop that power. And it'll become cascading. And the more people who've made that commitment, like they see me, it'll encourage other people to say, oh, well, here I'm living in this state where I don't even like it because I have to. I feel I have to. And here's somebody else who's living free, who knows what their worth is and knows what my worth is too while I forget it. Nope, no thank you. And that's how it grows. And Moderna is going to take us up. Really, Moderna's not been going down for this last bit here. Moderna's been growing stronger. Look at it go. Just as I mentioned its name, it said boom, it got some jolt in it. Come on, Moderna. Let's rock the house. And you know what? We still can. We got time. I mean, today, our value is simply this straightforward. Wherever your strike price is, that's where you start making money today. Anything under it, your value is toast. So all of my positions are completely toast right now. But later on, when this thing starts running, I better stop smiling. Shit, I messed it up. I really messed it up. Let me get over here. I might have to sign back in the way I did that. Yeah. Oh, I'm not even on that. Oh, okay, we're good. Okay. So I will tell you here in a second where these are at. Yeah, I mean, I'm down to my core value, which is, oh, look, we're going up. Is the more, come on, Moderna, we're gonna rock and roll. We know our way, we're going straight up today. All right, so if you're looking at AMC, welcome to the program, by the way, if this is your first time here. I'm Keith Landy. I'm a hell of a good guy. I'm your HappyHealer lover. I want to help you earn money, even though today we've been losing it. The point is I'm honest about every action that happens. I don't try to pull the wool over your eyes, and I settle with you straight on why it happened and how it can become better and how we do better. In some cases, we're doing great. In fact, they'll start, since we're just introducing ourselves, Moderna's going up. It's at 175 right now. We're hoping to see it go straight on up. And as so far as we have for other things, we like crypto. That's one of our new endeavors. And see that big blue box right down there on the left side of this? I believe it's, let me go ahead and give you a view here. I'm sorry. So let me give you a view. And then you see that blue box right there? That's Cardano. And when you open it up, what you see is a solid straight up go. And that's really good for that investment. And, I really encourage folks to consider getting into whatever they think is right. I'm not your financial advisor, as it turns out, but I have been through a lot of experiences. I've been in the corporate world, the Boston market manager for 7 years. I worked my way up from a carver relatively fast, making minimum wage, but through the values and systems of my heart, which has been always happy healing, and now today I teach about that, has brought me to the top quickly. Now the funny thing is while I've been a millionaire and I've made it to the top very quickly in this life, I also had no problem letting go because I realize it's not the best for us all. And because I've caught some of this world's dirtiest secret cut downs. It almost killed me, and it did kill my brother, 2 of my brothers, and my sister-in-law, and that is the drug epidemic in this country. And that too has been perpetrated on us, and all for a reason. And it's all about control. Never mistaken that. Don't get angry. The idea about this is not, that's what greed, hell winning looks like. That's what the devil winning. The point is, what keeps them winning is our energy gets mad and we want revenge. But actually, Jesus tells us the way is to turn the other cheek and do love. We have to teach them what they're doing. And so, hey, stop killing us, and you're killing the lovers first. We're on the front lines here. And you change it and you turn it around. And you build value in people. And so that's what we need people starting to do. And they need to say why they're doing it. It's not good enough just to do it because people don't catch it. You got to be able to speak and listen and learn and have open ears and have a willing voice. All right. So that's the way I feel about it. So welcome to your Happy Healer Lover channel. This is MoneyManitcs, but also this particular channel is special because it is our favorite stock, Moderna. It's a beautiful stock working for human suffering to be taken out of the picture because we have value. They see it, and I value them because of it. I know how they are. I've read their various mission statements, and we share them on the program, and I have shared them on this very channel. You can go back and see all that wonderful stuff, and I want to see us do well together. So that's me. That's the mission here at to understand the stock market and the money markets with an even more crystal clear understanding, to see things through as a lover. So you're really working in your life as you live for what makes things better for the world that you want to come in. And that's why I do what I do. And my goodness, my biggest dream in this world is to see people honestly give the moment, as they do to so many other things, but in this case, to me, your Happy Healer Lover, to share some of my heart's passion, because I know that it'll connect. If only one thing though, only if you give me some time to be able to speak to you one-on-one with a loving tone, realizing and always valuing you more than you could ever realize, and to help you understand the way I feel. And I think that if you do that, if you give me that favor, that it'll also turn to be a favor for you. You'll gain a vision that'll help you see everything differently and better. You don't lose your old vision, you're gaining a new vision, and it's merging into what is most true about the world. Therefore, you can become rich if you want to use that power for that, or you can use that power like me. The best thing we could do, you want to know where the biggest riches are? In becoming unified, a loving nation together, working for more power. Like right now you see China, they're becoming unified, but it's more of a forced unity. I guarantee you America is going to become unified at some point in the future, not too long. Either it's going to be because we found our freedom's love, that love itself is a unifying force, and therefore we became the most powerful unity in the world, or that we continued with greed hell, this back and forth, never-ending fight, both sides, the left or the right, don't offer us unity, and have nowhere in the future where unity looks like a real practical choice. And so that's greed hell winning. And then that's also China winning, but China's doing greed hell also very good, because they're doing hate and hell and dictatorship and all this. Human value don't get to live over there. So here's what's in America's future. We will get unified at some point, because China's gaining so much power. Eventually their unity will become our unity. We won't want to do it, but out of fear, the way this world works, it doesn't work on like how I'm talking about with God's loving world, where we are moved by courage and moved by love. And that's not how they do it here. They do it with fear, and they do it with greed. Those are the moving forces here. But what people miss, what they tend to miss the most, is that before you can get into, what politics are we going to do? How are we going to do anything? Even in your own personal lives, this is true. The first choice you must make is, what reigns supreme in my immediate life? Is it going to be that I'm living through life with greed, and that I fear where I can lose, and I capitalize where I can take, and I'm not considering anybody else? Or do I go through this world with love, that I recognize that I can't be alone in this, that I need others? And that's what that love is. It's a passion force too. It has you doing things you enjoy doing for people you care about. People sometimes, love is so powerful. People are afraid to love. They have fear that if they love, they'll love too deep and then they'll get themselves hurt. That's what we want, is an environment where we're free to love. We are truly not free right now. And so what keeps people from that love? The opposite of all that is, instead of courage, you have fear. And instead of love and care for others and for yourself too, you have greed, which is selfishness and a dividing force. And so that's what's happening. And our end story for that, I guarantee you, it won't be too long, is going to be a jackboot in our neck like this and a Chinese badge on a soldier's arm. That's what it's going to be. And we don't want that. We do not want that. And the only way to stop that is by becoming stronger and unified. I tell this to people because it's true, not because I'm trying to scare them. I mean, it's not a fearful thing. I'm not afraid. I'm doing everything I can to make a better world. Moderna is on the verge of supplying the world new ways and means. To solving human illness. Right there. All right, so Moderna right now is at 380, guys. See? God's with us. Let's go, baby. I just got a little alert, so we're staying focused on that. And it's still, we're down 585. And we've got over here AMC. Well, we're only looking at one account, so let's look at both. Okay, so actually, yeah, we're down 776. The account is worth 2,700. Moderna's at 380. Let's see if we make this into something. That's $5 up for the day. With new ways and means, to solve human illness far and wide. That's what it is. Short sellers are out to destroy that possibility and bring in death for humanity as quickly as possible in everything it does, period. You know what? That's exactly true. I've watched it. You know, look at the drug addiction in this way and that way. Already killed 2 of my brothers, 1 of my sister-in-law. It's after everybody, man. It's killing them, taking them out. More people dead. COVID is coming. Now we got this, now we got that. I mean, folks, come on. It's there. It's easy to see. And you can't wait to see it, that greed is keeping us so blind that you only see it right before your own death. No, that's not good enough. Because we can change it. Now, let's say if we couldn't change it, then maybe not dwelling on it's pretty, it's our best bet, right? But because we can change it, not dwelling on it, what are you talking about? That's insanity. We can change it. Love is powerful. That's what I say. Oh, but that'll never happen. No, don't be a Debbie Downer this time. Your whole family lineage is counting on it. Trust me on this. Trust me. You'll realize I'll be one of the first casualties in this war. I'm already on the front lines. And, lovers always die first. I talk about that all the time. You know, they're the ones that get hollered out, get a job, bum, meow. But remember, they're mentally ill and they're moved in ways that wouldn't affect people who are a bit colder. They do greed with no problem. We all get the feeling that we're leaving other people out when we're successful, and we get the feeling that people are getting hurt, or maybe if we get the contract, someone else doesn't, this kind of thing. For every winner, there's always 10 losers. We know that greed hell is out to really do a damage to us. We get it. We try to look the other way. That's not good enough, folks. Sorry. That's going to be our undoing. Why would I say that that's good enough when it's honestly not? I'll always tell you the truth. If you want that kind of FUD, go see Meaty McGreedy. He wants to be your next governor of California. Go see him. He wants to give you a casino. Doesn't matter that he knows it brings in homelessness, drug addiction, helplessness. It brings in dependency on... it basically is a completely mind illness thing to do to people. And it brings in their eventual, sometimes ultimately, not just homelessness, but death. People lose everything. It's addiction, of course. That's why it leads to that. And it's a very common outcome. Look at how the markets are. And we're at 381 almost. These markets should be much healthier. That's why I condone doing an income for all, getting all people into the market, and then, teaching them how to, be in the market, of course, and that they would favor being in companies that are helping make humanity better off at the end. And that makes all the people of this country owners in all of the industry in this country to some degree. And they get to choose who are the ones that are excelling to the future. And we all get to grow together. That's really and honestly best way to go. And, people could still do other things, be entrepreneurs and this and that. This is an age and a time of absolute growth. Meaty McGreedy's talking about the frugal age, like, going back to being austerity. He wants to do austerity, this guy. We're in a time when people are growing with new technology, and he wants to do austerity. Do you know how bad that is on people? We got to pinch pennies when all we got to do is just reimagine what money is, reimagine what we're capable of in the year 2021 when human value is being stomped on. But Meaty McGreedy's doing great. He's got 20 mil in the bank. He's happy as can be. He's just, he's upset a little bit because, some viewers aren't watching as much. He's upset a little bit because, he lost a couple $100,000, but for him that's like losing a couple of bucks. It's all greed. And when you work for that energy, you become a prisoner to that energy. He can't see the difference because he can't... Telling someone like Meaty McGreedy these things and having it actually connect is so difficult because he's so already brought into the idea that he's doing good things. If he were to accept the truth, he would have to accept what he's done to become what he is. And that's the truth. And that's why a lot of lovers end up on the side of the road dead, because they just have no way of doing that option. It kills them inside. And because the world is the upside down world, they don't necessarily understand all the nuances about what's happening. They just feel the energies of it all. The devil's killing, they're dying, nobody cares. And now a lot of times these people who would have been lovers are now totally screwed, mentally ill. And they're just thrashing at the world like a dying cat. Nobody understands them. They're so abrasive. These are your lovers, man. Whew. And nobody seems to worry about that. What does Meaty McGreedy do? He doesn't care, builds his fortune, complains about the homeless populating the streets, making the home values come down, until the moment he runs for governor. And now it's time to take from these homeless and to use their predicament to gain his political aspirations. You know what? I know Meaty McGreedy because I've been on his channel for over a year. And over a year. And I would constantly talk with such passion, just the way I do here, my own channel. And so many people got to know me over there. So if I just talk one thing, almost everybody knows who I am, because I just go on and on and on. Like, I'm such a repetitive, I don't let it go on those comments. I keep it going. And so Meaty McGreedy knew of me. And, oh yeah, okay, the HappyHealer, yada, yada, yada. And it was always the HappyHealer for president. That's what my normal moniker is. HappyHealer for president. And that's what he would always say. And I would tell those stories and why I'm doing it. and that I was doing it for YouTube and this and that. And it occurred to him. I know it occurred to him. Oh my God, the Happy Healer's doing this. Keith is doing. He never knew me as Keith though, until a little bit later. The Happy Healer's doing this. I can do it. Yeah. Next thing you know, folks, I'm doing an exploratory, thinking about running for governor. I'm like, hey, all right, because at this point he's just a YouTuber making a bunch of money. So I offer him help. And let's see where Moderna's at. We're at 382.45, 75, we're going up. That's the way to go up. Do me a favor, folks, like the video if you can. So Meaty McGreedy is at this point, all excited, telling his friends on, the foursome show there, where they circle jerk each other about being rich. What's the name of that? Millennial Money? The one on there that I like is Andre, because he's got a heart. He's the one that brings it back a bit and says, I like those AMC folks when everybody else is like making fun of them. And of course, we already know Meaty McGreedy sees no problem in naked shorts. Oh, they're completely legal, no problem with those. And he's spreading that word around. I mean, this is unbelievable. So when I say people are overtaken by their greed, look at Meaty McGreedy, and it goes no further. And it's not just him, it's everybody. And so what you really need for this special gift, and we're not trying to take from them, we're just trying to build a better world. In fact, they'll be better off in the new world. Their children will have princesses and princes to marry, because people won't have to make that awful choice of, okay, all right, I can do this. Once I go on the dark side, I never look back. Because as a child, it's always about your innocence and love, but you can't go through the world like that. It'll stomp you out and destroy you. But now you can. You see the difference? So you can find beautiful people that are really good, and that we actually make being good and precious people a priority. That those are the people who are appreciated in the world of God's love, and what we can ultimately make right here. And that God's love is not about becoming evangelical to the point of no return and not having any typical normal sense for science, or no. Loving God and doing it His way is a strict interpretation of the truth, strict understanding that truth and being correct in it so that we can be correct more often, and having compassion to a fault, never just letting people just go away like this. If you do those two things religiously, you've got the recipe for success in everything you do. I guarantee you, put it to work. Watch, you'll see. I guarantee you'll get your mind straight together on everything you were ever confused about. Might take some time. It took me 10 years of meditation to make it to come out of understanding all the things that I've experienced, and really understanding that, no, God didn't put us ultimately in a world where we're destined to fail. All we need to do is turn to love. That makes it fair again. And now we got even a multiple problem on our hands, but a multiple beyond that measure of greatness on our hands. So we can turn everything around just by doing love. And love is so much more powerful than greed, because once it starts getting to take off, then it's like such a magnetic force. Greed can never compare with it. And people, like I said, before you can get into any kind of government, you got to decide, are you going to do things with love, or are you going to do things with greed? It really honestly is a choice. Now, people never have a conscious memory of making that decision, because it was made for you. But you would never choose. Greed is the choice for us all. Honestly, you would never choose that if you were doing it on your own. And I give you that benefit. I believe in people. And you know what? It was chose for us. And greed is like the only way, they say. They convince a lot of us that that's true. I've studied economics, macro and micro. And I know that there's ways we can empower the market. I would never understand and conceive the way forward and allow these greedy devils to be able to talk it around their way into not living up to what ultimately matters most, and that's people matter most. So if you want to be right more often in life, always go back to that people matter most, and that we live in a world of God's loving truth. That means look at the environment around you, go with that truth. Don't just make up your political expediency and go with that one. I guarantee you that one is wrong. But the one that you go with that's based on the truth around us, on what people are feeling and suffering and saying and doing, that you're not just making them, well, they don't exist. They're subhuman. In other words, now we're looking at people like they're subhuman. And guess what? That's what greed hell always wanted. I'm telling you, it's the devil force. I've done this. This is just a tiny surface. This gets deep. Everywhere you go, greed hell is flexing its muscle. But wait until you see when God's love takes over. And it will, unless we don't survive this round. Unless we're destined for another dark ages. It happened once, it can happen twice. This time it won't be pretty because there's so many humans. You can't support this number of humans on lesser technology. You're supposed to have greater technology. But, we're losing our way. Many of the religious zealots, they're afraid of technology because everything they ever see when it comes out with technology, that technology is used for greed, not for love. But you know why it's used for greed again? Because we're in the greed hell world. And we say greed's fine. Oh, yeah, that's fine. It's not fine. Trust me on this. It's not fine. It's out to kill us all. And so, yeah, we can shame it out of existence. There'll be very few people doing greed if we were honest about what it's doing. And when people feel the love coming in their lives, they would have no appetite for that. So all the perversions, the hell, the murdering, the terrorists, all that junk, it comes from that energy, that devil, that demon, that evil. Okay, right now we are pushing along at 381.42. I know we can do it. I know you can do it. Together we can do it. We will make it happen. I hope you guys are really getting these important ideas that I'm putting in your mind. They're more than ideas. They're ideals, and with the L. And with these ideals that you understand them, you comprehend them. Otherwise, I'm not doing my job that well. It's so important that I'm effective so that I can translate this gift. Remember, the stocks, we'll get that right. We already knew we were doing a risky thing. We were never lying to ourselves. But this truth we're talking about, this we must get right. Otherwise, everything else is for nothing. And I'm proud of a lot of people here. I know that you're listening. Miffy, how's it going? I get it. And we're all pushing for a better market. I see you guys. We're all in it for the same thing and being patient. And by the way, this is a good time psychologically to talk about these things. So open your ears. And God gifts you with that. A lot of times you open your ears to good messages and then you come back to whatever it is and it's a greater amount and it's a better thing. So, sometimes you see that benefit. And right now it's a little bit non-consequential for me. I need to see major movements. So I'm focused on, you guys getting what you need out of this. Maybe you're better off getting a new strike price right now, getting a call that's near the current strike price. I think playing both sides of the market can get very increasingly risky. And that might be a little bit crazy, but other than that, I think that you can do quite a number of these other positions and be in relative good working order. Let's see what happens. Okay, so what we have here with AMC is another dive down. I'm sure this means the market's going up. Let me pick up the other phone where we can explore this together. Moderna's doing good. Moderna has the potential to do good separate of the market. With the market, Moderna I think would do exceedingly well if the market dropped. Let's see what the market's doing. So it's still doing great. I mean, it had a little drop actually. Maybe that was the go for Moderna. Because we're looking at the year. Let me see what's happening here. Yes, okay, that's better. All right, so we were at 442.84. That's not a big drop. It's a little drop, but we're doing good in Moderna. We're coming up to 382.61. We're going to step back off the SPY. And we're going to go ahead and take a deeper look here in AMC because that one's been having a bit of a fall off here. So, yep, we went ahead and fell off the cliff here on AMC. We might be headed to, 32 something, and then come next week, start bouncing back. I really think that AMC is due for a good bounce. I don't want to lose money on it. I sure hope that with all my heart, I hope that we get a runaway with Moderna. We're at 11 a.m. I really hope that we need it. If the Bears are being that greedy and they didn't sell out of their positions yet, God Almighty, that's on them. Let's fuel the mission of your Happy Healer lover, man. We're trying to do good work here. Of course, I don't put that on God. I think it's up for us. I think we need to come together and become stronger as a unit, combine our resources, and get focused on what matters and make it more true and make each one of us matter more through a community that cares more and more increasingly for itself. Not like, when you see these occults and all that. This is not a secretive community. This is actually a presidential candidate. We're doing love. We care. It's completely in the open. Everybody's welcome to it and indeed encouraged to be part of it. So we're doing opposite of what these secretive societies do. Except for that we're promoting love, and love is an outward force. It doesn't need privacy. It needs participation. Yep, so we pray for AMC to come up, but Moderna's right now right in front of us making its move. And guess what? That move is pretty much at its high for today. So I think we're in good, folks. We're in good place, good territory. How about a high five? Boom. A high five again. Boom. And a fist bump. Boom. And a respect. Respect right here. Got it? Respect and the thumbs up right there. Just like that. Thumbs up. We got it, baby. We're at 383.18. I hope you feel that energy coming through the screen. We got God working with us. Make sure you like and share the content. Otherwise, we're going to just be sluggish. I ain't going anywhere. Like I said, you've got me in your life now. And I enjoy this because I get to talk about truth that you're listening to and you're getting it. Like, that's great. That's exactly what these are meant to do. And the more disciples we can have for the messages that are right in our lives, the more we can have a better life together. And I believe in that community. And we could do the community from long distance, and it's all about trust and love, so it'll be strong. This is not like how these other communities are. They don't really rely on each other. All they do is do greed, but doing greed with each other. Hoping for a better outcome. Here we are. Look, we're climbing that mountain. We're going straight on up. And Moderna's worth more than what she's selling for. Let's go ahead and take a look at that Dow again. All right. Yeah. I don't know if this thing's... I feel that energy in me, I'm looking at the other phone, by the way. It's 384. I'm looking at it rise. I'm going to put it back on for you guys, but I want to show the Dow Jones first. The Dow Jones is going up. So we're picking up this pace even as other places are picking up pace. That's good. That's positive. That's strength. We're not just driving because of some short squeeze. We're driving because of confidence in our investors. And guess what? That can also trigger a short squeeze. So keep pushing, lovers. We're changing it. We're changing the outcome. Guess what? The account's back up to over $3,000. I couldn't even believe that's possible. Another $459, and guess what? I'll be positive on the day. Come on, give your Happy Healer that gift so we can go do some good. And don't you know God's behind it too? Put a little side prayer in. Make it your most, sincere one. Yeah, 384.81 in a market that's due to give to lovers who've been waiting. And so we're starting to see some green run up on us for the day. You see that for the P&L for the day. But we're trying to make up for losses on AMC, which, guess what? If Moderna has such a run that it allows us to make up for losses on AMC, hallelujah to Moderna. I love you. Kisses for you. And let's keep going, you. Alrighty, lovers. Yeah, Jason, I think we can push it. Maybe 440 would be a nice. Yep, Miffy, I'm saying it's on fire. It feels much better. 420, totally possible. All of these numbers are possible because Moderna moves in big swaths like that. And it's been a while, and so she's ready to move. And they pushed us down far and hard. And they've used a lot of fake mechanisms within the market to do that, so we have the energy just beneath the surface to do it all. And apparently some people aren't aware. So if you pick up some calls like earlier on when I was saying, hey, I think these are some good calls, and like they're already up in value, you sell those, you pick up some more calls now. I mean, that's how you play the game right. But although the pattern day trade rule starts getting in the way, so then you have to sit on long calls and hope that it doesn't have a massive drop. But you know, that's such crap. We're not going to work like that in the future if we ever have a word for it. I mean, the first thing we'll do is get rid of that cancer. That is such a cancer. I'm sure they would be scared too, because that cancer is delivering to somebody, and it's not the American people. It's at the expense of the American people again, because everything is at the expense of the American people. They're supposed to be the first consumers, the first super consumers in the world of the new age, and yet here we are, new technology, new things, and humanity never before with less freedoms, becoming even more less with both sides at each other's throat, and those in the middle just scratching their heads saying, how can we ever have a better life? I mean, even they're screwed up a bit too in the mind. It's infected everybody. Right now, we are good to go at 384, doggone dear near almost. We're trying to push through to 385. All right, let's get back on our stories. If we hover over this price that hasn't worked for us lately, I think that if we stay maintained on the general causality of what's happening and what we need to have effect over, that will maybe be rewarded with positive movement and a less stressful day. I'm trying to think of us making it through the long haul. You know, we don't look at this progress we had already. It was just more of a matter of a glance up, and there it is. We leave our comments and we're positive about that stuff. It makes a difference. So we just need to continue doing that. Don't become negative, or I mean, not, you know what I mean, like in your own mind. Don't be a defeatist in your oown mind. It's 383.01. And you know what? It's not the end of the world if it doesn't turn out our way. I really want you to know that. In all cases, I don't know how far or how much you had on it or what's at stake, but you already know what's at stake for me. And it's quite a lot, right? So just be cool about it. If you lose it, you know what? There'll be other times. I mean, people are crazy when they put their money as their essence. A lot of people think that their money is their essence. It's nuts. And so, like, you know, in cases like Enron, these folks are jumping off bridges and jumping off buildings. Life is no longer worth living anymore because their life savings, essentially their essence throughout all their life, is already jumped off the bridge. So they're just following it. That's insane. That's not what your life is. We're supposed to be having so much more value than that, and we do have so much more value than that. And not everybody even reacts like that. But the fact of the matter is, some do, and that's why. It's 11:16. Moderna's doing okay, I think. It's right at that 383 level. I'm going to turn up the AC, see if that helps. My AC has a small little problem with it too. It works, but it's not working as good as it should. Yeah. And I do a lot of idling. You wouldn't believe how much a car can actually idle. Alright, let's go to this other side and take a look. Nope, that can't help. When it was at 34, dropping down, $1.50 on any side of the fence is no good. And that's exactly what happened with AMC. Yeah, but we got time, so I think that'll come back. On Moderna, we're still doing good. We're just waiting for that next breakout. I don't want to see these breakouts take too long, and we don't want to see like yesterday, and I don't think it will be. I mean, we do have a little downspout thing here, and it might come right back to it, but I don't think it needs to. That's for sure. And, we'll see. There's several factors in whether it really needs to or not. And you see where it is here. Running into a little bit more difficulty. Yeah, I think if it starts bobbing down, we're going to have to throw some more energy into it. Let's go, Moderna. Let me get on my writing. We'll go ahead and move that over. Whoops, where'd I go with that? Oh, here we go. And let's write something special here. Oh, let me turn on so you could see what's going on. Hang on. I'm going to turn on over here your phone. And then I'll have to move it. There we go. That light's right in my eyes, by the way. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, there you go. Yep, so right now we're at 381.15. Let's start writing. Lifting very powerful ways. That's in your way. You're not getting a good view. Let's see. How did I fix that yesterday? I know what to do. Hang on. This is how you fix it. It's getting ready to come over. Almost got it fixed. Alright. Alright, there you go. let's get back to what I'm writing. Now you can follow along. I think that's a good message. Any further, it's probably too much. I should split this up a bit. These messages get too long. You got to split them up into paragraphs. It hits people better. There we go. How come I'm not? Where's my corrector? I want to know where my corrector went. See, it's allowing awful spelling. I don't like that. That's actually a good thing to say, huh? And right now, Moderna is back to 384, going on 385. So this is perfect timing for this message. Alright, I don't get to have my spell check jump in. I don't know why. I don't even know why. Transfer it over. Okay, I'm pasting it in and sending it out. Alright, you seen how that worked. I have to do a couple more of those. Keep some good vibes coming in. And we have a good chance, really. Right. Oh, that's awesome, Miffy. I'm so happy to hear that. Yeah, Jason, I'm so happy to hear that. It does go up. Look, I just hit again, and here it goes. There's a lot of people who are listening. You know, I do have a very strong word in the market. A lot of people trust it because I use love. I'm not trying to hurt them, and I'm right a lot. But I'm not pig-headed. And yeah, over there it does make a difference. And so guess what? We're only 288 down for the day for today. But we're still 10 grand down for yesterday, 9 grand. So we need to make that up. And we can get there. We're at 386. I'm telling you, if I had the money, I'd be buying calls. I would have already bought them. They'd be making money. But I don't have that choice. So I'm pushing for the big run. I want to see go to 440. Let's go. Then I get to have big money. Big for us. Let's face it, these guys that are taking from us, I mean, I don't know what more they can do with the mountains of money they got. They can hurt us more. $386, now we're going to head towards 390. I'm telling you, God is working too. I mean, let's face it, the things that I tell you, have you ever heard that elsewhere? Nope, never did. I already know it. The things I say are so unique. I've put so much effort into understanding the truths that people don't get. I talk to people far and wide, elderly people, adults all over. They give me their ear. I speak to them. I hear them. What are your issues? I hear you, brother. I hear you, sister. They tell me their issues, and I speak to them based on what their lives are. And it really works. And so don't worry about, we always have a little natural comeback to each push. And here we go. And I'm not considering selling anything. I'll go ahead and put on our other look, our other view here. I have nothing in consideration for sale. I'm not even considering it. Because my attitude about it is, if something's up, I'm not, look here, like this one in the money. Nope, not even considering it, because I got too far to go. If we have a good day today, it'll be those deep in the money calls that are consequential, and we don't get to come in and out. We're not rich, so our only option is all or nothing, and they made it like that. They designed it like that. And then one of these jokers and characters come here and they start laughing. Oh, you don't have 25,000? They put a bunch of laugh signs. You got to watch out for the mocking devils. And now they're not all like that. There's a lot of people who have tons of money who come in. They're just as concerned as we are about these same things. And those are the smart ones, because they understand they could be doing better too. This market should be going up more consistently. We should be building our companies. It's when we're going up consistently, is that when we get to change. I'm going to go ahead and work on another message now. You guys will get to see how we do this in live time. If you're new here, I'm your Happy Healer lover. Let's roll. Crazy day we are having in the market. You are having the market. We are together in the market. Welcome to it. Happy days are ahead for Moderna. Let's see if I can open a new window and get a better result on this thing here. It's really bothering me because I want to be able to do perfect Let's see if I get a better result. There's that. Yep. My little thing is back. I hope it stays back. That's annoying. I thought it was more consistent than that. That's Grammarly. That's not free, but it's a really strong writing tool. And I'm a pretty good writer as it is. I just want every advantage to be my very best, so that the things I'm doing I can make an effect on. That's the truth of it. So we're at 384.50. We're looking to go to 385. We're still kind of, even at 386 in this point, kind of breaking through that 385. Let's go ahead and, if you would like, we'll explore. We haven't been doing that a lot, but we'll explore what's going on here with this pricing. I mean, we're at the top. So first off, relax. We're at the very top, okay? We're making very healthy moves. Look, we came down here, and we, right there, okay? And then we still managed to come up here. It looks like it's getting ready to turn around. And before we go too far, we'll go ahead and show you what's going on. Yeah, I miss my daddy. I miss my brother. Greed health takes so much from us. There's a little wall at 385, see it? But we can climb right through that. We can go right through that, if you know what I mean. We're down in 383.50, but it's still not off that far from 385. Okay. Yep. We're starting to come back up a little bit. We'll see how that turns out. Let's go ahead and see how GameStop's doing. Look at that. I wonder, that must have translated in AMC, right? Oh yeah. See, you can only knock it down so far before it comes back up again. That's why I like buying at those levels, but you know, then it comes back down. If it comes back down, maybe even in the same day, you know. Oh man, that's the part that hurts. But we just want to see it run. I think it's due for it to run. And also Moderna. I think Moderna's due to run. And it is running. See the pattern it's making? Just let Moderna do what it's doing. We're not even at noon yet. And we have a bunch of fudgers out there. You see how they're talking to me? I'm over here. They talk with hell. They don't talk with love. They talk so mean. Here's my comment. Did any of them comment on it? Surely it's probably, they blocked me so I can't see their comments. Alright, but then if you go down further, oh wait, let's go back to my comment. And we'll go to my head here, and da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so what we notice is there's some other comments here. Alright, who are you? Yeah, that's messed up. Shut up, right? So there's no reason to say that. That's not true. Yep. Yeah. I'm not going to I mean, I don't like the energy of some people, you know. I might write to him on the other thing. This is messed up. Doesn't matter. Now, the thing about it is, if we get it over 400, we can get a good FOMO going that takes us straight to another level. And right now we're going over 385 again. We're getting ready to come up on it. You know, this guy's saying, oh, it's not a buy-in time, but that's wrong. I think it is. Of course, I can't buy in with anything right now. I'm kind of locked. But, I mean, I'm just telling you what the 411 is in my mind. Of course, all of it's a gamble at this point, right? We all know that coming in. We either make big money or we lose big money, but we're certainly out to make the big money, not to lose it. That's a foolish errand. And I don't even like the idea of... know why I don't like puts? Because the companies I'm looking at are always companies I believe in, and I don't get into it unless I believe it's a positive earner. It's got good possibility to make good money, and I can't imagine going on a put on such a company I love. I do it when I know that the chart says it's right, but it always feels awful, doesn't it? And that's what I'll never get with the guys who do that constantly. And oh, that's the way to make money in America, trust me. You know, I'm like, I don't agree with that, man. I know Meaty McGreedy does like that, but man, I just know the damage it does. And once you get to a certain level, it's like, who cares? You've already killed so many. No, that's wrong. You can't think like that. Alright, let me go ahead and finish what I'm doing here. So this one went pretty well. So I said here, I believe we'll have a good afternoon. The market is looking very strong to me. As you can see, Moderna lifts with the market in very strong ways. Due to the strong showing it just showed, that is also rise as the... I've missed my place. Oh, it's right there. That also rised as the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose, and so did the SPY. That means we didn't even need a market drop and triggering of hedge funds that buy their short positions back. Instead, our bulls are strong enough to begin the run. That means if we make a good showing to above 400, that will trigger FOMO buying, which usually is enough to trigger the short squeeze. And then if we really get it going, we trigger a gamma squeeze. All of this is possible on a day like today. Hold out, bulls, and buy. This may be the best price you ever see on Moderna when that kind of momentum is in it. Yep, that's the 411. Alright, let's get back to the comments. I'm sure they have a lot of FUD, so it's still fighting through that level, but I think we'll do okay. We're a little bit sideways. When in doubt, zoom out. Let's get to this chart. I think that's better to look at right now, so you could see. See? And you're looking at like this full morning now. Actually, look at the full morning. There's a trajectory here. I just noticed that. Forget the trajectory that's going down. There's a trajectory that starts here. Same thing like yesterday. I'll show it to you. It has some wobble, then it picks right back up on its trajectory. It's got a trajectory. It's going to the moon. Look at the trajectory that starts from earlier. Now, we're going to go back at yesterday's. I'm going to show you just how the same thing happened then. If I can get back far enough. It's kicking to get back. It's hard to get back on this thing. There we go. Alright, let me use the 5-day function. Alright, so we're on an upswing here. Now, if you go back to yesterday, today's the 20th, right? If you go back to yesterday, you zoom in on yesterday, 20th. Now you see here, this is the level I'm talking about. It's going straight up right there, right? Well, on yesterday, let's see, this is the pull back again. These are the dates. Okay, so 8:20 here. So this would have been yesterday, just after market close. So if you pull back, now do you see that morning market? Because the day before we were at 400. Do you see that morning market right there? It had a trajectory, right? And all it did was, once the market opened right here, we felt like it was doing its own thing, but it just continued that entire trajectory. Now, we have a trajectory here, same thing. And I think it's going to continue it, and I hope it does. There it is. So we could I'm telling you. You know, I feel like no matter what it does, it has a good reason to go back to that. And that means it should be, let's see, if you follow that, it should give us almost a time when it's at 400. We lose our ability to look at it like that. Let's see, we'll go back to the month calendar, see if we can do that now. Yeah, all right, let's see. Let's see, by zooming in, maybe we can manage. I don't think so. It starts changing the way you see it. All right, so this is our trajectory. Maybe if, so we get to 400 on this trajectory this afternoon sometime. Or it could go till tomorrow. Somebody's go for multiple days. I don't think it's going to do that. I think we're going to get a good go today. It looks like it. And look, we're already on an upswing. Whenever you see that first one going up, like you come back here, that's the exact beginning to when it begins to look up even on further peaks. Like right here, it's going up, and then it even went further up. We're, in the grand scheme of things, we're not that far off of 400. The only thing is Moderna's not moving as fast as it was lately. And I talked about that about a week ago, about its its volatility going down, and that really bothered me because it bothers me for the sake of the pricing on our Greeks values. And we really got chewed up. So really our only hope is, like I said earlier, beating up past that strike price and going the distance. Yeah, I do. I have calls for next week. But not on Moderna. I have calls that go into, I'll show them to you. And it's starting to go back up now. So is AMC. So it might come back up to that line or it might not. All right, here are my calls. See the AMC ones right there? Those go until October 1st. Those are the only other ones I have going. So today will be consequential. That if we run today, I get to make some money back. If we don't, then I'm knocked into next week with a portfolio that's dramatically reduced. I'll be around 20, maybe 2,400. I mean, these things are already not possessing that much value. We need to run harder. Calls are easy. They're cheap to buy right now. I just have no buying power. These are the days, and you remember, where I would pick up 20 calls and then just ride them up. I have very good days. It could have already been super profitable just doing that. That's why I like Fridays. Like, had we picked them up earlier, and I would have, and rode them right up and then sold them. Like remember when I say you get the number of calls to meet your expectations? So say I had to make $8,000 on the day. Well then, moving in 10 points is enough to make $8,000, especially on a Friday. If you buy them low, like say you get them at that low point, and you ride it up at least, 10 points. And we've already had that today. I mean, look at the strike price. You could get in, let's go into the market here for the strike price. We're doing okay. We're at 383.09 right now on Moderna. And so let's just, keep that in a positive state in our mind. Don't let it go. But look at these prices for buying a strike call. If you want a 385, and right now we're already, at that price of 383.14, and so we're in the mid 383s, let's say. 382, well, let's just say 383. And the 330, the 385 calls are, $2. Well, it's gone up some. So we'll see what happens here. But you get my point? It's a lot cheaper. And as soon as you pull away from that number at all, it drops dramatically. The 390 calls are 78 cents. So, let's say you buy these 13-cent ones right here, right? I could probably get a couple of those. And you buy the 13-cent ones, right? And then later on, when this thing runs up like we expect it to, that'll be worth a lot more. Did it cancel? Yeah. I gotta change accounts. Alright, let's try it again. Let's get the 13-cent one. If I could buy one, I'll try and buy another. I'm doing whatever I can to try and pick up on this thing. Oh, that one went through, I think. Yep. Alright, let's try and buy one more. That one was canceled. I got no more money. Alright. I got $13.61 to work with. See what I mean? They're cheap. That should be enough. Let's see, 10 to 12. Yeah, it should be enough right there. I should be able to buy one. Why can't I buy one? Oh, that one did go through. Let me see. Yep. Okay, so I bought 2 more calls. Oh, these are desperate calls, man. But if this thing runs to if it gets up there, you'll see it'll gain its value. It'll climb up that scale. And it could be even a 10x bet right there, So there's ways to come up on cheap money. If I had the money, being that that's totally possible today, we got the right energy, you could put look, it's already down to 9 cents now. Right? And, it could be that it goes nowhere. And the market's saying it's going nowhere. But, the market doesn't know even as much as anyone else. So let's say 9 cents, man, you can get yourself a good return if that thing goes up to, 4.10. Imagine, on 9 cents, that'll turn a profit for sure. You can more than 10x that. It just has to run a little bit. So we have 2 directions arguing which way should Moderna go. And it seems like the upward direction is winning because we could see both patterns. One was looking down. And that pattern looked like a temporary pattern that can't hold. So it's not going anywhere. Except for if it does get into a position where it can hold, then we're looking at a different predicament. And if that happens, or if I notice that happening, I'll say so. But right now, I don't see that as the case. Right now, I see we went up quite a bit, and we're kind of leveling off. We went up from down here. We were a little bit in a depressing area. If you bought some good, positions, which I think, of course, are calls, then you would be up here with us right now, 10 points up. If you could have afforded it, like at that level, I would have happily bought as many as that I could have of contracts, I wasn't even looking at it, but I have no money. So essentially, when I do pick them up, it's just, okay, they became so cheap at that point, now I can afford a 1 or 2. And actually, I bought throughout the day, I bought 4 of them, or 3 of them, I want to say, 3 or 4. And I'll tell you what, if this thing runs, those 3 or 4 can make the difference between thousands on that account, even though they're so cheap. And I'm not counting out Moderna. I see the trend. We'll go over it again. I see that trend right there. See it from earlier? Started down here, right? It's about 8 a.m. it started because it was beat up, and then it was like, no, I know my value. Oh wait, what happened? And then it starts going up, and then massively up. That looked good, but then we came back down, and I was like, whoa, okay, all right, then we're done. And boom, 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 right back up. And I think that it's gonna just follow this line right here. Never mind all the extra movement, and that's its goal. And I think following that line will get it to 400, probably around 2 o'clock. So we got a fight ahead of us if it's going to go like that. And so, and then when we get to 400, I think that'll be showing us strong, and we'll have a fight then. Let's see, we're down to 381 right now, so definitely coming back to that. I still believe in that line. To get back to this line, we would have to get down to 369 to get back into that level. I don't see that happening. You know what I'm talking about, right? This subline right here. That was a new direction. It fell, and then it took on this subline. Nah, that ain't going anywhere. I don't believe that. We're going back up again. There is that magnetic, upward pressure. Now you see there's just this tiny little, look, you could almost see it's like a pattern coming down, but it would have to go so far to meet up with that other pattern. So in a way, it's its own pattern. After it runs for a little bit, it strikes up. So we might be getting ready for a strike up again, bringing us to new highs. I expect that is so totally possible right now, looking at the chart. That's exactly what happened here after this fall. It struck back up again. And that's exactly how this one can do the same thing. With never minding this piece right here. That was nice, but you could cut it off like a saw. Yep, so at one point we got to where we were, a little positive on the day. Then we were like, $50 negative on the day. Right now we're $963 negative on the day. The account is $2,500. If all goes to hell today in a handbasket, which I don't believe will happen, but if that does happen, then my account will be reduced to my cash buyout of that one position on AMC, together added up with the remaining positions on AMC, which will be close to around $2,000, I'd imagine. So it's not gonna be a good thing if that happens. So I'm really hoping for, this thing to take off. But again, like I said, I made that call from the get-go. I'm not going to be a wimp about it and start whining and crying about the outcome. Let me go ahead and give you guys a better view right now while we're not sending messages. We'll send messages again soon. But, this is a better view for now. But 383, we're up to 383. And let's see what you guys are saying over here. I love talking with you, but sometimes you don't talk much, so I don't look at it. But, you are talking now, so let's see. It's always 420 every day. LOL, right? Today I need 440. Yeah, I know. Today we need further. Oh well, we're gonna take what we can get, Jason, and we'll see. If by 3 o'clock it's giving us a good gift, right? The only thing we got to do is sell before 4, and sell before the. Of course, the other objective is to sell before Webull or the other, brokers sell out of our positions for us. That will happen around 3 o'clock or 3:30. I think on some of these it's earlier, and on some of them it's later. On the one I'm on, which is Ameritrade, TD Ameritrade, they use Thinkorswim. That's the little app I'm on. That one is So we're at 383.50 right now, or 37. Yeah, you're right, Jason, on that. I've seen that many times. I'm a bull. Miffy, I'm glad to see you're with us on this. I hope you stick with us on this too. And I answered your question about whether I have weekly calls for next week. Now, they don't expire next week. So in that case, yeah, I hope we get up there to 420, lovers. Where did Techno go? We like having Techno around here. Institutions are the BTC algorithm. Won't allow BTC to 200K. Remember when I said that we need to get Cardano up to $10? Let's see where Cardano is. Right now we are at 383.31 on Moderna. It's just fine. Remember, I think we have a long and protracted, we're only at 4 noon, and we have a long and protracted ride up to, 480. Ha-ha, 480. How would you like that? All right, let's just say, let's hope we get some money back today. Really. Let's really hope we get some money back today. And let's just be humble about that. And I'm telling you, at the end of the day, you have to accept what it is. Enjoy your weekend. Don't let it make you sour, please. That's insane. Money comes and goes. You know that. How old are you? You've seen it. We're getting a lot of love over here. Some people like it on the... Oh, that's my main channel. That was the other day. What's that? Oh, yeah. Right. My re-elected group likes a lot of these kinds of memes. Yeah. This is MoneyManitcs on Facebook if you ever want to go there and check it out. We have 40 new page likes. And for some reason, everything I do blows up a lot more on Facebook than it does on YouTube. I don't know why. I'm trying to get YouTube to go. You see, I'm putting a lot of effort in it. But Facebook always goes quicker for some reason for me. I feel like I hit a lot of, blocks on YouTube. I have a moderation alert over here. This man doesn't like seeing our nation sold out by Washington politicians. Yep, I sure don't. They want to know who is selling out of this country. All are the ones that hate Trump, are hiding dirty laundry in their failed oath of office, they told you. There's so much hate right now going on. I don't see how that's a problem. If that's the way he feels, keep it. I believe in free speech. That's so important. I have a vibrant group over here on Facebook. On YouTube, it's like a dead doornail, but I don't care. I'm not here just for, all those views. I'm here for the difference we can make. I like you guys. I like you, Jason. I like you. I like all of you, the ones that are coming here. I love you guys. And Techno and Millie and all the people that show up. I love you all. Thank you for coming. Continue to enjoy what we're doing. We can build it up a special thing. And you know what? It'll be really special as we go. I know it will. And there's no two ways about it. So, yep. The price now is at $383.74. I don't just, when you do friend requests like this, you really got to look at where they're coming from, because a lot of times these guys are scammers. They don't know who you are, and they're only friending you so that they could ask for money. And they never knew you. They didn't invest in anything. They, sometimes they're trying to get you to pay for their good looks. Like, so powerful. Here's my good looks. Go pay for them. No. Yep. I don't know if she's fake or not, but I would imagine she is. Just seems that way to me. Sandy is pretty good. She runs another group. And then if you go on these, this is my, here are my, let's see, notifications. And this is one of my, I have 30 of these groups. So, and they get a lot more, like here's, I just posted this 13 hours ago, right? And here I have 608 likes. And yet I'm spending all my time on this YouTube trying to blow it up, because I know that it's the right thing. We could do something very special here. Right now we are at 381.72. Let's see how far off we are from that marker point that we're all looking at. Whoops. Oh, now, yeah, 381. So yeah, I mean, it's moving down a bit, but it's not that dramatic. It's coming right back up again. See it? There it is. It's not that, it really wants to go up. It's gonna be what it's gonna do is really fake these bears out. Remember, it's a bear killer too. It's like a bear trap as it rises, because yesterday it was doing the same stuff similar. It's costing us all. But right now it's not costing us all. It's actually coming up. For me, I'm just in it. I'm in it. There's no two ways about it. We're taking it to the finish line. And hoping for the best. Gonna carry through. God, let's go along. And so we got to open up both sides. That's only half the picture. All accounts. See? Nothing's there. Come on, wake up, wake up. What's going on? We got good internet, don't worry. Let's try this again. There you go. Okay, so we're looking at all accounts. We're down 741 because we are up on AMC. We took some of our losses back, and we are up on mRNA. And we're hoping that it goes the distance. It's already at 385. I told you I think it would come back and mark back to this line here that we've got going on. Forget everything else, it's this line. So it should be at 390 by around, like I said, by 2 o'clock or less. No, that was 400 by around, hopefully around 2 o'clock. So we'll see how that pans out. It's noon right now. It's 12:07. So we can come back here. But yeah, they have a very vibrant group over here. I preach to them. These are Trump folks, and I voted for Trump. So based on our mutual, preference for Trump versus, Democrats, let's say, but I ran as a Democrat for president. So I'm really about unity, actually. And also I also have groups where I go to on the other side, and I bring everybody to the middle. I have really good progress and hope with this. A lot of people are grasping on to the things that I'm saying. They are agreeing to it. right now. You know, they really are loving it. So, and I love them. Right now we are going at 384.35, so just fighting through that level right there. I think we'll do okay. Okay, so oh, this is in the group right here. Okay, here you go. So this group has 906 members. They're all very vibrant members, and you know, there's a bunch of posts in this. It's a busy group. I love it. And I get to, you know, help really foster. And that's how you do it. You foster community, and then, you know, you're able to speak to that community. And normally people run from these deep things, but because you have them in a very unique way, you can make progress, and they're with you, and they're learning. So that's the beautiful thing. Now I have them following all the things I'm doing, and just because we have a shared interest that we can build community around. And that's what you're seeing here. That's the beautiful aspect, what's coming out of it. It's that thing. All right, let's get back over here. There's one other thing I wanted to check. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you this. Let's see. Hold on. Reelect, notifications. So there's always something new going on with that. I have a lot going on there. Pecan mounted on your photo. No, I want to get down to the other videos. There's Jonathan Taylor Thomas. I used to have such a crush on that boy, when I was growing up my whole life. So now now this is what he looks like now. No, that was then. That's more recent. He's still very handsome, my goodness. No, that's getting boyish, really boyish. Remember, we're the same age. Okay, so we got Sonia Phillips here. Yeah, see, I tell them what's going on, and they agree with me. They really agree with me. Some of these are new, so they don't have as many likes, but other ones have a ton of them. What is this one about? Oh, okay, this was about, I was speaking about a lot of stuff, including the situation with China. They're building a lot of nuclear stockpiles. Yep, see all these here? Reacted to your link. I don't think that's the new one. Maybe it is. No. Yeah, this is actually another one where I was just writing about what's going on with this Afghanistan stuff. And a lot of people are responding to that. They don't like the way that is. And here I just wrote a complete long, you know, message. And that's all that one is. But that was for our next program. I haven't, right now, by the way, we are at 384, so we're kicking along. I'm going to write a message over there soon. Here's a guy, thanks for building the community. That's awesome. I love that. I don't know if I responded to that. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Thanks for building the community. Huh. Let's see. Here's somebody's. People start their own little rooms, you know, they're welcome to do that. You know, I block very little on the group. That's true. There's a lot of stuff in here just written that, doesn't mean it's factual. It's just what it is. This one was the one I wrote. It went into the group. See how vibrant the group is, though? That's what I'm showing you. Like, there's a lot of life going on here. Okay. I think that's really important, is having a group that loves each other. Otherwise, you don't get to foster that togetherness. They don't keep coming back. And that's why we need a Discord group, Jason and Techno and everybody else that's on board here. All right, we're doing good. We're at 385. I suspect we're going to make a jump up here. That's what I hope is going to happen. And it'll just break that 390 when it does and get back to that line somewhat. What do y'all say? Does that sound like a good plan? Or do you want to go back? I already know you don't want to go back. So we're down for the day, 632. Come on, let's go, baby. Yeah, we don't want to go back. No way, Jose. We're in it for the long haul. We've already accepted in a way that this can end ugly and what it will look like and what it means to each one of us. But we're staying locked and loaded for a better reality. I know that it's so right there. There it is, 386.39. Here we go. Let's write a message to accompany these folks with this good movement. Hi folks, I know there are many new investors. I've been busy with my own show all about Moderna. Moderna has been an amazing company to invest in given its place in this world. It has been making my investors, let's see. No, that's a bad wording. start fixing some of these spelling errors and get it on out. Let's put some space between these. And, you know, good areas. You don't just put a space anywhere, you know. Right. Alright, that's the way it's going to go. Alright, we're at that 386 level still, so we are looking good on this chart. We just got to break through. We got to make quicker movement. We got to start picking up the pace. AMC's at 32.88. We're going to take a look at the general market right after I'm done making this. Let's go ahead and give you this other option view here. You've seen it happen, so let's go ahead and give you that view. Alright, let's go ahead and put this comment in. Take it from my main computer, the iMac. There you go. Now, isn't that like magic? Look at that. No problems. Perfectly said. I'll even add a couple of emojis. Yep. That's it. The sentiment right now is still hanging with the bears. I don't know. A lot of that is for what's going on here. Worth the risk. 375 puts. Here I come. LOL. Whatever that means. Paging Dr. Bear. Please tell me not to get vaccinated. They're the anti-vaxxers, man. I think being a bear in Moderna makes you an anti-vaxxer even when you weren't. Because the psychological push, they begin to hate this vaccine, and they'll take any bad news on it and run. Okay, so we are at 385.44. Let's start doing some chart reading. Man, this day's got to take off better. Come on. Oh, what you got to say in the comments, huh? Fill me in. Boom, boom, boom. There it is, Jason says. There's a new news article. We'll take a look at that. I'm not ashamed if I make any of this back. I'm putting it straight in God's hands. I know that God has nothing to do with money. I'm just saying I'm going to be positive about what it is. That's right, Jason. God bless you, and God sees you, and God knows that for you. And that's just the way that works. So you know what? You see how I'm doing it. Just borrow some of that courage, and you know, it doesn't really make much of a difference, my friend, in the grand scheme of things. You know what makes a difference? When we're doing God's work. And you know what? Sometimes some of the things we do get in the way of that. I could tell you that this whole endeavor and everything I'm doing with all of the channels is about doing God's work. So that is a great thing to attach to. All right, we are out for benefit, though. We have to take care of ourselves. We have to love each other, but that's not even possible unless we love ourselves first. We understand the value that each and one of us hold. And that was really a first step for me. It's the first step for anyone. And I've always been pretty good at taking on things, but truly loving myself and putting myself first in that way, no, I wasn't. Like if I was going on a date, which I don't do that anymore, I'm focused 100% on the things I'm doing here for God and all of us. But sometimes people want to date me now. It's funny, when I'm focused on the things that are important, people are focused on me. All of a sudden, now I'm more date material. You know what? That is exactly what getting to the right things do for all of us. It becomes so much sweeter. Yeah, that's it. We're in it for, this is a death struggle. We could cash out and be a little bit up. That's at least my predicament. I don't see the sense in doing it, honestly. To be at 2,800 or to be at 2,000 when it's all, I wouldn't even be as low as 2,000, I think, but yeah, maybe. Nah, I'll just go the distance. I've already gone this far. You know what I mean? That's why at every stage, if you're not allowed to get in and get out again and get in and do that, then you're likely to stay in. That's how the system is built, for us to fail. But we often do good still. And if we do good now, that'll be great, despite the system. And we did good despite the system, but it gives and it takes also. But aside from giving and taking, it's a broken system. But we know that going into it, right? It doesn't mean it's fair. Got to start thinking about lunch, fellas. It's $3.85, the Moderna. I know, you know what we tend to do? We want to see things start turning our way. Our appetite really settles in when we get to about $3.95. Once we're over $2.05, then our hunger really starts. All right, I'm very hungry right now. I get it. The nerves on this are shattering. It's okay. It's not that big of a deal, though. I mean, I get it for a lot of people, though. For me, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm down $9,400 from, in this movement. It could go any way still. I mean, obviously, we're looking for what amounts to about a half a miracle or so. But it's not that big of a miracle because it's just a matter of Moderna doing what she's always done. Moderna hasn't been Moderna-like in a good bit. I mean, to take on a real good run would show us the Moderna we know. Really. And I think she has it in her. I think she wants to do it. I don't think, although she's being attacked. I mean, I'm not talking about it like I did the other day, but ultimately we are going up, and that's it, while she's being attacked. I don't like that she gets attacked at all. Of course, let's see what's going on in the general market. Let's go take a look around. Is up. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up. Meaty McCready's FUD is wrong. They're always reactionary. As much as they say they're brilliant and they charge, the guy makes $1 million a year giving lessons. It's such a chicey, the way he does it, it's so wrong. Upsells everything. I don't know if you know Meaty McCready or not. Do you guys know Meaty McCready? Have you ever watched his channel? Oh, you're down 9,500, Jason. Okay. Do you know Meaty McCready, this guy? So the SPY is up. And Moderna's up. So it can all go up together. That's one way it can go up too. But we need Moderna to separate from them and to go up faster. 385.35. I don't think they're getting it lower than 380 anymore. That's out. And we got 3.5 hours to the market, although we need to make quicker movement than that. Not bad. We got from 372 to 385.5 within this time. If we do something similar to that, we'll be right at 400. That'll get us some back. But no, we want more than that, don't we, Jason? Do you want more than that? How many contracts are you holding on to, Jason? I think mine was 13 of them. I counted them out earlier. Maybe it was more than that. I'm not really that concerned with cashing them out or anything like that. The in-the-money ones need to stay that way. I mean, I'm doing it my way. Honestly, it might cost me in the end. But I'm looking to make a massive move up. If this thing moves, I'm looking to move with it with all of my contracts. All right, so we got 1, 4, 5, 6, 10. Here we have 11, 12, 14, 17. We have 17 contracts. Yeah, that guy, he's something else, Jason, I'll tell you. He's not a bad guy. He does just like how Greed Hell teaches to do and is so successful at it. He makes a really good example, smiling, destroying the world as he goes, not even knowing the difference, knowing it, but hey, this is America, you know, being happy about the progress. Yep, his name is actually, he goes by Meat Kevin. I call him Meaty McGreedy because that to me is more fitting. But his name is Kevin Paffrath, and he likes to go by Meat Kevin. He wanted to run as Meat Kevin. I'm telling you, the guy got excited because he's seen me. He has 1.6 million viewers. They were all starting to get to know me because of inside the chat. I was always there expressing my, Happy Healer lover. And they just, I think I inspired Meaty McGreedy to run. And now I am the birth father of a monster who's doing greed on a new level. He's running for governor, and he's getting noticed. I'm not going to say it until it's over. Okay, we're at 385.11. See, I never had to even mention the other word. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this thing. That really is very inconsequential. It's just going back and forth at these small levels. I'm ready for a push, man. I'm ready to push for the stars. I mean, it actually got down here at one point. Look at that, 382. When was that? That was not too long ago. We're gonna push, come on. Let's see what my letters are doing. That's practically what I write, right? But I want to be taken seriously. I don't want to have a bunch of misspellings. That's when people don't respect it, you know? And they still, right now there's a lot of, people, they don't build themselves up very well. So when things aren't going their way, they're very reactionary. They're very melancholy, they're very, but the moment things come up, they're like, they're full of life again. Man, it's like the world, Greed Hell is so controlling them with every little move. Man, that sucks. The words, they're triggered by everything Greed Hell says. That's the part that's killing us. Yes, sirree. 1, 2, 3. We got a day ahead of us. We got a day ahead of me. So we've got 10 Moderna contracts all total. I will never go into this deep at once again. I've learned my lesson. Right, Jason? That's right. Lesson learned, brother. That's the way it goes. And you can see now, I learned a lot of those deep lessons too. Trust me, your lessons are costing you less just because you're hearing me. And let me tell you something. Those lessons, man, you learn a lot. You learn that these contracts in the final week lose a lot of their value. If you bought it for 3 weeks, you wouldn't have been able to buy but maybe 3 contracts instead of 10, maybe 4, but they'd all have possibility to them that lasts for a whole nother 3 weeks. I think that's the way to go on these, man. You see my what do you call it, my AMC contracts, and those are pretty risky contracts to hold, riskier than these in a lot of ways. It's just that I expect a run on them, and they hold their value not because of what the stock price is. They hold their value because of, you know, those Greeks, how far it is in the distance. I put for that October 1st. So that's the rest of August, all of September, and then October 1st. That's where Jonathan Taylor Thomas's birthday is. He's probably got a small wiener. All right, let's see here. 383.55. It's where we're at. That doesn't mean a lot in the grand scheme of things. We're right on this line here now. See it? It's actually on that line. It's still on it. It just needs to come up some. And that line begins down here at 380, 360. They got it pretty low in the pre-market. It begins down here and it's still going up on that line. It pulled away from it a little bit, but trust me, it's got a magnetic pull back to that line. We'll see how that works out, right? Together. Yeah, it's good to not go in any deep. You know, like, let's say those worked out for you, Jason. Then you'd look like an all-star, right? That's what you're learning. You'd look like an all-star, and it might even make you more egotistical about it all. So for sure of yourself. But really, humility saves you so much. And there is a big difference. Remember when we drop and I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's get out now. It costs $2 or $3 grand to do that sometimes. But man, I'll tell you what, $2 or $3 grand from 12 grand is 9 grand still left. You know, like, there's a big difference, right? So that's why that works. That's why you can be successful in these things if you move quick enough. And I said the lesson, but I stuck into it. And that's because of the pattern day trader rule. I wanted to stay with the game. I didn't want to just give up on the game. But that's the thing. We're at a disadvantage. So it's important to realize that disadvantage with the pattern day trade rule. And you know, if you can get up to 25,000 in your account, and what you really need is 30, so that you can take the hits when you need to, and it won't stop you from trading. And then you'll be free. You can trade how you like. Nice, right? You know, you can get out and then get back in, and now you can play the movements really good. That's what I would like. That's what I would love to have. I didn't ever have that yet. You know, now, had I have all the money that I lost in options, if I had it all at once now, I would have about 50 grand, I'd say, maybe, because, I mean, I really lost a lot. It was an expensive lesson for me. And then I did good, you know. I learned how to do it, and it took patience, but, you know, I did good on this one, but then here it is, up against the wire again. And, you know, that's what options are, you know. That's the thing that sucks about them. That's why I like the idea of doing, you know, crypto. It's still very aggressive. I'm aggressive. I need aggressive plays because I need progress, right? So, all right. And I always say, don't just do what I'm doing. Do what feels right and what's comfortable for you. So there's a lot of aggressive people. You just got to accept that you're an aggressive guy in that way. And also that we're kind of stuck in this world of greed hell that we're, you know, I talk about a lot. It's really true that the better world is out there that we're talking about. It's not the one that we're getting here. Let's see where we're at now. Yeah, so we're at 383.35. I don't see a problem in it. I see this generally making these same moves right here. And I see the higher lows and higher highs. I suspect it's going to snap up just like it did here. Snaps up. And so it'll snap up. And hopefully when it does, this time it'll snap up to about 387 to 388. So it's still on an upswing, but on the downside of that upswing. So that's where we're at. But We need more than that. We want to see it break through to new limits. So, that's what we're hoping for. The only thing that's on our side now, we have 3 hours and 22 minutes. Minus from that, if you're on Think and Swim, a half an hour. So, you have about 3 hours, minus 10 minutes. And on Robinhood, I don't know what time they play with your contracts on Friday, your expiring ones. You might want to roll them over if you can afford it, although that becomes more expensive, so we'll see. Maybe that's not the way. Just you can buy new ones. That's all it's really doing. It's like a trick on the mind, You're not really rolling over much because you have no value in these anyway. Your value comes in these when we get running. So let's get running. That truly is where our value is in this. We're at 383.10. We're really, there it goes. It's going to start jumping now. It's going to start jumping now. If you're new to the channel, do me a favor, please hit the like button. Come on, let's go. Jumpity jump. Jump, jump, joo. Boo, 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 boo. Jumpity joo. It needs to jump, but it takes a bit. See here, like how it did? Look, this is where we are now. See on the other side, it had to do this fidgety first, and then it jumped. And they're getting bigger too. Like you could see, this starts out smaller, and it's like getting wider. So that's the volatility. Okay, that's a beautiful thing. Hopefully it turns out into something super beautiful. That's what I'm looking for. Feed yourselves. Make sure you're nutritioned up. You gotta have energy, otherwise you'll lose this battle. On the body side of things, on how you feel. You'll feel like crap, especially later if we're still not winning and you didn't even feed your body. Don't let that happen. Alright, I'm gonna go get something put in the oven. Yep, feed your body, drink plenty of water, have some cold, if you're in the warmer, have some cold vibrations, right? Water. Agua. It's the way to go. Water is God. Struggle out there, brothers. I'm so sorry about that. It is such a struggle. Okay. Yep. We're staying out of that heat as long as we can. You know what I mean? Try and get a view here that's secondary, but at least good enough for now until my food's cooked. Alright, let's get this speaker here. Yes, sirree. We'll put it kind of right here for now, since this is the way my head is looking at it. Alright, we're expecting this thing to move. It's coming up a little bit. We expect more than that. The thing that's bothering me is not which direction it's headed. That's a good thing. It's heading in our direction. We are up on the day by, look at us. We're up on the day by, and let's go back and look, it doesn't show here, but we're up on the day by anywhere between $8 and $12. And for us, it feels like we're not moving, right? We got in deep. That's what that is. We got in deep. And so, I'll tell you what, we look like all-stars, and we still can. If it goes high like we want it to, right now, we can still look like all-stars. Although, if we had so many points to look like all-stars, and we had at least 2 points to get out of the position where we were made whole again, completely whole, with a nice extra 500, not too much, 200, negative 200, 500, in that range to be made whole again. And we didn't take it. We said like what you said, we went deep. Because we kept rejecting the notion that we needed to go to fold. And, like the Kenny Rogers song says, knowing when to hold them, know when to fold them. We rejected folding them. We were bulls all the way through. And, even that we're right, options are so unforgivable that you could make some forward progress or remain even on the day. And over the course of the week, because you're still holding on to them, they're losing massive amounts of value. How long do you have those options? Did you start with those 3-4 weeks ago? How many times did you say, no, this isn't enough profit, That's why it's like, I always say, take your profit. But that's a different game than what we're playing right now. Now we're playing the compression game. We see it getting pushed down to 381, and we're like, okay, there's a lot of pressure there. Now it needs to go to 391, and then the next one is 401. It's a tough game, but we're doing it. We are doing that game because we, at least myself, and it seems like, Jason, you're there with me, and some others are. This is common. Bulls are having it. This is common. This is not, this is unique just to us. No sirree. A lot of people are going through this. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of other points people were going through it, but not us, because we got lucky, or no, not lucky. We used smart points to get out. This time we stayed a little bit more bullish than we did smart. Or, that's why you can't be in a rush. But, having said that, it looked like a good bet at the time. You can't take it away. Moderna is negative in its value, and it should be worth more than what it is. So it's under its value. Here it comes up. It's coming up from that drop. See? Now it should bounce up all the way up to past. Large movements, and we could make, if we didn't have that limit on us on this pattern day trade rule, how much better life would be. Right now it would be pretty pointless because our damn options aren't worth anything. What we need now most is an injection in our accounts so that we can buy some more options. But, and then that could become lost. But Fridays are good for that. The options come down in price, it's like, damn. All my options have no value except for that if the price goes up. And that's exactly how it works. These things have pretty low value. That one's worth $137. That one's worth $48. This one is worth $11, but there's 2 of them, so that's $22. That's worth $5, but there's 3 of them, so that's $15, and that sums up that one. Now the other one, it's like there's not a lot there. The bottom one, there's 4 of those, but that's only $2 each, so that's like $8. That's at $4.15. Are you serious? I'll buy a couple more of those. Holy crap. Those things can run, though. That's what I don't get. They sure can run. And I think the best one is this, let's see, I can't afford the 400, but I can get the 405. Did it cancel? No, I think it went through. Filled? Yeah, I got it. So let's see what I got left. 354. So I could pick up another one of these. Why not? I mean, if it runs, it's only going to do good. And I won't be able to afford it then. It's like nothing right now. That's how little they believe it's going to happen. That was canceled. Yep, not letting me do that one. $3 is too much. Let's see. Let's come back to that. Why is that too much? Let's come here. I got 354. Why is that too much? Alright, so $3 limit. Let's see if we could do 2. Make a deal. Oh, did I change that to 1? Is it working? Oh, it's working. Give me a break. Cancel, replace. So that's at 3. I should be able to spend 3. We're talking $1 more for something that could run. Oh, now that's working, or what did it do? It canceled out. I'm still at 2, right? Yeah. So it won't let me do that 3. I don't know why. And it doesn't break down in numbers like that, so that's it. If this guy sells to me at 3, then we're good. He ain't doing it. Maybe he rose his price to 4. No? Alright, so then what I need to do... Yeah, that's not going to work. Just keep it at 2. Maybe I'll pick it up. Alright, so I bought 1 more. I mean, again, all this is about, we believe it's going to run. When it does, we'll look brilliant, and the extra contracts we picked up will actually help. It will actually help. But first it has to run. We're not talking we need 50 points. Moderna does it all the time. We're talking, give us a 20 points. What is it right now, 81? Give us 20 points. Bring us to 400, and you're sluggish, we'll sell the hell out. We'll be losing some, we'll be gaining some. I'll accept that, right? I think that's a good acceptance at this level. I mean, give us that. If we feel the energy coming on harder, maybe we'll do half and half. Maybe we'll hang all the way on and go for the distance. Maybe we'll sell on the backside coming down, and we'll take a greater loss going for the greater distance. All right, let me change my food. I'll be right back. The market's not easy, is it? It takes and it gives. Although I wish I had just put all this money right in the crypto market. That's what I was tempted to do. And then I went and got in this play. Look at this. It only knows how to go straight up on crypto. That's it. It's got no other tricks. It doesn't know anything else what to do. And even right now we're down and we're still the big time. See? And this is just a momentary down. You go to the day, see, that's just a flip down. It's going to come back up again. I think Cardano's been like wild, man. Now it's volatile, yeah. But it's wild. Cardano right now, 249. Got up to 258. It takes these blocks back and forth. Bitcoin is running at, 48. It's running up, soon it'll be at 50, I think. Dogecoin it got out there, but now it's at 33, but it even got as high as 35 or something. What is that? 30? I don't know why it's not showing. It's at 33. Ethereum. I think Ethereum's cheap right now. It didn't catch up because it was having all that bad news. All right, I'll be right back. Wow, it's like freaking blizzard out. I mean, blizzard hot? Yeah, that's like the wrong word. It's so hot out there. I don't know if you've ever been in Florida during the summer, but it's really hot. Whew. All right, let's get back to the other screen. And that's even with a downspout. Look at that. It'll be at 4,000 soon at that rate. Watch. Watch by next Monday. All right, we're coming back up on Moderna. Now we're at 382.70. Let's see on that curve. Yep. That's that come back around. Let's see where it goes. Let's back out of this view and get to this one. Now we'll go to the 1 day. Okay, we're at the 1 day. There it is. I mean, we're just looking for that breakout still. Time now is almost 1 o'clock. Maybe I don't want to wait all the way till this is not a power hour battle. We need to begin coming up now on this level. We sat here for a good hour and a half. We need to come up now. So that's our goal. There's really not much to cash in unless we do come up. So we got to come up now. And I wonder how many of us are in this predicament at this level and how much that's holding it back. Although the Bulls and the Bears are, I guess, no matter which level you're at, it's very consequential right now. So it could be anywhere. So honestly, it could run, and that's what we want. If it runs, guess what? They're not going to have to pay all those Bears who've been calling it the downspout and all this stuff that they're sitting on, all that money. All that can be, all that damage could go away if it goes up. I haven't looked at it. Maybe I'm wrong. But I imagine there's a lot of jeopardy and losing money on the bear side too. So really you can go in any direction. That's the truth. When I get into Happy Force 1 and I get my studio set up, I'm going to look so much better in doing this. I mean, really, I think maybe I was thinking about doing my show where, like, I was behind a curtain. Not a curtain, but, like I'd have, just so you'd hear my voice with the digital, everything else would be, some other digital representation, but not my van. I was thinking about that. But then I'm like, people want to see behind, they want to see everything, but then I'm like, not really. They only want to see if it looks perfect. I don't know. Like, I'm conflicted on that. But, I'm for realism. When things are shiny and great, they are, because I show when they're not. That's my dinner. It's ready. Don't starve yourself. Make sure you eat. You're going to need energy for today. Trust me, you'll be thanking me later if it's a tough day. Because your body at least won't be exhausted. I use all kinds of these cleansing wipes and stuff. It works really good, I'm telling you. I'm not a pig. I don't like sticking around like a pig. I can't live like that. I'm like a cat, always cleaning myself. All right. It's coming up. I'd like to see it fly up, not coming up. My wiener's coming up. This thing needs to fly up. Well, my wiener flies up too, though. I don't know. It's a tough day in the neighborhood. We need to build together, folks. We need to build together, and we need... Here, let me bring this over here. We need to build together. We need to build together, and we need to love together, and we need to learn together. I'm gonna let that food cool down just a bit. There is no sense rushing into that hot plate. That's how you burn your hand. And you always got to have a good set of tweezers. You never know when you need to take a splinter out or something like that. Plus, too, with tweezers, you keep your fingernails clean. You keep your hygiene up. Like, look at my fingernails. Look at my hands. Look at that. Do I look like a bum? I mean, you could look at my feet. It's the same thing. I'm clean. I just got big HappyHealer lover toes. And with an eager heart, I want this to go up. Yeah, no, I'm not the kind of person that likes to be on the other side of hoping something works out. In greed hell, usually it doesn't. That's what we learn. When you need it most, in greed hell, it doesn't work out. In the world of God's love, when you need it most, it always works out because you have purpose and value, and in the realest ways, people are watching out for you, but not in greed hell. Greed hell can never live up to that. So, yeah, you get it lucky, but it's only because you did your math, you did your due diligence, you looked into certain things, and even then, the attacks are sometimes too much to overcome. But, now we have a good chance here because we are on the right side of due diligence. It'll be what I've done so many times is I've watched these call option derivative trades contracts where you get into them, and they're the right thing to do in terms of where the value's at. You're in great valuation, you're undervalued, you can make a lot of profit on these things, except for that the time doesn't work out, not what you need anyway. And so how it all turns out is that you've got all this, expectation that it's going to go up. And then it doesn't go up on your timeline, but it does exactly what you expected, but just not within your timeline. Maybe just the next step later, right? And that's not good enough. Then you lose. Even though it was supposed to be a winner, it was a winner, you lose. Oh, come on. That's hard. Again, even though it was supposed to be a winner, and it was a winner, but that you lose. That's how these option contracts get you. And that's why I like it when I hear people saying, oh, I'm buying out in the distance. That's how I bought a couple, but then I didn't on these. I got a little carried away. And then I held on them. I probably made about 3 mistakes to get here. It doesn't take many. 3 mistakes. And it does take about that many, though. Because what you'll notice, and I've said this in the past, if you remember, you'll get into trouble, you'll recognize it, and then you'll come out, you have a chance. The market will give you one chance, maybe. It might give you a second, but after that, you don't get another chance usually. That's what happened. But now we're coming back, and hopefully it does work. Which, if it does, compliments to those who profited off it. You know why? They knew it was going to do it the whole time. They did their due diligence and it worked out. It's what should have happened. In a world where things are working right and, not the upside down world, that's exactly what it would be. So, in one way, that's what it is. But I know really what we'll feel is thankfulness. Appreciation. Thank God, right? If that happens. We have no idea. And to be honest, I think a lot of us are like a little melancholy about it. And that's what we were seeing. People like, they're kind of fading away. They're losing their energy. Well, I hope they're getting some kind of food in their belly, honestly. Because if you don't eat, you're screwed. You're going to screw your body. I've done that. You feel totally wasted by the time the day is over. All right, I'm gonna grab my food. It is so hot outside. Yeah, it is so incredibly hot out there. It's 107. And this is a continued struggle. Whoopsie daisies. You know, if you can, I don't blame you if you've got a little bit that you're trying to save, and you know what? I'll take a little over nothing. But that's usually not how I go, because I've seen it roll in the last minute, and usually it doesn't do that. Like I say, there's a few times we're in this predicament, and counting on it in the moment, it turned out poor for us. But maybe today's the day. In another sense, I mean, it could only do that so many times before it does eventually give. And we've been testing it, so it's not like we haven't been putting in our failures. So we could be due for a positive one now. You know what I mean? It's going back to that 381. Not that it's going less than it. Didn't say that. I hope it doesn't. There's where we're at. I don't want to see it go lower than that. I want to see it pump up right now. It's in the 380 levels. God forbid we don't want it to drop down there in the 370s and stuff. I mean, then we could still pop up from there. What Moderna needs is this big run, this volatility to pick up, that index. And when it does, it could run to 400 and beyond. Not that it might not come back at some point. That's how it goes. But if it does it, you can get out of this thing intact. Usually, you know, every bulls get a chance to come out of it even after they get deep in there, and so do bears. But a lot of times, every time that they're, you know, given that chance to get out, it's seen more as a view of positivity of things to come. And that works out like that a lot. So everything in this thing is a gamble, really. I mean, you could do a certain amount of due diligence, but the more time you give yourself on your calls, the better to be right, especially if you're doing handicapping. That's my view. Although, again, that's a game for people that have a lot of money in it. You know, that have like, you know, 50 grand to play with. They don't even have to play with it all, but they get the privilege of running in and out on these plays. All right, let's eat my food. Maybe we should watch some TV together. Ha ha ha. You know what I like? I like watching those airplane accident investigations because I'm a pilot too. And what I learned from that stuff is I learned about what things we could have done better to make stronger, better planes. It's a lot about engineering. It's a lot about last minute life occurrences. What are people doing in those final moments? You learn about the soul really good, you know? And people often, when it comes down to it, they're lovers, man. That's what's most true, not this greedy shit. And there we go. Let's get that spike. They are lovers. Come on. It's like a boxing match. You got to keep yourself fed. Got to keep yourself strong. You got to keep yourself ready to rock and ready to roll. Come on. This is ever the battle. It really makes you like and appreciate those moments when at 9:15 you went through your budget, you know, PDD, pattern day trade rule, kind of guides a lot of your trades. They make it a big part of our life, so it is. Anyways, but you make money, you're done, 9:15, check out. You're up $2,000 or $3,000, you're done for the day. That feels good. That's when I like options. But you learn a lot. And I'll tell you, it is a superpower because sometimes options are exactly the way you profit off of a move you know that's coming. It's a tough day today, so far. When I'm done with this food, we'll look at the history. Yep. Hope you're feeding yourself. Man, I felt good. I had to eat. That's for sure. We're all just organisms, and if we're not eating, keeping our organism going, then we won't feel so good. It requires so much matter to keep this matter moving. And remember, we matter. Alright, let's get you back where you belong. Let's get you back where you belong now. Okay, lovers. We're gonna change the world. Oh yeah. I've been told I look like Clark Kent, but although I need to lose a bit more weight, I can't get off the ground right now. Except for unless I'm flying a plane, because I'm a pilot too. I think I have a video loaded up of me flying. I could show it. Let's see. You guys want to see that? Let's see. mRNA still top 5 in trading, but 50-50 buy sell. Right, exactly. You can go either direction. I'll be honest with you. I want to see it fly. If they said right now, okay, look, it can fly, but it can fly up or down. That's the thing. So be careful what you're looking for. Now, it's going to fly 50 points. If you say fly, it might go opposite than what you want. It might go good what you want. It's 50-50. Do you want to take that? I'd be like all over it. Yes, sirree, let's go. And then if it went down, you would know you're done. But if it went up, that's it, you know? Because right now we don't have the it's kind of like 3 things can happen. We might not move. We can go up, down, or not move. And if it's the answer is not move, oh man, that makes it tougher, you know? That's as good as a loss. That's why I said, what's the difference? Just go down. I mean, if you're going to do that, right, what we want is a good big hit. We want you to move forward now. Realize your value and go. I can't wait till everything's going good. I'm in Happy Force 1 looking spiffy, talking to big, crowds like I usually do. All right, we're pushing up to 380, 264. And see how I clean? I clean myself like a cat. I'm grabbing these other wipes. These are like sanitation antibacterial wipes, but they're very soft. You can use them anywhere on your body. And they come out in like strings like this. So like almost like a towel, right? And they're good to keep everything nice and clean, So I use it for my legs. Sometimes I use rubbing alcohol too. There's all kinds of ways to keep clean. These are talents. You need to learn how to do this stuff in life. Because if you can't shower like you're used to and you're feeling groggy, you're not going to live a very happy life, I'll tell you that. But if you know how to keep yourself up and keep a good hygiene, it won't be that different than when you're in a shower and home and everything else. Learn from cats. They're always cleaning up. Alright, we're at 382.53. And when I get into Happy Force 1, I'll have my shower put in and everything like that. But this is still a good, I'll tell you what, I've been a year like this. And yeah, I jump in the shower here and there, but that's not a big deal. I'm clean as I go. I'm not going to just live a dirty life in between showers. Hell no. And nor do I want to have to run around showering like that. I could keep just as clean right here. As long as I keep up on my cleaning as I go. Yeah, so now that the retail selling is done, institutions may buy the dip. We're hearing you, Techno. And then calls. You ever check options contracts out? I did. I bought some more there, cheaper. The way to get back at hedgies is AMC and GameStop, 80%. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that. That's a good breakout. I think all of us are pretty much all in on our movements everywhere we are, man. And that's why I think we owe ourselves to be really in a better, environment. Like, we go all the way. Humans got such hearts. We're just being taken advantage of. Trust me on this. I'm 42. I look a little bit younger maybe, but I'm 42. And, trust me on this, please. We can have a much better life. Don't ever think that, humans, they're so nasty. They're not. Trust me. They're working for better. But, they're held back. All right, so we're at 382.49. Yeah, humans are held back, guys. This is not natural, the kind of fight that they put us in. That, and that's it, that they put us in. The idea is that they want to break us down so that we can be controlled. Remember, that's how you control. You break them down. That when you got a horse and you need to break a horse, the horse is filled with all kinds of natural, stallion energy, especially when it's, you're just breaking in from never having been ridden, never having been controlled. And to get the horse and everything and everybody, every sentinel being, anybody can be controlled. Trust me. Enough with trust me. This is a fact. War in history has taught us this. Genghis Khan would come in and destroy the entire village except for the babies because everybody else was a lost cause. You can't teach, an old dog a new trick. They were looking to make them slaves and make them work and do all kinds of stuff. And they did. But it also was about fear. They did it because they wanted to take over vast swaths of land. And the only way they can instill the fear into they didn't even want to fight. So they would wipe out entire villages, kill everybody, even the women and children. And once the word got around that, hey, if you don't, Genghis Khan has got a very strong army, and if you do not do what he says, there's no negotiation. He will kill every last soul. However, if you do what he says, you'll be part of his vast kingdom, and you'll have new trading opportunities. You just got to pay him this, do that. And guess what? He would only have to fight one battle, end up killing the entire village, and you get to take down at the same time 10 or 20 other villages that see that and go, we're not doing that. And so it's fear. And that's not what we want to happen to us, trust me. People change when they don't want to, but when they really need to, they don't change. They will change when they've got a gun at their head, but they won't change when they got the possibility to run, to basically have heaven on earth. So the difference between heaven on earth and a gun to your head is literally like maybe 10 or 20 years of making the right decisions or not. Yep. So they, the data is all options and open interest, not exercised. It's in a chart, Techno says, and then that's why they attack AMC yesterday, push options out of the money, monthly contracts expires. Yep, you're all over it, brother. I got those ones for October, though, so I wouldn't be too much in trouble. Although I was concerned because they're starting to go up in value, and I wasn't cashing them in. And then, I did cash in some, but then I bought some more, but then I bought those ones at like 36.80 or something. And so now, unless they're at 37.50-ish, they're in like the red kind of. Well, no, that's not true on all of them. I'll have to take a look at that again, but yeah, challenge for sure. And, 383.32. Let's go, baby. You see it starting to come up now. If we could just keep that going, we got a good little time for that. We'll be just fine, my brothers and sisters. Keep your wiener clean. If you have a wiener, sisters, amen. You're pretty cool, right? But if you don't, it's fine. Just keep what you got clean. Alright, it is 383.18. Still, it's like fighting that never-ending battle, it feels like. Trying to make it feel new, but it's not new. It's new as of the last little bit because we are down further, so let's push harder. I don't want to see it stop here and get stagnant, that's what I'm saying. We got time, but not a lot of time. And the market's been, a little bit freaky too. So, even though it's going up and this and that, there's still a lot of FUD around. Like I was telling you, me, Kevin was talking about the end of the world here, not literally, but you know, if we vote for him, then he'll put casinos everywhere and we'll be okay. That's what we need, right? I mean, as it is, the stock market's like a casino. So let's, I mean, to me, it's like, you know, you better start cutting it out of this kind of stuff, man. There's a way to guarantee wins. We don't have to take this chance in everything. You're trying to make everything in life a chance. And that's somehow fair. That's not fair. You don't have to earn a right to live in your human family. The brilliance of those who came before you earned that. Otherwise, what in the hell were they doing? Look at everything that was built in that time. Come on, take the gift. We're at 382.82. Yep, so I broke through. I really cleaned myself up good. I feel good. Got cleaning up those toes. I like to use sometimes like an antifungal. It's good because you could really keep your toes looking like baby toes, you know, really clean and soft, and keep them trimmed and keep your cuticles all clean. Alrighty. 382.75. Yeah, they really need to be taught a lesson there, Techno. They'll get their lesson. Watch. They're trying to steal American value, and they do it every day. They're not trying to, they do. Now I'm on my second footsie. Mm-mm-mm. 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 We need to get him, Techno. What are we gonna do? Good thing we have each other, and that I have you. What we gonna do? Yeah. That's right. I think that Techno, I got you. If we were in options, money would have caused Gamma Squeeze. New naked shorts rules in effect on 9/1, right? Oh, okay. And 9/10. Right. That's when my calls should have been for. Oh well. I get to go to the bottom and work my way up again. It won't be the first time. That's exactly the stuff that greed hell is filled with. Make mental note. This is greed hell. Let's move on. 383.11. You can't get upset about one loss like this in life when the whole life is a loss. You got to find a reason for living against all that loss. And that's what happy healing is. Keeping those toes clean. Oh yeah, my mama told me I got so much value, and she wasn't even lying, because I learned to find it even though the world said I don't have it. That's why I shine, because I know my value. You see those big blue eyes shining? It's because I know that when my mama told me I got value, that she wasn't lying, but she wasn't a lion butt, or a tiger butt, or an elephant butt. She was just right butt. Oh yeah, just right. Yep. I'll tell you, I don't think they get as clean in the shower, really. Okay. Why do you think those kitty cats are always shining up? Dogs always look smelly. Dogs are the ones who get the shower, and kitty cats are the ones who clean as they go. All right, folks, ready to check the crypto? I think we're doing good on mRNA for what we were just a moment ago, but who knows if we're just on the upside of a typical trend or if we're going to break it. I hope we break that sucker. We're coming down on the other side right now, but we are going up in general. That's right. You get to be a brilliant person when everything goes your way, but when the market's against you, you're a bum. So everybody gets to be the best and be egotistical, all based on chance. It's stupid. That's not what it is. It's knowledge, it's love, it's other things. Only greed hell would make that the thing that matters. All right, we are sitting at 3,800. That is about 800 up. I like that. I wish I put, that money I did with the AMC calls in Cardano. It would be turning out a lot better for your HappyHealer lover. Let's take a look at our community. The best. Oh, and we got some of those too. Oh, add me on Twitter. I'm trying to build that up. And then I'll have more reasons to leave more, personal messages, and I'll see what's going on you, what you're saying. And it's HappyHealer for one. It's on the screen. So add me on Twitter, and then we can be friends there. And together, maybe we can get the attention of some powerful people and get me some good interviews. The things that I'm saying are right. Sometimes they're for some people, they're hard to hear. But ultimately, if you hear enough of it over time, you know that it's right. Okay, so we got cash, we got a message realized hi. I get all these messages out of the middle of nowhere, like this guy right here, he just says hi. And then if you look at his picture over here, he's got a picture of all these guns and ammo and all this stuff. And he's in Ghana and Africa and South Africa. I'm not really impressed with guns, but you see, that's kind of what the world looks at a lot. And because I'm running for office and stuff, I usually like to try and, limit my limited 5,000 friends to people that are in, because I'm almost there, and I have to keep pulling people off so that I can get more Americans on board. That will be consequential if we ever get these things that are most important to humanity surviving to be front and center. It's going to be because of effort and stuff. It's not going to be, so it's going to be little things like this and constantly trying your best, putting the best foot forward. That's all I live for, baby. That's it. I live for you. You know why I'm not pursuing a relationship? I've seen myself already, and my brother, he got killed from that. He trusted his girl, and she drugged him up and shit. I mean, love is just not so cute and greed hell. I'd rather just work to make us get to the better version of life. This way here, even if I can't have love, the next guy really can. But maybe I can too, because we'll get started on it and things will be great. We intend to make quick progress if it happens. And honestly, with the state of the world constantly going down, 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 there might be a point where they find me. They might find and seek me out, Like I've been going for a long time. You can go look at all my previous videos. There's nothing about what I do that is new. I'm completely comfortable in what I do. I know what's going on. I do my best to reach out to people because people have a very, very little appetite for, we're gonna do the loving thing. Oh, they have no belief in that. Their faith is more in, let's beat the shit out of them. We got a problem, let's take them out in the back. But you can't do that. You got a whole country at stake. That's how the devil wins. So, instead, we do what's right. And we all win for it. Trust me, we all win for it, folks. And I'm turning Trump people. I'm showing you here. That's what I do. I come on here in between these lulls and I tell you about my progress because we're building up this community. And it's, something that you can actively see. And then when we come back, each time we did that, the stock has been making a little progress when we come back. So hopefully it'll do that. So here we have just new people. Let's go to this one here. That's better. And then we'll go to re-elect Trump. And so we'll just start up here. Yeah. Are we at the top here? We can go to notifications. So here we have, I said to everyone, much love to everyone on this wonderful day. Of course, my stocks will be higher and my gas will be lower because I told you, 24/7 right now because of how hot it is. I won't survive otherwise. And so, and gas went from being $30 to fill up my tank to now it takes $63, sometimes $65. I mean, that's a lot of money, man. And I have to do that every other day and stuff because I idle a lot. I don't like doing that. You know what I mean? I used to be able to just sit with the car door open and with a fan. But it's way too hot to do that. I might die over here doing that. So people, they gave me 651 likes, and it's still growing. I got 130 shares, and they really go down for that, that kind of talk, because we're all getting hurt by that. And so I take these folks when I get them into my grasp, because there's a massive amount of people, and what I do. Now this is in another area, and I got 80 likes on this one. And what I do because I have several areas, what I do is then, and they know it too, I tell them, this is no secret to them. I'm completely open. And I say, we're going for love, we're doing God's world, we're doing better. That's not threatening language, and atheists will love it because we're just doing truth and science, and we're doing, compassion and heart and humanity. And to me, that is God's work. So if the atheist agrees with that kind of work, well then, maybe this work will bring him closer to God. And so that's just the way that goes. And there's a lot of people that are on the Trump side that love that message. They stand up whole with me. They listen to me. They tolerate me. Let me show you how I talk to the group. Watch. You'll see. This is all of them with that many, 600, 800. They're developing a real appreciation for your Happy Healer lover. And that's all I want. I just want people to appreciate the work that we're doing and to help, to be involved. And so that work is now. And so I, invite friends to it. And then here I'm talking about, this was MoneyManitcs the other day, but I started out by talking about what's going on in Afghanistan. That was really unfortunate for people. But here, look at this. This is actually based on a video that I had done. About a month ago, I want to say. It's a really good video. It's inspirational. Let me run it for you guys. Let me see where we're at. Well, yeah, we got time. Trust me. We'll come back to the price in a moment. Let me run this for you. Okay. Now we're going to run this for you. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Run it for you. And you're going to like it too. Because we're going to run it for you. We are going to run it for you. That's the one. That's the one. Alright, pick up that, transfer it over. Transferring now. Entering. We're in there. and transfer. Okay, we are transferred over. Now let us go. Okay, make sure that when you go, you're not going on any porn sites or any craziness, because we all are human, you know. We all are human. Okay, I like this guy. He talks about some acts that are going on in greed hell, and I learned more about, you know, the crazy mind of humans that we got to fix. Okay, so here we are. This is the video you must not miss. We can do it. President Trump was, let's see. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go to HappyHealer for President. That should bring us up my lowly little channel that gets... I need to build all this stuff up. I have so many channels, but I see, instead of just having one channel, I have so many that when I am big, you know, like they close some channels down, that'll be hard to do because I've built it up. And so, I mean, we've been doing this for so long that there's such a history there. I mean, my goodness, you know, like there's really a lot to say. Okay, this guy, he's like either committed or something. I just know the truth and I'm not letting go of it. And that's what I know. And, you know, that's it. That'll never change. But that's HappyHealer. That's one of my sites, but it's not the only one. So let's bring this in, see if I could find the actual one here. Because this is the one I want. All right, there it is. So there I am looking down at the camera from on the inside of Happy Force 1. And that was before it burned down. Sadly, it burned down. That burned down. That was so sad. We right now are at 382.10, and I figure once this thing busts up, then I'll break over, because right now it's not good, it's not healthy to be staring at that number, and I don't even think it's helpful. And nor is it helpful to be, right now it would look like a bunch of liars and desperate being on those, you know, on the message board. You know, just wait for it to move. You know, you got to counteract some of the FUD, yeah, but, you know, they're not winning. So just right now, don't give them any feelings of victory. That's what I would caution. Okay, so here we are. Oh, wait, hold on. I wonder if I ever showed that to you guys. All right, let's go to the Trump one. We'll just go there. Trump it. There you go. I couldn't show you on the phone because you get no volume there. What's right for the Republicans? You gotta have an agenda. All right, you see, you hear that? We're gonna play that.
That's for humanity, and humanity in America, we matter.
All right, you hear that? That's being okay. I'm gonna try and move that screen over just a tad. There we go. All right, take a look at this. Right now, their price is $382.21. All right, let's go.
Do you see that guy right there? That's me, your HappyHealer lover. I have been a Trump supporter since the very beginning. I've convinced my family, my friends, and everybody I know that the right thing to do was to go with President Trump, because that's what offered us a future where somebody who was willing to put the effort in to bring God's world in, to me, seemed more likely. And as your HappyHealer lover, I must think logically, because people are dying on the street, depression and wretched misery, dying and becoming homeless, drug addiction, sadness, broken families, and divorce. It's all coming out of greed hell, and it's all coming because of lies that the people who are doing the suffering never orchestrated. They were about building America up, and they paid the ultimate price. God's plan allowed for President Trump to get into office to pave the way for a lover who knows your value. God is all about love and truth, and I would like to share with you the time that when I went to go see my friends, many Trump supporters, during the Trump announcement for president, right here in Orlando, Orlando, Florida. And I spoke to you, and you responded. You welcomed the message then. This is in our hearts now. We have always known it to be the truth. And up next is that inspiration for you to take in. This is God's plan. This is hope for you and your family for a better world. That we don't have to go the way of like what my sister fears for her children, and indeed for all of our children. And this is God's plan. And why is it God's plan? Because you matter.
Hello. How many people here are the Happy Healer? Anybody? The worst aspects of the human spirit. How are you, sir? God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. They say that everything's great. And the people who like the system now, they're scared too. They're suffering. They see everyone else suffering even worse, and they step back. They say, oh, I'm lucky. They really want to dream.
Hey, good, brother.
Who do you support for president? You're here for Trump. Because here's my goal. My goal is to turn Trump people. Well, I'm a lot younger, I'm 40. But here's the goal.
What's your name?
I'm Keith Landy. I'm running on the Democratic side for the Keith Landy. And the best way to find me, folks, is HappyHealerForPresident.com. Happy Healer for President. This country needs a happy healer. That's why you're Happy Healer. That is to say, me, Keith Landy, is running for president because we have serious times and we need serious people to solve those serious issues. And what we have right now are people who are focused on their own greedy agenda, their own political agenda, their own ideas with a tight lip and no open ears and no open mind and no love. Where is the capacity to have loved God? We're the 25% of the global economy, yet 5% of the world's population. You better believe the American spirit has ingenuity. You better believe the American story is one of an exceptional one. But yet look where the American stands today. And yes, I've seen it. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the drug addiction and the drug epidemic in this country too. It's not funny how they turn the world upside down on us. Well, in this campaign, we're going to right upside that world, and we're going to write up the rightful dream to the American people that provides the health care for the people that they need, that provides an income for all, $5,000 for a family of four, that provides the essence of life and the appreciation of life, one that says to take humanity first, you have to have common sense humanity policies. You can't just say what's right for the Democrats or what's right for the Republicans. You got to have an agenda that's for humanity. And humanity in America, we matter. We matter. They're trying to tell us we don't matter, or they're trying to tell us that their agenda is more important, that they're trying to confuse us, but we matter. Don't let them tell you no different. We matter. You matter, I matter, we all matter. That indeed is why I call myself the Happy Healer, because we have so much hate in this country, because we have to spend this time.
Hey, Kaya. Hey. You there? Hey, can you hear me? Hello? Oh, I know what the problem is. Can you hear me, Kyle? We have to try that again, huh? Yeah. I definitely am busy. That's because I'm too busy working on God's love. I can't believe I just missed his call because I got on the wrong phone. Oh, was he calling back now? Just try and get him on the phone over here. There we go. Alright, call now. Let's see. Call now. Hey.
Call me on your phone, not on here.
Oh, okay. Alright, let's go ahead and get this other thing back on for us. I was distracted by... You could go back and see that yourself. That's really cool. I enjoy that. Showing that, I mean, to people. Because it really is powerful if you let it seep in, the things we're doing. Some people, they're beyond that. They're too, they don't believe in the future. All they believe is in, the greed hell stuff. But that's not true. There's a better future right around the corner. Okay. Yeah, we're just lingering around these prices. It's being very... I warned of this stuff. I felt like a Debbie Downer. And then I started getting excited about it. And, oh, well, I was ultimately wrong. Yep, I was wrong because that's the way I went. And, it sucks that we have to be at all a Debbie Downer in this world. We should always be able to be so optimistic. And that's what it does. It kills our optimism. But that's okay. We'll bounce back. Trust me, we'll bounce back. That's what we do. We're bouncers, okay? So just make sure you wake up the bouncer in you, because we're going to bounce back. And when we do, it's going to be strong. So we've got right now 382.86. If it can build up on that level, maybe we can, because we're at the top end of what was a short squeeze here. Not a short squeeze, but you get what I mean. Yeah, it's at the top of this level. So if somehow we can continue breaking up from that point, and I mean with the fervor, man, it's really going to have to get going now. It's late. It's 2 p.m. It is not at 400 at 2 p.m. like we talked about earlier. So guess what that means? It's not doing what we want, folks. That's a fact that we just got to settle with. It's not doing what we want right now, so we're off the cuff. And if we take another ride and we try to be optimistic about it, then that's what I'm basically doing. So that's what you're witnessing. The game's not over. No, it's not over until the clock's rung in. We're at this level a few times. The game's not over. But... oh, what happened? It kicked out and came back in? Son of a gun. So this is a new video? No wonder. No wonder. Something's not right. This is a new video. Okay, now it's not. Wait, hold on. What happened here? Let me go back to Moderna. There's 2 live videos. I got to figure out, why is that show 2 live videos? There's one. Okay, back up. There's another. No, they're the same video though. We had 5 likes on it earlier. What happened to those? Did those people like come back and take them away? Like, no. I feel like something happened. We're at 282. Yeah, it's on the downside of that higher run. It's higher highs, higher lows, but right now it's kind of getting to that peak, so we're going to see what it does now, whether it comes down like it did before. If it does, then, oh, come on, you know what I mean? That's not leading up to getting us up to 400 by today. That's just being honest. Right now, the chart's telling us we're not going to get there. There's a reason why those calls and stuff like that were at 29 cents. This thing doesn't have the push that we want. And so, I mean, if you're looking for, optimism, then you're going to find it here. If you're looking for realism, you're going to find that too, but it's not going to be nearly as fun as the optimism goes. I feel like the game is still in there. We still have a chance. We can make something of it, my friends. But it's all based on chance. It's like a casino. It's nothing for sure. We can do the for sure thing, but it's not this. The for sure thing has everything to do with building a better world. And then in that better world, things are for sure. So it's not like around the corner. So we got to do this, right? And that's the part that makes it tough. What doesn't break us only makes us stronger. Because we're all family. Just like Jason and I are brothers, so are Techno and I. Oh, there he is. Where are you, Kaya? Come on this one. Oh, I got a call on his phone. I'm having a hard time doing anything with these things. Hang on. Later on that. Oh, geez. He's gonna get pissed at me. You're ignoring me. This is my ex-boyfriend. We're very close, actually. That's how I am with everybody, you know. I'm very close. Like, hey, is that the way you wanted to talk?
Yeah. I mean, I only call you on, sometimes I call you on your phone and you don't answer, but I'll call you Facebook and you answer that. But I really don't like talking on there unless we have, you know what I mean?
Right.
I prefer the phone.
It's just that this speaker, I don't like it so much because,
On Facebook?
no, on my old phone, where my phone is, I barely like talking on it, you know? Like I have on my other phones, they're like a little bit later model iPhones, so they're easier to deal with.
So you want to hear about my birthday?
I do, I'm dying to. You're into real estate? I really think it's going to work out well for you. I told you, I want to get my license, man. That'd be a nice side hustle for making some money.
Yeah.
Anyways, go ahead.
So Monday is really late start, but, you know, I passed my test on Tuesday, and then it just so happened that on Wednesday, the next day, a big lender, a local lender in Gainesville, was coming to our office, for a team meeting to kind of explain what they do and what they offer. So it's really perfect timing. So I went to that. Met the lady, her name's Candy. So the lender is Chris Going. He was U.S. Florida Gator football star, and now he owns a mortgage company. And the
Oh,
lady
wow.
that he sent out, her name's Candy, and she used to be a coach for U.S. cheerleaders. So they're a local mortgage lender, and what all the perks of like a local mortgage lender is, they don't get paid until closing, then they get paid.
Right.
And they're local, it's not like Capital One or all these huge banks that are super fast and super on top of getting everything done. Like they want to get everything done. So they
Yeah.
get paid. So making those relationships, and you know, she went into talking about FHA loans, VA loans, different stuff like that. So it's really good learning too.
Oh, wow. You're getting all the lessons over there.
I got to meet her, and you know, it's so crazy, Keith, because like, you know, Hope Webb, that owns the brokerage, which is our friend, Jacob grew up with her.
Right.
Like, she's like, so, she's already done all the bullshit. She's done running a family around and then not being pre-approved and wasting her time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's done all the new real estate issues, which, depending on the brokerage, the broker is, that's what teaching you. So if you have one that's not on top of it, you're not going to learn as fast and you're not going to make money as fast.
That's right.
So it's a really, really good team,
And they're like supporting you.
well, but here's the thing about the real estate agency world. Like, being a real estate agent, I have my license with Florida. You hang your license with the broker, that makes you active, but the brokers want you. You make them money. So it's not, I work for her, like I do, but it's really not like that. It's not like, okay, be here at 9 a.m. till here, like, you're not working hourly. Technically, you don't even work for them. You do, but it's more like you're a partner. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Which is totally different than anything I've done before, because it's like, work as much as you want, and, like, I'm going to be very busy.
Yeah, I mean, you make what you're willing to put in.
And I'm putting my all into it, and I want to learn everything, and I want, because, gee, this is just the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I may be possibly selling some trailers, which is fine, but it's like, I'm starting with hope, and in a small town, but I'm not starting at a real estate brokerage that I'm just sitting there doing nothing. She gives her new agent, or all of her agents, like 20 people a day leads, people that want to buy a house.
Right.
So, it's totally different than if I was in fucking Orlando, Keith, oversaturated, working for Keller Williams. They charge a 30% fee. She charges 20.
Right.
She's the lowest fee that you're going to find. Like, she's worked at real estate agencies that fuck you, and she's not doing that to her agent.
That's good.
That's perfect.
And it's a start. They're giving they're giving you everything you need. It's a start. It's support. It's a good rate and all that stuff. And then you're off to the races now forevermore, and you're gaining a new talent, a new superpower. Now you're going to take that with you all throughout your life. And by the way, like I said, I'm inspired by that. I like what you're doing. I think I want to do the same thing. I want to get my because it'd be good to have,
You know, it's not difficult. And I already know where you need to go to Climber, where I went. And you need to make sure it's my teacher, Bill Christensen, which he's one of the main teachers there. And he reminds me of you. I already told you that. Like, you will love him.
right.
And the thing about him is, like, you know, when you go to these real estate courses, it's so much information that they have to cram in. But with him, he was so inspiring about life and just so many different things that pertain to real estate and then things that didn't pertain to real estate. And that keeps you from not falling asleep.
Right.
So when you're ready, you know.
I think I'm just, I'm going to get my back looked at, and then I'm going to run in there because I got to get my back fixed so I can move around better. That's been pretty consequential.
You've been saying that for 5 years.
I know, that's been pretty consequential in my life. So you're right about that. But,
I mean, you keep using that. I don't.
I'll probably just go either way, like with my back.
If you can't afford to fix your back right now, or there's not a freeway, then you need to let that go and stopping you from doing other things.
That's true.
I
I think that though I have my medical, so I could actually go get it done. So I'm gonna.
medical what?
I got a medical, like the medical card, so I can go, like, the Obamacare. I ended up getting that like a couple months ago.
Mine starts on the 1st.
Good.
Healthcare.
Good. So I will get that seen, and I'll do that other thing too at the same time. They might give shots that I could just get active with, because it's really painful. I want to get that. I want to start getting Happy Force 1 done. I can't do nothing. I sit here spending my money on the stupid stock market when I want to be active, but I can't move around. It's nuts, man. And then so I know I got a lot of stuff to do, but I'm just gonna do it one thing at a time, and for sure, I think that's a good idea.
If you have health insurance and you're able to get your back looked at, your body is the first thing to play. Whether it's leisure, whether it's hobby, whether it's work, real estate, I don't care what you're doing, it's not changing. Your body needs that food and your back looked at. If you have the opportunity to do it and you're just pushing it off, I mean, everything else is going to suffer.
You're right, Kyle. I'm stupid for that.
It is not that you're stupid, it's your choice. Especially
Yeah.
if you have the option to do it. You are making that choice every single minute of the day. You're not reaching out to make that first appointment with that doctor. That's on you.
That's right.
The thing about it is, it's like, in life, there's no, oh, well, you're being lazy, you're stupid. No, you can sit there with a broken back and continue just to do whatever you want to do, and that's okay too. There's no
Right.
there's no one path for all. But know that doesn't make sense.
No, that's probably, yeah, you're right. When you can't do it, then go.
Back pain is one of the worst pains besides tooth pain.
Right.
You know, back pain is a horrible, horrible thing.
You're right.
But if you have the option and the way to do it, do it, man.
That's right. Yeah, because a lot of people don't, and you remember me, Kyle. I know you're talking from the extent that for years I'm talking, I got this problem, you know about it, can't do nothing about it, no health care. And then finally now it's there. So yeah, you're right. Got to run with that.
Well, geez, and it's like, you already know what to do. Oh, did I tell you the name of the brokerage I'm working for?
I don't remember. Yeah, I think so. Your friend.
Yeah, but it's called the American Dream. Isn't that cool?
Oh yeah, what is it? American what?
The American Dream.
Oh yeah, that's cool. American Greed.
American Dream House, yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's like so they're graphic and, so here's other perks of working with her. So the American Dream House, the other brokerage, the main brokerage is in Valdosta, Georgia, his name's Chris.
Yeah.
Downing. So that's the other brokerage that owns the one in Perry with Hope. So his other brokerage, the American Dream, is in Valdosta, Georgia. So
I like that American Dream. Yeah, that is good.
Yeah.
We need to really make that American Dream true.
So what they offer, like, they pay for all the signage.
Right?
And so, like, Monday, I'm driving to Valdosta and they pay for all your headshots, all your promotional videos.
Oh, that's great.
So I have to pay $700 to have access to the MLS, which you have to do that wherever you are.
Oh wow, you're really getting going, Kaya. I'm so proud of you.
So that's $700, and then business cards are $300, which sounds really high, but they're plastic. They're like a debit card. They're really nice.
Right.
Why they're more expensive. So besides that, that's all I have to put in, because a lot of times you have to pay for your site. You have to get your photo shoot done. You have to pay for all these things.
Right.
But that's the thing. Like, they're fucking smart because. Oh, and they also have the sign. I'll take a picture of what they actually have when they'll send it to you.
Okay.
On the sign, you have to put down blah blah blah, and then my picture's on there. It says American Dream, blah 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 blah. But there's, the little cute code that you take a picture with your phone and it comes up.
Yeah.
And you see it, like a menu like that.
Yeah.
So that's on the sign. So all the person has to do is scan it with their phone.
Oh wow.
And it brings up the listing. So they have.
Oh, the QR code. Yeah, they got the QR code on there. Yeah.
Which that's a huge marketing thing. Like that's what they do. It's just all really good marketing, and I don't pay for any of it.
Right. And that's so awesome.
And she just opened this brokerage a month ago.
Right.
Like, talk about perfect timing.
That's awesome. Real estate agents make a lot of money too. Did she get into any of the money part with you about what you can expect, or?
So she has a new agent. He's only been there for a month, and he's about to close on his first house, and his commission is going to be like $3,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful. I need to do that. I'm telling you, I'm serious, because on the side, that's something I really could do physically. And, for the money that I lost in the market, I think I lost 40, 50 grand in the market. It was retarded. But, I got a good lesson in options at least. And I would be far better off replacing that money through doing some work on the side, amongst other things. I got Crestline and stuff, and then I can, follow through with my other dreams, one dream to the next.
Right.
It's so important,
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, you're going to feel so good that first time you close on your house. Like, you know, it could be the same thing, 3,000. It could even be higher depending on what level you're at.
Well, oh yeah. So here's my attitude and my view on money and what I'm going to make and all that sort of thing.
Right.
Like, first off, this is my financial and home situation, okay? I'm getting, so I still have unemployment, and so I'm about to claim my past 2 weeks, and what I'm going to do is say that I'm hired at the American Dream House, because I am, because I don't want to commit fraud, you know what I mean?
Of course not.
So I'm going to say I'm hired with the American Dream House, but you don't make any money till that first commission, so I'm going to continue to get unemployment every week, because you put what your start date is and how much money you save.
Right.
Because you can still make money in unemployment too.
Exactly. You cut it right. You do it right. You don't cut it off until you know you get in there. Right. With your commission.
Right. So, you know, I want to put on there that I am hired.
Right.
But I haven't made any money yet. So I'll continue to get unemployment. So that's $800 a month. That pays my car payment. That pays my insurance.
That's smart.
I pay my cell phone, and I pay our Wi-Fi bill at the house. It's like all my bills are covered on that. So I'm not going into this real estate thing. If you go in,
You're not going in broke or desperate. You're going in charge of your life. You've been taking care of things. You're on top of your life. You're doing things right. And so, you know, when you start making money, that's all going to be banked. And so you'll be able to really, that's going to empower you to make big decisions in your future. You just need to stay focused. Don't get all over the road. Don't be taking lefts and rights. You got to just keep going straight. You got your way figured out. Keep going this way, you know, and start making some money. Put it aside. The more empowered you become, before you know it, you can make big decisions on your own, whatever you want to do, or just keep making money and putting it away. I would really like to see, I lost money in the market because of foolish things. I would really like to see you put some money aside, and once you get, you know, a good safety.
You said you're teaching classes on this, and you're so obsessed with it, yet you lost all your money. I don't really understand how that adds up in your mind.
You would if you understood options. I teach options. I know about what it is. I'm not really impressed with them. In fact, I'm looking more at, crypto. Options, you got to time the market just right. Things are, they go sideways very quick. Yeah, they make you a lot of money very quick, but they go sideways very quick too. I don't think that's a good way to live a life when you're on a trajectory for, the thing about it is I have a lot of goals. So I'm trying to get to those goals quicker. And what ended up happening through options for me is it set me off. I'll still get there. It's just that now it took longer. Options didn't help me get there quicker, as it turns out. So, that's what it is. And so for me, I'm just going to continue on the path of making money. I will continue in the market, but not like I was planning on pulling away from options, and even in the courses I'm teaching, start talking about, okay guys, I think it's better we go in stocks now, and that's where I'm going, and that is where I'm going, and it'll be a slower ride up, but it'll be a ride up. Mainly what I'm concerned about is I make X amount of dollars, through the business, through other things. I'm looking at increasing my income. And then I can increase, fortunes and different things like that. Now, I've got also a settlement coming from all that drug addiction stuff. I mean, they really did a number on my life. That was through Purdue. And that should be, I don't know exactly the number on that, but I mean, for the crap that they caused in my life, it should be a lot, right? But it turns out, excuse me, all a gift from doctors, and they got all the records and everything. So I'll either get 3 payments of like maybe anywhere between 8 and like 18,000, because it's a class action lawsuit, and so maybe I'll end up when it's all done like maybe around 30 grand. Yeah. And then it'll all just go towards happy healing and my life here, get the bus right and stuff like that. And, the work that I could do for others, I'm so committed to. And then, of course, there's other things I have going on, with the business and different things. So, hopefully it'll all come together. I've always been able to pull it up and make it back, and no matter what the situation is. I don't walk around... Yep. I make it work. You know me more than anybody. Yeah.
Alright, I'm sending you a picture of... So that's the signage.
Alright.
Which obviously, I don't have my headshot and stuff, so that's not my sign, but it'll look exactly like that, except for my name and number and picture.
Where did you send it to?
Oh, Facebook Messenger.
Okay. Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, that's like so, especially in this area in northern Florida, in the country, like, that patriotic color and everything, like, I don't think you can get any more perfect than that.
Right. I like that. We're all American, baby. We love this country, I'll tell you that.
You know what's weird? So, have you heard, like, sometimes you see repeated numbers and, like, I don't know what they call that, but the number 3 is, like, my number. I don't know why. I always see it, like, it's because I'm always drawn to that number, and, like, I turned 33 this year, and I'm like, I knew that 33 was going to be my year, and then, so the address to this brokerage is, it's in suite number 3. Is that funny?
Mm-hmm. That is. There's a lot of connections there.
There's a lot of weird shit. There's so many synchronicities that if you don't pay attention to it, like, it's all the time you see.
I listen, you know me, I listen to the world everywhere I go. I'm paying attention to the energies.
It's like a thing. It's not like some la-la thing.
Exactly, it's very real. Absolutely.
It's magical.
It is magical. It's so hopeful. That hopeful world is where the magic comes from. It's, when you lose your faith, Kyle, in a hopeful world, then you lose your will to survive. You gotta have that.
Yeah.
You're doing good. I'm so proud of you. In fact, to the point that I want to follow you in that footsteps. I do the other stuff well. That's what it is about life. I believe it's about picking up as many superpowers as you can in order to take on the world and doing good work, pushing it in that direction, more of a loving world. I know you're about it. And you have to be empowered because that's the thing. This greed hell will just chew you up and spit you out if you let it.
I don't know, Keith. So, my thing, like, starting out in real estate, like, I know that I'm going to make good money, and I know that I'm going to enjoy it. Because when you're being a real estate agent with integrity and care, you're trying to find somebody, most likely their first home. That's a big deal.
That's right.
It can be a very, like, good thing, like, positive for all parties involved.
Right.
Like, I don't know, Keith, now that I know that I've grown up, and, like, I know that having a BMW, I don't care about.
Yeah, material things you learn, don't do it.
Spending money.
We've been rich enough, had all that.
It don't matter, like, I'm just not going to do that. So, once I start making money, I'm just going to save and save and save.
That's it. And invest, Kyle. Put some away. Don't do not in options, stock market. Trust me, you will.
That's another conversation for a much further future date, which we can have that conversation, and I'm down with.
Right.
I don't want to talk about that right now.
Yep.
It's not relevant to me, but yes, I agree. Like, I do want to, I only have $5,000 on my card, and I have a pretty high APR rate, so, my goal
Right.
If I'm able to save money and be comfortable and pay my car off, like, that's what you do.
That's right.
You know, you only take a car loan if you don't have the money. Why you pay that interest?
You know what? You're smart. You're right. You build up your credit, get that stuff taken care of, and you wouldn't want to start investing in anything until you take off your, get your credit cards down, get in charge of all that, anything that you got, any debts, and then you can start worrying about. And then you need at least, like, for you, I would say a year emergency fund, and then anything else you could start putting away in the market.
Right. And debt-wise, like, I have one credit card, and it only has a $500 limit, and anytime I use it, I pay it off at the end of the month.
That's
That's
good.
not even a debt. My only debt is my car. That's
Right.
it. Like that bankruptcy even took away my $13,000 hair school loan. Isn't that amazing?
Oh wow, that's good. I need to do my bankruptcy too, because I got a few stupid things, Neil Paulson and all that crap that, after some time it starts going away anyway. But I'll tell you, your credit's very important when you start, because now that you're doing real estate, you'll see you can build your wealth up in real estate, Kyle. You'll see. And then you can get your own thing going. It's how Meaty McGreedy did it. But you won't, you don't have to follow him. You'll just learn it yourself, do your own thing and build up. I could picture you doing that. Because you used the bank's money to build up your wealth. It really is, Meaty McGreedy calls it house hacking. And it is that. He's smart on that. I would take his advice. He doesn't know everything, but, he does know some things. Yeah.
Here's another epiphany I had.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, like, I feel like I've always been pretty decently responsible with, like, drinking and driving and not doing crazy
Of course.
shit that's not going to get you in trouble. But now, it's like, now that I'm a real estate agent and everything's kind of your image and knowing the kind of money that I can make, now I understand why people that are, like, on top of their goals and, like, invested in what they're doing, they don't want to go out to the bar and get wasted and act messy.
No.
You have a lot to lose.
That's it. The more you have to lose. And that's a certain fear, too, that builds up in society that is not always healthy for a better society, but it does make you as a person, you should be a bit more reserved. You shouldn't be out there there's other things to live for.
And I don't mean specifically just partying. I just mean a sense of, like, I don't know, just being more mature and not, like, I don't need to get really drunk ever. Like, have a few drinks, like, because your reputation and anytime I'm out somewhere in serious, like, you're always working as a real estate agent, networking. You know what I mean?
Right.
The way you carry yourself and the way you love and all those things, which I do all that kind of stuff anyways, but now it's even more like, okay, this is a brand. I'm a brand.
Yeah. That's right. You are a brand. I'm a brand too. I show basically openness. I show people how you could just be yourself. We're all human beings. Admit your future, admit your real concerns, your real fears, your real wishes, your real dreams. People hide all that stuff. And the truth of the matter is, you can't help each other unless you really know where you're coming from. And when you run into good people and you consistently surround yourself around good and caring people, it's, you should be honest with your dreams and stuff, because they'll always be thinking about your dreams if you're telling them about them. And they'll wish well for you, and in ways they can help you, they will. So, being honest is always better.
Oh, yeah. What was I going to say? I don't know.
Are you doing your, awakeness material? I think it's important to stay on top of that stuff. Yeah, I think you are,
Oh, I'm always listening to YouTube videos, and that's something that doesn't go away. It can't go away.
Right.
But in my experience, that's what I've learned, that it doesn't go away. That curiosity and that kind of knowing
It's what makes you...
of a higher power, and knowing and curiosity of listening and reading.
Right. And learning. No, and just feeling you matter.
That's something that doesn't go away.
Only in a depression and when you're not doing it and you lose your focus that you matter, that you have a creator who loves you, that you're not just here like, like toilet paper, like how everybody seems to act. That's such a lie. It's so not true. And, that's like the disdain of humanity. So you get it, like, and that's important. That's the thing, that anything that I've seen kill people where they just lost interest in life, they fell to drugs and this and that, it's because they felt like their life didn't matter anymore. So they're trying to, like, take drugs to make them feel better about the pain. You know that. Take that pain, and then all the pain you've seen, like, everybody go through. Nah, man, we all matter. Let's fill each other's glasses up. I've seen enough of it to know. And you've seen it too.
Oh my God. Jeez. I had Indian food for the first time last night, and it was so good.
You what?
I ate Indian food for the first time.
Oh wow, really? You like it, huh?
Yeah, it's so crazy because it's like the spices and like it's such an experience eating that. Like there's so many flavors and textures. It's not just like your standard eat side American crap. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I loved it. Like I loved it. It was so good. I mean, I didn't get anything that was extremely spicy because I don't like that.
Right.
But so good, so good.
What was it? Do you know?
What specifically?
Yeah.
I got this thing. It was called South Indian Thali. So it was like a little bit of everything.
Oh wow.
Like, these bowls of different kind of like sauces with like beans in them. And it came with like a crepe thing that you put the stuff on. And then we got these vegetables. They were all kind of weird names. I don't remember the
Right.
names. They were like,
Yeah, they get like that. For me, because, if you go to Niagara Falls, you'll see there's a lot of Indian people there. And that's, when I used to take the bus groups there, they would have a Chinese section because there'd be a lot of Chinese people visiting and that live there and work there. And then the same thing for, Asians in general. And so you'd have Indians. And they would have the Indian food on one side, and everybody, they made great Indian food and they made great Chinese food on the other side. If you ever get there up, I'm sure you will at some point in this life, that to the Niagara Falls, I mean, it's an amazing place to visit anyway. And you'll go to that lunch spot area or the dinner spot area, and that's where all the buses go. And it's like, you'll like that food, especially if you like Indian. And man, we had bus groups going there. Us bus drivers, we could eat whatever we wanted. And I remember John used to like going there, and others, like some of the family used to like going there. I personally never got onto the Indian food that much. I like the rice. I like the yellow rice, when they make that. It's because it didn't have much in there but butter, and I like that.
right.
It was a yummy from my tummy. I just know it yummy. It was the way it goes. Yeah, I'm excited about life, even though, there's challenges. That's how life goes. It's not supposed to be a reliving of the past. living a life with driving 5 different cars and blowing money at the casino. That's not life. That's losing. That's being caught up in the world and not realizing who values or what matters. So that's definitely not the life that I'm talking about or that I'm committed to. I'm committed to seeing people, respect their human value, and the village raising a child kind of life, more family-like, and I think that when you have more, the only thing about power, and that's why I do think power is important, is that's what impresses people. But what you're supposed to do is do, what human matter values. Like, that's the only thing that's going to bring us towards a better outcome. And so I kind of reject the notion that the only way to be valued in this world is by having lots of money. But I concede to the fact that seems to be what translates. I don't like it. I reject it, and I'll always reject it. But so far, that's what's most true.
Heard that.
You know me, I'd do anything to change that. But, we have what we here's at the end of the day the truth that I think everybody that's sensible can understand and agree with. Humanity laid its own bed. At the end of the day, it wasn't God's fault. He gave us a better way. I feel so comfortable knowing this, that all we had to do was use love and we could have had a heaven on earth. Not all the hell. Not all the shuffling and truffling and dying and craziness. And that all we had to do was love. And that we didn't do it, that's not God's fault. We chose our own choice. So it's kind of like at the end of the day, what you get, you deserve. And so there is no God didn't do his part. God did his part. It's up to us to do our part.
Amen.
Love is amazing. It's such an amazing force. And believe it or not, people are turned off by that kind of talk. They're like, what is that? Get that out of here. They have no idea they're going headlong right off a cliff. And when we get off that cliff, Kyle, I'll be singing like on the Titanic. I knew it the whole time. I tried to change it. You knew it. We all knew it. Just trying to survive in the middle of it, You've seen enough of it. We've been together for a long time. And, through hell and through good times. And it all equals what that truth is. That we're negating human value and it's killing us slowly. And that being at the top of the food chain where everybody's trying to get, there's nothing so special there. It's ugly, and it's lonely, and it's fake. And if we don't get to what really matters, then we're all screwed. That's the truth.
It is the truth. I agree.
Yep, you've seen it. The sad part is people that say you're just in your 20s, your whole family has been pushing to you, oh yeah, be a success, get a good job, make a lot of money. And you're so into that world and you can't get your mind out of it. Then somebody comes along and says, oh no, that's not the way. We need to be fighting for this change. Love and happiness finds from love and truth. And they're like, wait a second, you mean not just working for me, and to hell with everyone else? And to vote for candidates that are continuously creating this division in hell? Yeah, that's the way they think. And it's like, no, you're going to kill us. We're going to go right off a cliff. But it's really hard for them to see that. They think that they're their flesh and blood. They don't realize that they're the spirit on the inside. That when this is all settled and done, that, they're accountable to their own life. And if that's the kind of life they wanted to live, it was supposed to be so much more. We live in an electrical, magical universe. All your dreams could come true right here. But you didn't believe in God. You didn't believe in the powers of our scientists and what we can accomplish and do if we just put our minds to it. Nope. You didn't have the dream.
Did I tell you I got vaccinated?
Yeah, you said you were thinking about it. That's good. I'm glad you did.
Well, I got my first one.
Did you get Moderna or did you get... I got Moderna twice.
Moderna.
Oh, good. Where'd you go for that? Walmart?
Winn-Dixie. So that first shot, I was really tired for like 2 days. Did you get the second shot?
Yeah, I got the second shot. The first shot, I didn't feel much. The second shot, I felt a little groggy, but at the same time, I didn't sleep for 2 days. So, by the time I came back out of that, it was all gone and I was fine. I don't think, let's put it like this. If I compare it to withdrawals, oh, hell no. I would imagine the coronavirus itself is a lot like being on withdrawals, you know? But, you know, that was nothing like that. Well, you think you had the coronavirus, didn't you? Just recently.
Yeah, like 2 months ago.
And would you compare that with withdrawals, or withdrawals are worse?
I don't think you can compare them. COVID is very weird. Like, it feels like your brain is melting. You have no energy. It just feels like you're not alive. I mean, I've never had withdrawals, so I can't compare my experience of COVID to that.
Right.
I've never had withdrawals from pain pills. Like, even when I had that moment, like, you never gave me enough where I would have.
No, I was always protecting you. I knew the damage they could do, Kaya. I just knew it. And sadly to say, you know, we see all this death and everything. It's like, it's so depressing. I wasn't going to let that happen to you, especially in my proximity. But you got good, you know, you did good. And, you know, it doesn't break you, Kyle. It really, and you get past it in life, it gives you experiences and makes you stronger. It makes your ability that much more likely to survive these events in the future and to help other people survive these events. And the truth, too, is that's what we're not doing. We're not even caring about each other. People are suffering the same outcomes that other people suffered right before them. You know? I don't like the idea of so much suffering. And I know it's withdrawals alone are suffering. My goodness. If you're on opioid withdrawals, that's like wishing you were dead for days. Are you talking? You're breaking out if so.
No, that was yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm just a lover. Just your happy healer lover. That's me. Yep, I'm never going to quit, Kyle. That's it. I'm 42. I'll get another 40 years maybe good of working Happy Healer stuff, trying to change the world. Boom, I check out. I'm on the other side. That's it. It's what I got to spend my life doing. And it's worth every bit of it. And if we even get that far, you know what I mean, with the problems we have and stuff. And you know, I'm happy with that. I got my family, I got you, I got everybody in my life. You know, I make so many friends, people that care about me. It's a beautiful life. I think, and I'm not totally cutting out on relationships, but what I am saying is my relationship is with the work I do. If somebody joins that, they'll probably be with me. And I probably wouldn't be that picky, you know. I'm just focused on that work. So when do you do your next house now? Or your first house? So when do you do your first house? Like, what all do you got to do there?
Well, Monday I start at the office at 10, and I do my photo shoot at 2. I really don't know. I haven't.
Right.
So Monday I'll know better. I know that this week coming up, like she's gonna have me shadow the other real estate agents there to kind of learn.
Right.
Right. So I don't know. I gotta be trained first and whatever, but it's pretty quick. Like there's real real estate agent there, can't remember his name, and he got his license like a month ago. So I was talking with him, and he's like, you know, you're going to be getting messages from like Zillow and calls, and he's like, whenever you talk to somebody, write their name down and what you need to do, because
Right.
you're going to get so many things from so many, and you'll sit there and go, oh shit, did I call that person back?
Right, that's true. Keep good organization. Don't do anything without putting it on paper, or if you have some kind of digital device, into that.
No, I want it to be on paper in a planner. That works best for me.
I agree. Although if you're really good with the digital device, you'll find it's everywhere on all your devices, but or do both.
What?
Do both. Your planner and on a little paper, like on a digital planner and on your paper.
I have a note app on the iPhone.
Yeah.
That usually works when I don't have something to write something down with.
As long as you do, as long as you make an organizational, practical standard out of what you're doing, meaning it's chronologically ordered and it makes sense. It's based on most important, and then you have like some kind of organizational system and calling people back, and you're constantly updating it every time you get a call. You don't wait until later to update it. Then you'll have an easy time doing it. It's when you I'll do that later. That's when you get in trouble.
Right. I agree.
Even 5 or 6 that you need to catch up begin to get confusing. Who was it that this was that with where? As soon as you make something down, bam, put in your calendar, write it down, done. And then you have to go back to it and look. You can't just do that and not pay attention to it. Those are the mistakes I've made in my past. Whenever I kept record, then I wouldn't, refer to it a lot. I'd just remember. But you should, no matter if you remember or not, go and check, because you'll see there might be things you forgot. And, no matter whether you think you could remember or not, always write it down and make it a habit to do right at that moment. Good habits always protect you.
Right. I agree. Oh, I'm tired.
Why are you so tired?
I was at the beach yesterday.
Oh no, that beach got you, huh? She a badass. She a beach.
I got a lot of sun.
Oh wow. You gotta be careful. You wear sunscreen?
I did. I reapplied 4 times. And I also had an umbrella, but you still get a lot of sun.
The sun has been brutal, Kaya. I mean, did you go in the water too? So you probably got it washed off a little, and then you got burned then.
I'm not burned, though. I'm just saying I got a lot of sun.
Yeah. Well, you're a little tan as it is, and you get your vitamin D that way.
Yeah, the sun grows everything on this planet. You also. So when you're not in the sun, it is not good for you.
No, it's not really good for you. There's a lot of energy that's coming through the sun that brings life to Earth, but standing in front of it is too much.
The sun is everything for this planet. It wouldn't be alive if there was no sun.
Exactly. And that says science. It's funny. Everything was, and the reason is because it's so hot. When you heat everything up, eventually everything just becomes like lava, like a red stew. And out of that comes material, rocks, and everything else, your various things. Energy is transferred into matter. And it's a crude process sometimes.
Wish I had a Red Bull right now.
Huh?
And I wish I had a Red Bull right now.
Yeah, I know, huh? Were you driving home now? How far you got to go?
2 hours.
Oh no. If I had my plane, I can fly you.
Gosh, we luckily didn't die in that. You cracked out on Main Hill trying to fly. Like, what the fuck? You know?
Those were the days. I was always good. Whenever I flew, I was always 100%.
You can't be 100% even if you're on a light amount of drugs, girl.
Yeah, that's true.
Just a fact. Did we live? Did you fly good? Yeah. But I guess that's all that matters.
Yeah, I was a good flyer. And I speak the language. I remember I took... Yeah.
So I'm just gossiping, but so Hope, our friend Hope that owns this brokerage, she's married to Josh. So Hope is 37, Josh is 30. So the other broker, Chris, that owns the Marriage Dream with her, I guess they used to like hook up back in the day.
Oh.
So, I don't know, I've been kind of watching them. It's none of my business and I don't care.
Right.
But I don't know, I get the vibe that I think they might be fucking.
Oh,
Like,
really?
They would have plenty of opportunity. They're both married. I mean, I could be wrong.
Yeah, this is the kind of drama that just... You can't say for sure is the truth, but yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter, but I just kind of watch how they touch each other, because you can kind of tell when people are fucking. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right.
You know, because her cousin, Josh, he's 30 years old, so he's an electrician, so when there's a storm somewhere, he has to go out of town, so he's probably cheating on her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know anything, and it doesn't matter, but
No.
you know, I could see all that happening, and I don't know, when I watch them, I'm just curious to see how they interact. Like, they jump fucking that.
Yeah. Well, you know, the truth of it is that people, I don't think people were really, you know, my thinking on it. I don't think people were designed for just, I mean, there's always going to be a natural tendency to want to look away and to want to stray. And so, I don't know, like, I challenge the whole idea of what people are supposed to do in that regard, or like what's acceptable, or what's love versus what's lust. And, you know, like, I just tend to think that people, they do better when you're more open and loving and giving of yourself. And we need, the challenge, I think, is to overcome, you know, very limited thinking, very yesterday's thinking, and to overcome diseases that get between people. You know, like science seems to me to be the answer. And love and always, you know, just togetherness and realizing that there's a better life found there. And, you know, like, at least that people have the freedom that you can live the life that you want to live. And, you know, that's love to me. And that's also progress to me. You know, like, making, just like what progress looks like is more and more freedoms, more and more love, more understanding, questioning of old ways, really getting down to what's best for people. Because ultimately people are breaking their own rules, they're trying to live in perfection, it's not working very well, and they're missing out on happiness.
Lying and cheating and like people stay in these paradigms of staying married and all these like cultural stereotypes, yet they're fucking other people, they're lying, it's like,
Right.
and I don't have judgment, I'm like, oh, that's so horrible, they're cheating on each other. Monogamy in the traditional way of how our society has viewed marriage, I'm not sure if that's a natural state for any human being, gay, straight, female, male.
Right.
And then putting each other, like I've recently, so I did shrooms, actually last Tuesday, or this past Tuesday, when I took my test and passed it, I came home and I ate 2 shroom mushroom things, and I don't know, like I had this whole epiphany that, you know, growing up, it's like, yeah, I was always attracted to men and not women, but I also adopted that, oh, well, I'm gay.
Right.
I only like men. No, that's very limiting. You don't
Right.
know that. Like,
Right.
I never
Right.
Don't limit yourself with a label. Like, I could one day meet a girl, we could have a kid together, even be married.
Right.
And be, like, you love each other, and maybe the marriage is open sexually, but you have a kid together. Like,
Right.
you cannot live in the limited.
Well, you realize family and people matter so much, so there's a real gift in having a child. Being a father in this world is about the best gift you could ever get. And that's what I say, like when we're talking about changing the world and making it better, that's part of receiving that gift. It's because it's recognizing that matters so much. And over time it tends to matter less, because as you get into adulthood, you lose your innocence because you accept greed as being the way. But that's not really true. It doesn't have to be that way. That's like a mental illness, really. And that's why I believe that, like, it's worth fighting for. I honestly, we're not going to be able to make it into a different kind of living at all, like to get to a type 1 civilization, to live what science says we need to do, unless we become more together, more cooperative. And that's only going to come if we're more loving. And like right now, it's like we're going right off a cliff, and we don't have unity, and everyone hates each other, and everyone gets triggered. They're so obviously programmed and controlled because they have trigger words just like dogs have. If you say a certain word to a dog, you get them to react to you every time. And these people have been conditioned to do the same thing. And it's what's getting in the way. But I'm confident that ultimately I believe, like I said, God gave us the way. God is not a jerk. Like, he really has a heart, and he really does love us. And there is an entity that cares because he gave us this world. He gave us love. We know that love by the way we feel it. That's hope. And that.
Hold on, Jay. Hold on.
All right. Well, we're going on 3 o'clock here. Oh. And guess what? We're still fighting the same battle. Well, lads, if this was how I was going down on my big loss for today, I'm glad that you were here at least that I had you here with me, comforting me through it. Another lesson learned. In the process of trying to do good work, us lovers, we're so impatient, man. We really want to get the job done so we can move on. We got goals in mind. You have a goal in mind. I have a goal in mind. Others have goals in mind. And, the goal doesn't die. It just takes longer, and that's the sad part. And that's what greed hell is. It's a bunch of broken and failed promises. We need to really undo that. I am telling you. And then we'll be able to survive. Little by little, you'll see it all comes together. Everything's like, aha. And that's so true also in my life, aha. And that's so true also in my life, aha. It just never ends. There's so many connections. And that's why I say, there's no doubt of the things that we say. How long does it take for us to get it through to you? That's the question. Because everybody's different and people are so dismissive of one another. And they don't listen past, just a few things. Trigger words really get people moving quick, man. They're like so programmed these days to not even be able to make amends, to talk about what matters. That is a scary thing. I don't know if we'll ever come out of that if we don't start waking up. Oh, Jason, don't puke, man. I know it's tough, brother. It's what it is, You can't, there's a lot of other things to go on and focus on and do. There's no reason to allow one thing that's gone wrong like this. Trust me, I don't know how old you are, but I imagine you're, younger than me. I'm 42. I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in a single licking. I mean, you know what one talent is? You know what a superpower is? The ability to take big hits so that you're always free to take big gains. And trust me, you'll get those big gains too. And you got to learn how to make big gains without having to put so much up for risk. And I know about that, just like Kyle was saying a moment ago. I've always been able to come up with things. I've got an independent mind. I'm very confident. For one thing, I have a lot of superpowers. So, that's what this is about, making superpower. Hey. So, yeah, I'm here. Did it all work out? It all worked out. It always works out as long as you stick in the game, right?
Yeah. So Jacob's grandma and grandfather, well, it's his step-grandfather, but grandfather, they're coming over to the house at 2 tomorrow.
Oh, that's nice.
And they're going to spend the day, spend the night. I guess it's their anniversary on Sunday.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's what Granny wanted to do. She wanted to come over and stay the night.
See, that's what life is about. You got to have that in your life.
Yeah.
You know how I am. I wish I had my mom and dad. I lost them. That's how come I know all these tough lessons and I do this work. You know that. That's why I'm so committed to it. But why not? I know what. You get lonely in this life quick, and it's real. People die, and that's it. It's done. Game over. I could die, and then that's it. No more Happy Healer Lover. No more Keefe. And you know what I'm for? I'm for love and success. And I mean, I'm a competent person. I'm fully present. I'm here and alive. There's so many people that act like they're not alive, and they're not present, and they're barely in it for the game. Boy, I don't think that's living at all. I think you need to be fully present, aware of what's at stake, and working for that game. And a lot of times, you know what it is. It's finding a reason for worth living and being happy.
Right.
That's what's killing people. They can't find a reason worth living, and so they end up killing other people. They get bitter. They become very evil. This is what greed hell is putting out. All of this is greed hell. The upside down world. It need not be like that, and only is for the sake of a few people.
I agree. That's the truth.
So you want to know, though, if people were really just giving imagine, Kyle, giving an income for all that invest into the people, that's paid through the stock market, so it builds companies up. I know you don't know a whole lot about the stock market, but basically getting rid of the corruption out of the stock market so it's healthy, so everybody can make money without getting burned. And that's why so many people are afraid of the stock market, essentially. It doesn't do the stock market any good at all. It runs off of greed and fear instead of courage and love and building up companies. So in a recognition of these facts, really will go the distance. And when you actually take care of people, you make it true that they have value then, because now you're not accepting that they're dying on the street. All of that raises the specter in the human spirit, but also the value of the entire country, the markets, everything. Your morale, we talked about that recently. And it's like that, all of that stuff amounts to what we need to understand to actually beat this problem down. Because the fact of the matter is, it's complicated for people to understand in the first place. They actually think what's going on now is good. A lot of people just put on a smile and keep going. That's what Meaty McGreedy does, right? But no, I don't agree with that. I think you really have to take the time to understand this, because we have a world worth saving.
Amen. I concur.
Yep.
So I had this moment the other day. So, I live in North Florida, so it's like there's tons of churches, and like they put stuff on their sign, and a lot of the time it's like fucking negative. You know what I mean? It's not love, and I had this moment, and I'm like, all the hypocrisy and the craziness that's in the Bible, and like the crazy shit, or like the condemnation of gays, or so many different things that a lot of churches do. That's not God.
That's not God at all. They're doing so like.
I don't have to drive by church and feel any type of constraint in my heart, or like, oh, fuck them. No, that's not God.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
It's supposed to be open and loving. They turn a lot of people away from God through judgment, but that's their test. That's their explanation of what religion is.
That's their limited thought. That's
right.
That don't affect me. You don't
nope.
have to.
Yeah, but it's hurtful. It needs to be fixed, right? It only gets fixed with it only gets fixed with understanding, and the understanding about it is in greed hell it's all perverted and fear runs the day. And so, the more and more, it's going to be about young people. Young people are the change makers, and then people my age, they are ultimately people who are in between, and older people, like they're probably most resistant to change. But quite frankly, I met a lot of them, specifically in the Trump group that I have, that are good with change, and a lot of others that weren't, But it doesn't matter. It's like you just keep going. If you're doing the right thing, you're not about trying to pick up millions of fans, or it's not about making fans first anyway. It's about doing the right thing, actually getting it right, and the fact that you're getting it right eventually, then the rest comes together. I'm so super confident of that, because there's so much of the wrong around at this point, and we don't have a lot of time really. So the more and more that the things that I say connect with people, and more people then connect with others, and it builds on, then maybe a new way of seeing things might emerge. And it's a tough job. I mean, you got to maybe do it for your whole life, and then it's that last moment you make a little success, or you pass it along, and someone else carries the torch. If we even have that long. Honestly, I don't think we have that long. I think we have about 20 years. That's about it. I think by then so many bad things can happen, and look how bad we went in the last 20 years.
Right. Hey, Keith, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Like it sounds perfectly clear?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I bought a new ear pod since I lost my other one.
Right.
And these were only $15, but they sound good.
Right.
No, I'm asking you, like...
They sound good.
Okay, cool.
Yep. So, yeah, these damn options over here.
So hot.
Yeah.
I got on the beach yesterday. Like, it was so hot. Good thing we had that umbrella, because I would have died.
Yeah, this is the last summer I do in Florida like this. I can't do this again. This is torture. And I have to run the car. I mean, I can't imagine. I never knew that you could run a car this long, honestly. And so if anybody's ever wondering how long you can run a car for now, I could tell you, right?
That fucking van, for one, it's shocking it's still alive. Like, we paid $500 for it. You know what I mean? Like,
You're breaking up a little in the bathroom. It's got like an echo.
hold on. Is that better?
Maybe. Say what you're saying.
I don't even know what I was saying.
I think something about a car.
Car?
Maybe. I can't remember. I thought you were saying something about a car.
Sorry, but...
But I don't want to throw you off. Maybe it was something different.
I'm already thrown off, and I can't remember, so...
Whoopsie daisies.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I just wish that some wind can come through my stock, man. I'm waiting. I'm just, man, tough damn week on me over here. Son of a beeswaxer. But that's all right. I got my AMC calls. I'll hang on to them for a bit longer, depending on how they perform. And then I might pull them out altogether and throw them on Cardano or just whatever I got to do. I mean, I got to put my focus on too. Taking care of some of this other stuff I got to do, like, and see what's going on with different things in my life, and like my back and different things, like. It always seems like that's the stuff that never gets done because I'm always, I'm doing my passions or taking care of other people. I just care so much. And I feel like any moment, the moments I'm not doing it, the moments people aren't hearing it, the moments it doesn't have that edge. And, I just really feel like it's got to be out there 100%. And that, in a way, I almost didn't, in a way, I'm almost out at all because of that. Like, I mean, this mission. I'm trying my hardest to make it the biggest thing I can. Although I enjoy doing that, but there comes a price with that, Like, I'm not out chasing money. I'm not out, taking care of me in like how other people do. And, there comes a...
If you don't take care of yourself, your body, your life, you can't help other people to the degree that you could if you were on your own job.
That's right. That's why I need to have Happy Force 1 done. But I also feel like maybe I'll get, if I get the right person and they see like the genuineness in me, and I know the odds of this in greed are like so low, right? But like maybe a blessing will come along and help me hurry up and get some of this done so real progress can be made. Maybe somebody might see that and say, oh, wow, that's the way to go. But most people, they're broken. They're trying to get their own dreams filled. I'm there with them. I feel it. I know it. I get it. I understand it. And it's like, man, in this world, we better just start pulling together because we got a bad situation getting worse. And, the answer really is just as simple as, that unity really, we have smart people, in other words, like break it apart, get it fixed. You know what I mean? I think you're not there anymore. Can you hear me? Kaya. Hello? Hey.
Hey.
I lost you on the other line. It's alright.
That was me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
What are you doing?
Just hoping this market gives me a good little present gift, but it's not going to, so I'm just chilling here with you, talking, trying to pep up the situation a bit. I mean, it's okay, I have a lot of goals I want to do, but I just have to, that's one thing is I at least still have a lot of goals that don't cost any money at all. And that's what's important, I think, in life. You got to have goals that don't cost anything. And of course, that they can be just done by calling, making effort, doing this, doing that, really putting your gumption into it. And that can turn into something that I like. And what I really want to do is have a group of people that are working together to change things. Hey, look, you call Mr. Predactor and Ann. I'll get on these sides. Together, we'll work it to the middle and make a better situation for people. And maybe you can make profit doing it. Man, those are the deals you need to do. They cost nothing. They're all about intel and intelligence and moving. and that's it, man. It's like smart, you know.
Yeah.
Oh boy, power hawa. Yeah. Hello, Kaya. Hello. I'll let him finish ringing out there. It's 3:10 here. Let me turn the ringer on my phone. I'm pissing off everybody I know. It's 3:10 here. We still don't have our bump. Oh, wait, it's coming a little. You know, I'll tell you, if it really hit, it would have to hit so big, forget about it. It would have to go. Halo.
Hey.
Hey, Halo.
God.
Are you getting worn out, Kaya?
No, I'm fine.
Don't let them wear you out. It ain't worth it now.
I got my Red Bull.
Once they wear you out, they got you by the balls, by the ball sack. They got me by my HappyHealer lover nuts. Yep, that's what they got. It was a brutal day for people in the options derivative market for my favorite Moderna. Drove me nuts, man. I should have just gotten Cardano last week. Everything would be just fine. But it's okay.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
No, it's not how it works. You're right. That's what happens when you're in the casino. Realize options are in the casino. Being on the stock market itself is like a little bit the casino, it feels like at first, but in time you get the hang of it.
Yep.
You know, the thing you have to learn is patience in the stock market, you know, and not to allow to have a really good reason for everything you do. Remember those reasons and write them down. They'll keep you in it for the long run. And
What kind of reason?
like it's a good company, they have, you know, you believe in what they're building, that people will want that and like that like you do. And then of course, you know, maybe you can see that that's a value that other people can't see or something like that, or maybe other people can see and you all see it together. Point is, you get into it, but you have a reason, and then you stick with it, and you don't get impatient. You just, you know, I tell people, go get busy for a year, go do your passions, live your life, learn new things, come back and check on this in a year, and then leave it alone for another year. This is a growth stock, so it needs time, and you'll get what you want out of it.
Yeah, so this weekend, we have random time tomorrow, but, you know, they're all, so we're just going to be hanging out, basically, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I want to get my real estate book out, and, you know, because there's things that I memorized that I just want to brush up on, like a VA loan, like what are the terms, like,
Smart.
just kind of, now that I've passed it, kind of just really preparing myself to start, you know what I'm saying? Now that I'm not like, oh, I gotta memorize this and stress about, now just read it, you already know it, but just
Right.
read it as in real life now, not trying to take a test, you know?
That's right.
That's just being proactive.
It is. You got to do that. You got to have a good, solid understanding of what you're dealing with, like a subject matter expert, so that you can make your sales. Forget about passing a test. That'll just be a pure side benefit. You got to, so when you're in front of your clients, you could sound a good command of your knowledge. Like practice, you know, a few monologues, like things that sound smart about what you're talking about. and focus on their needs and on what, is important for their lives and what they're trying to achieve. Realize it's a conversation about them and their future, and get into that with them and make it your passion. Oh yeah, that's how you'll make some sales. Tell them you can imagine them in their new home right there, but learn about them first, and make sure you make, and that's what I think is the true benefit here. Moderna. She be heavy. Yeah, people don't believe in companies. They're so pessimistic. I wrote a comment here on Weeble. I said Moderna is on the verge of supplying the world with new ways and means to solve human illness far and wide. Short sellers are out to destroy that possibility and bringing death for humanity as quickly as possible in everything it does. And this guy comes along, I'll have whatever you're smoking, godson. And it's like, you know what? That's all they got is mocking power. I talk about that a lot. Who are you? Laughing my ass off, shut up. Like, that's how people approach what's really the truth. They like, if the greed is working for them, they don't want to hear about what's going to give them problems sleeping at night. They like their greed. And that's why they have to be shamed by a greater number of society. And then they'll get their act together. Yep. It started coming down. It went up a little bit, showing some hope, and then started coming down. It'd take a damn miracle within the next, that ain't happening. I mean, if it goes above 385, I'll have one. Maybe one or two that'll be worth something. I don't know. We'll see. No biggie. Life goes on. Yeah, life goes on. That's it, I'm gonna just continue kicking butt. Doing my best. And that's what I mean. Like, if somebody did come along and was like, you know what, everything you say, it totally hits me, except for, I'm on the side of life now where, I've got some millions put aside and I want to help you out with what's going on, man. We got to fix this problem. That's what's going to catapult the whole movement forward, and I'll be able to speak to a greater number of people. That's what I got to look for, are sponsors, people who are honestly looking for a better world. If I can... All right, Kaya. Huh?
I love you.
All right, love you too. Bye-bye. Yeah, I say keep a very healthy relationship with the people in your life. That's the way we're supposed to live our lives. That's how Jesus teaches. And always care about the progress of others, Don't just think about yourself. Think about their pains and problems, because you're going to have your own, and you're going to need them to think about you. And it's far better to have a guaranteed bet of having people watching after people than having some people losing and some people winning. Remember, you're losing, or I'm losing today, because somebody else is winning. Remember, that's how it works in greed hell. Wouldn't it be better just to have a guaranteed success? Like, you're free to pursue your dreams and hopes of help. Like, let's face it, my dreams and hopes are geared towards helping humanity, and I'm being held back from that, right? and let's say yours are too. Imagine how much better this country would be if we were all free to pursue those ambitions that we're so eager to do to help humanity, but greed hell keeps us trapped. That's what I'm saying. Unleash that force. Let people be their very best selves. And, it takes an income for all to do that. You have to be treated much better. But we can afford that because when you treat people better, you grow the value in humanity. There's nothing being lost. Yeah, there's increased money, there's increased value. Both come up together. And you know what? That's it. And it's in our heads. That's what makes it true. Just like in Corona, we didn't have all that money, but somehow or another, even in greed hell, we managed to pull out, some $7-8 trillion out of nowhere. And yet, it didn't really cause much of a problem in society, and nor did society become better off for it. We're actually worse off. That's how powerful the American society is. That's how powerful the economy is. That's how powerful our system is. I'm not even trying to destroy that. I like it. I just want to empower all of it by putting humanity front and center, saying you matter, and getting all that stuff right, and then putting the investment into this country that changes the prospects forever. It really does. It makes people, instead of focusing on their worst angels, they could focus on their success and the things they want to do. It'll change this world. It'll catch to the world and change the world. It will change America's prospects in the world. It'll make us so much stronger. And we have to become our very, very best. Even before we could think about doing anything else for anyone else, we have to get to top notch. We can't jeopardize anything getting in the way of this new world and taking care of Americans. And because what's happening is there's a force that's trying to suffocate America before it gets a chance to really invest in its people to do this great new world, to build the world of super consumerism and love and truth and abundance, to productive capacity to beyond measure, to take it back from more than just take it back from China, to build a new productive abundant world. And that's what we need. And anything less than that, we cannot serve to the problems that we're having in these times. So that's what I'm focused on. All right, so look, doing this, we are at right now coming up a bit. Maybe some positive talk here. Let's see what we got. Let's see if we can push it up. We got it to 382.69 right now. Hey, every bit counts. If we get over 385, I'll be able to cash out some of my, dead contracts over here. So we should hope for every bit we can get at this point. 385, if we can get to, just above 385, like say 387, something like that, before, I'm sure that they'll try and sell it on me as soon as it becomes valuable. So they won't hang in it with me as long as I want, like the broker. So I'm pretty much becoming out of this at this point. It's now up to the broker, because I'll have a lot more patience than the broker. And chance. That's what it's up to. The broker and chance. But we don't have much longer to the day. I think that it's going to pretty much end now soon. Well, obviously. We have about another 30 minutes to this day. And I wasn't sure if it would be the hope that, or pull through. It's like when you need it most is when it doesn't happen. That's my experience in greed hell. Although also what my experience is when you put yourself out there, you're doing loving stuff based on compassion, based on your own passion, based on the belief you can be better. You have that belief. You know it's true. I think that you have a certain confidence. You could be in any predicament. Like I'm in a car and people respect me no less than they ever did before. Why? Because I respect them and I set the rules straight. I tell them how I view this world. I'm quite honest about it. So they understand that and they respect that, and it puts them on a certain level that we can share together, because they know now that they value the world in their own world, but they never really talk about it to others. With others, there's not that mutual value. But now that you introduce that concept, they can see that. It's not like that foreign to people. You're not teaching them a new trick. So that's the beauty about Happy Healing. It really can bridge the divide between people and empower them in ways that, are fast. Because we were naturally made to be lovers. We're naturally made to combine. We're social animals, as it is. We're a social species, and we're meant to rely on one another for our progress. It's when we don't rely on one another when we fail. I think America would like their Happy Healer lover. I do. I think we would have a great relationship, and that we can actually really change the situation. And as a president, I'd probably be unlike any other president, just because I don't believe in my greatness above anybody else's. I believe in all of our greatness, and so I would be among the people often. I wouldn't be too separate of them. I wouldn't feel myself better than them. I think it's important to explain the goals that we're working for. Sure, there would be benefit and duties and roles to play as president. I think I understand those roles, but it's not like it's not possible. You see, the thing that what Americans and people often mistake is they're looking for that better life, that better world, and what they're counting on are people that are condescending and on the outside look perfect and so, credentialed, but they don't have that what it takes. And if you look deeper into what the real truth shows beneath the surface, they have so many problems there, and they have a lot to be embarrassed about, but they hide it, and they're good at that. My attitude about it is we don't have to be perfect. Perfection was not what was most important. Love is what is most important, and that when you do love right, love itself is perfect. And that's also the message of God. It's the truth, by the way. And so it works. That other thing is a lie. It's fake. It's condescending people looking to empower themselves and hiding behind the truth of their imperfections. And they're quite large. And in often cases, they're very, very perverted. Meaning, again, perverted justice. We have people running our world that are actually the biggest criminals, but would never, ever be in trouble for it. So, that's what we get when we demand perfection, but we get that. But when we realize really what's most important, we need sanity, we need a moral and prudent and loving and honest, responsible party that understands the problem in a way that could be explained backwards and forwards and to anybody. So a real good command of the knowledge set that brings people together, Happy Healing essentially, and to change what now seems like our shared American fate to go right off a cliff, as there seems to be no way to break out of our soft civil war, that both sides, no matter which side you're on, seems to offer that in spades and seemingly incapable of pulling away from it, that they are pulling forward towards it, that they're establishing new ways to offend one another. And it seems to me to be the plan from an enemy that we all could imagine to be. That enemy could also be our spiritual enemy too, and most certainly is. And that by the results we see, that enemy is winning. And so there's a reason why we're, at each other's throats in America. And it's not a good one. And it's really putting us in a constant state of hell where we can do so much better. And we owe it to ourselves to do better. If we don't do better, well, that's what we have now. The world of greed hell that is taking us off the cliff together. And so our last final united act together will be us going straight off a cliff, unified in the effort that took us there. It's insane. It's not prudent, caring, or responsible at all. It's everything against the nature of what life would do to survive. And yet, the reason why it's happening so well is because of greed hell. And that every man out for himself mentality. That somehow freedom means isolation and division and hell. It doesn't mean that. That somehow freedom means being akin to placing somebody in a desert with no sustenance or ability to survive, but the freedom to roam around the rocks. That's not freedom. That's fake. That's the lies that are told, that they say, oh, well, you're free to do what you want, but you're actually not free because you're not empowered at all. And in the effort to become empowered, you are incapable of taking care of all of those needs just by yourself, and to watch over your back and your 6 and 9 o'clock positions with all the various dangers in the world. You need your fellow brothers and sisters. There's a clear recognition of that, but yet people seem to forget it. Honestly, it's not really the truth, but people do it. And we're better off when we recognize the truth, is what the point is. So we have to pull away from that insanity. There is a gift to pulling away. It's called success in areas where we have failed for so long. Yep, I'm just surprised that, more people don't talk about this, but I think it's quite, honestly, when I talk, people are like a little bit confused. They don't comment a lot. They don't, it's not that they wouldn't. They would, and when I talk on things that are like everyone's talking about, sure, then everyone has something to say. Like when it's just a normal American problem topic, or the typical arguments you see argued on cable TV. But cable TV is not talking about what HappyHealer issues are in the real sense, this greed problem. And but I think a lot of other people are talking, oh yeah, greed and the greed of this. But what they need to recognize is greed permeates in every last living soul, and that's why it's so effective. There's a real shame in it, and it's how we fight our battles. It's everything. And we can't be humble that way enough to win, and that we're losing, that we need to win. The only way to win is to win together, and we're just losing. So, and there's a lot of people who benefit from that. So for us to continue losing is for them to continue winning, continue having power, continue being permitted to do things that they wouldn't ordinarily get away with. It's not good. It's not good. We are now at 382.50. Surprise, surprise. I think we're about drained down as far as we can get on the value of every last contract we have, except for this one has a mighty $30 value. AMC has consistently gone up. These have caught some value. And so, because of AMC, I'm not at, even more. Whoops. Hey, this is just going to be about building it up, taking time, small steps, baby steps. And maybe what I'll do is I will go into crypto with some of this. It's just picking up from here. That's all life is ever about. You never give up. You can't give up. That's not an option. Sorry. You thought that was an option, really? That's not an option. We can't give up because There's just no giving up. Although you can figure out new ways to succeed. That you can do. And I can help you with that. That's everything that I do. That's what makes you my friend. That's why we need Discord. We can build something special together that'll benefit and even make money too, I'm sure. If whatever we build is what we build. It's in the blueprints. I think it's worth building something special, don't you? You know what's beautiful about love and trust and finding good people? It's that you have that trust. You can build something special together. That's the other thing that this world will never give. And you know how committed I am to people. And guess what? I've been that way for a long time now. So there's trust there for a lot of people. That's one of the benefits to being a happy healer. And, I've been at this for so long that's just never going to change. And I want to see people succeed and do well and be happy. Referral bonus. Hold on. Did someone do it? Hold on. Here's a special bonus just for you. Get 4 + 3 free stocks by referring one friend. Open an account. Duration 8/12. I thought that I already put one out. Did anybody ever click it? I don't know. Alright, so it says so I guess I don't have any. Oh wait, I got one successful referral. Oh no, I don't. That's just telling you the rules. You see me, I talk up investing. I think it's the right way to go. You've got to invest. That's how you keep up in this world. Even though it's a shitty place to invest, that's still where the rich are becoming rich. And that's still where you get financial, that's where you take your ability to build wealth and not lose in your savings, right? And you should be making money and saving money and also investing. And so that's important. And you can't do it from a typical job, so you got to learn a new way to do it. You got to learn superpowers. And so I teach about superpowers. Maybe then you don't have to be so scared about losses and even living with very little, because you always know that you can pull it together and that things will come together because you do have a lot of talent that you can draw upon and new ideas. And if you have a physical ability beyond your happy healer level, like what happened to me with my back, then you even have a greater talent. Like for me, I did all that work on that bus, but afterwards I was already leading with a back problem. So that's kind of how the doctors got me in with those pain pills and everything. So let's see how this thing works. No, I didn't want to do it like that. I just want a link. Oh well. We're at 382.86. This thing is not doing a damn thing ever since 11/11. And at that time I said, man, the worst thing that can happen for us is if it just stays here. And I'll be damned, dude, if it didn't just do exactly that. If I would have known that right here was the highest it was going for the day, I would have packed up shop, man. That's just ridiculous. Okay, so we had a few good conversations that I'll hang on to, but damn, that's crazy, man. Just damn. That's hard on people, too. The stock market should be going up more. And I believe there's short attacks throughout the day, too, though. We had a volume of 11.98 million. I mean, it's a pretty high volume. And, you could see these spikes, but some of these are, like right here. See this? It doesn't spike when it first starts rising. That's natural. See that? But then it spikes after it's rising to bring it down. See where it spikes? I mean, that's obviously what they're doing. They're keeping it down. It's shameful. I find it so shameful. But what can you do? It's legal. They do it to every stock. I mean, the best thing that could ever happen is these things are made to be illegal. And so that's what needs to happen. Otherwise, we're not going to have a market that you can trust. And you still have the derivatives market. That's not based on short sellers. That's based on the movement of a stock. You know, probably it would be that it pays more to go up. Or maybe there's like it pays more to go down because it's less likely to go down than it does to go up or something like that. There's ways to offset it in terms of whatever kinds of misbalance. Like there's all mathematical ways. And we shouldn't be going with the way that's killing America. That's literally killing value. I'm so tired of that, man. Although, you know what can happen too? These AMC calls can blow up and change everything. I'm hanging on to them. These AMC calls can blow up and change everything. They can just go right through the roof. Let's say if things got like how they did for a minute there, and they just blew up to $50, that would be quite a bit on each one of those, man. $1,500 on each one, and then from there they could blow up further. Let's say if they went to where they were when they were at $60, that'd be $25 each. That'd be like 10 grand. And of course, I sold one earlier. I was better off keeping it. I sold it for a purpose. Good thing I didn't get that money, to be honest. Yeah, good thing I didn't get that money. Yeah, Jason, and you said they'll start selling. Yeah, it's the short sellers, man. They will. They do. They did. You see, and I feel drained after a day like today, but I'll be honest with you. I'm just checking my gas because I got to get gas next. That's a story that never ends. And I'll be honest with you, though, man. Guys, we got to get together, man. I'm going to be coming on more often. I want you guys to come. Let's not just make it about these stocks. You know what I mean? We'll make the Discord, and it is about income, stocks, and other things, and business, and you know, the kinds of things. But I want to hear what you're trying to accomplish in life, and maybe offer some counsel. And then who knows what can come out of that kind of stuff, because the truth is, you know, maybe it's a good idea, or you're at that life point where you want to start a business or something like that, and you know, you're tired of doing it the way you've been doing it, like you know, you want to try something different, or you know, these are the things that I think about all the time. So I'm willing to do my part and help people out with that. This has been really, really exhausting today. You know, Moderna's sourpuss you sometimes, you know what I mean? She'll sourpuss you. And, you know, then it's like, here's what'll happen. Here's where the real sourpuss comes in. You get beat out of the stock, and then next week it rides up to new heights, you know? And that's what sourpuss is you. But at the same point, we might watch this thing struggle for the next month. I'll tell you what, I'll be less in Moderna now than I was before. And you know what? I spoke about it already, you guys, and I know some of you have been with me pretty consistently enough to remember that I said, man, I'm worried about Moderna just kind of falling off a cliff in terms of, you know, interest and where it's headed. The thing that gave me some hope is that when it was, what the truth was telling us, is that every time the volume fell, Moderna found some legs. And when we were doing our puts, we were running into trouble with that Moderna was rising. It's just that when we got on it, it didn't do that, you know? And I got news for you, bears are hurting too. for all the FUD and the craziness and the yelling and everything else, today's not the kind of day. No way. We're up today. Think about it. We're up and we had a disaster. They're in trouble. You know what I mean? We're up and we had a disaster. Think about their story. So who's winning out of all this then? There's our competition. What the hell? You know who wins? In some cases, it's people like Meaty McGreedy. They have so much money. They're writing those called puts and all that shit. And then the other people winning are the big, hedge funds that do the same thing. This is their play. They enjoy this. They opened the casino for us to play in. And then we're desperate because we don't have much. They keep it from our ability away from even being able to trade around. We got to stick in what we get, no matter what happens, or we lose our ability to move around. I mean, obviously the game is rigged, and that's where and how it is rigged. We need to fix that stuff. It's all a matter of how much, we're committed to that. I mean, if we make that a mission, we can do it. If we continue to basically accept it and just be like a defeatist about it, yeah, we're done for, man. They're going to continue taking so much away from us. And I just keep thinking about what kind of world I want to even be alive in, man. Like, isn't it that bad? Like, think about, that's why you got to get into activism and really think about fixes to that problem so that you feel better about life. That's what I do. I feel like, I'm doing as much as I can, but in areas where it's harder and tougher, I just remember that, hey, I'm still doing something, and that my life therefore has immense purpose, because this is the thing that people are not doing, that they should be doing, and they're too busy just doing that greed. And the thing about it is that greed isn't going to take care of them. It's not going to save them from the inevitable. It's causing the problems. And when that greed isn't there to protect them, they're going to be with this most dumbfounded look on their face. They were tricked and conned the whole way. Their money they put as their value and their essence, it wasn't that. It didn't have any value. The true value you had was robbed from you, and now you're about to fall off a cliff. No. To me, that can't be the American story, but it is. Hey, look, 9/11 happened, 2 buildings went down, 3,500 people killed in an instant. Then we had even another couple hundred people over at the Pentagon. We had people on the planes. We had such a disgrace. And here we are ending that situation with American, transport planes packed to the brim, leaving behind, comrades to the dangerous enemy of the Taliban, who's taking pot shots of our transport planes as they leave the area and take off. I mean, it's insane. With Afghans clinging to the side, falling off at 2,000 feet. That's the America we see today. It's insane. And everybody can see it. It's in the open. This is us now. Oh, come on. We better get this right, brothers and sisters, or it's going to be us who fail. I don't see what we're saving if we're not going to save that. I mean, what are we doing here? Why are we doing just for us and only for ourselves and playing into that game that's going to take us right off the cliff? When the true gift is found in empowerment for all, making our unity strong so that it can get big things done, beat China, beat all kinds of things, make the world better. Our unity sucks, man, and our ability sucks. We don't have any national direction that shows people are matter. And people are fighting because virtually both sides get it wrong, and it's built on purpose. It's in the plan. Neither side gets humanity right. One side is about, not taking care of healthcare. The other side is. One side is about not taking care of babies. The other side is. 2 very big things, perfectly misaligning human issues. From there, it just continues. The idea is about dividing and conquering, and they're doing it. Don't let them do that to us. Come on. That's not how I want to go. I want to live a happy life, and I want the better life. for us all. Now, at this late stage, there is only one power sufficient enough to take us off course of going right off the cliff. Only one power. Greed hell can't do it. Greed hell is a miserable force. It's too divided. It can't do it. And if it wasn't divided, it would still be greedy as hell, not taking care of people and doing the wrong things. And it's hard to unite people based on that. You have to really take care of people. And it's an investment you can make, because as you make it, it raises the value of life itself, the human specter. And it makes life worth living. And people are more hopeful. And you lift and raise morale. And with all that, you raise the value of our economy too. Because the life that we're living is more valuable to us. And that is where you invest and are capable of investing into the future abundance. And that's why we don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize that. We don't have a long time to get there. And then when we do get there, we'll make massive progress because, I don't think it would take long for people to figure out what's right when you have good leadership, and that it's pure and it's kind and it's loving and it's consistent and and it never gives up, and that there's real actionable results into what that is, and there's a clear effort in finding those right answers and explaining them. That I believe in people. I think that if we can really do it, my brother just died. I know that, like for all the things, it's like this for me. Either I find something so intently and intensely powerful that can show me life is worth living and the way forward for all of us, that it's not this misery and dreadful existence we see for so many, and then they die, and then you feel like you're next. But rather that hope exists, that things can change, and that we'll start taking care of each other, and medical ability will increase. And we'll actually also take care of our people, like we'll make sure they have health care and stuff like that. Like, I think that world is so worth having that it gives me the will to live again. Like, that's because I've been through so much with the addictions, the drugs. It felt like, why go on? At one point, I had all the money and everything. All that's gone. Who cares about anything else? You know what I mean? What is the point? I don't have the planes anymore. I got rid of all that stuff. And what is the reason for life? Is that it? That's the reason? And to watch everybody else die while you're living on a high hog? That can't be it, man. And it's very depressing. And also it's, you find yourself almost in your own borderline illness with, feeling guilty for having. You get sick in your stomach. You go to restaurants. Every time you're at these fancy restaurants, you're reminded of those who don't have, and then it feels so fake, and you're with your fake friends, and then you're looking at each other over who pays, and the moment becomes fake. Everything's about money and greed, and it's like that's where the value is. And I think what it really needs to be is completely changed, that you can have these same moments with friends, and that more friends can be there even, and we can have very exquisite dinners and take care of each other, but it's about quality and improving life, not about senseless profit and leaving some people to starve. It could be done so much better, right? And that when you have more people to the party, it's better. And so you need more capability, for one thing. And that's the thing, when you put quality and humanity in instead of like now where we're resistant to go to the new world, we don't want to build the new world in many ways, we're scared of it. It's the exact opposite. It's embracing it and bringing it on. Like, times 1,000. Let's hurry up about this, and let's make progress, because that's where we're going to solve all of our big problems. that are fast approaching. And, it's hopeful, right? The difference. And in that world, you can do so much more. And so that's what it's about. It's about empowering, taking away the hell. By the way, we got 5 minutes left of this market. Yeehaw, who cares? And, and it's about just making progress your religion. And it feels good. It really does. It's the thing that makes you, no matter what hardship, no matter how deep it gets for you at times, and you lose people you love. That's hard, man. I lost my dad, my mom. I lost 2 brothers, lost a sister-in-law. When does it ever end? I still have more people I love to die, No, come on, please. Let's take care of our people, please. Please. And it's sensible to do that. You are a person. We'll take care of you too. And it's exactly what we need. And fighting for that world, knowing that that's the answer, that everything else was wrong, we kept screwing it up, but that actually what was the biggest screw up was the greed. It wasn't anything else. The greed and not recognizing the honest truth, getting on many different pages, when really what matters is people do. They're still without health care. They're still the ones dying in such inhumane ways, right? Inhumane ways. We have them dying on the streets and homelessness, and it's such a miserable thing to witness. And it's what makes making success in this country even depressing when you see it. And then people that are successful, and I know how it feels and looks, when they see that, to justify it, they say, well, these folks could have been successful. They have some kind of mental illness. I say, stop with that FUD hell, because it's not true. They tried themselves to be successful often and ran into a lot of ruts and problems, and it wasn't with their they weren't in line with it. These folks might do very well at picnics with the family stuff. That's because a lot of times they're lovers. My brother was one. He was a great builder, built all kinds of things. He would sit there and do Habitat for Humanity with you for days, and everybody gets to build their own house. He would do anything and everything. But what he wasn't good at was greed. He wasn't good. Let's make the bookmarks. Let's figure out how to, efficient, make this operation efficient in taking all of that it can take out of every situation it does, maximize it, and times it by 1,000,000, like how Greedell does, with no consideration for anybody else or any other thing. He wasn't like that. He was about quality. The world didn't know how to appreciate that about him. And then, when he was in a hospital, they put money concerns before life-saving concerns. They could have saved his life. I have it all documented. I am sharing it because it's consequential to all of us, not just him. But as he did die, he passed away. And not just me, his family, and my other family that also have to witness it. It is insane, sad, and it's got to be told. We have a person who was committed to being everything that we should all be, helping one another. Himself has gone through so much, the eldest of all of us. Because the ones that came before him died, he got his name was lucky because he survived. He wasn't too lucky, though. After my father would get drunk and beat the crap out of him, and he had to go through an entire youth of that, becoming that person that was beat up and always having to struggle with their past, but being a lover and knowing that there's a reason more for living, and that the world can't appreciate that. It has no use for you. Your talents, nope, sorry. He was an artist. He could have provided and did and been so much more, but the world had no plan for him. And how many people does the world have no plan for, and no care for, and no interest in? When at the same time, we need all these people to build a better world. Why is that? And yet, when he needed help, and he needed love, and he needed care, the hospital didn't give it to him. And as a result, they put money concerns before life concerns. And I quite frankly, that short story is, he was in the hospital needing to have good care, just consistently good care. And what they wanted to do is get him brought out of the ICU. So to do that, they had to put a hole in his throat so they could put a trachea there. And then they can feed in the respirator because he was on a ventilator. And that would keep him regulated until maybe he died. They expected he was going to die and that he would be like Terry Schiavo, brain dead for like some months, and that us family members were being unreasonable, expecting that he would come out of this. And so they jerked us around. They made us believe that that was the best thing to do to save his life. Indeed. And I asked them, and I have it recorded, this is why, to save his life. Yes, that was all a lie. It was all money concerns. Because the ICU is very expensive to be in, and we were not cooperative. We wanted them to make him live. And so they couldn't get him out of the ICU unless they put the trachea there. And they knew he wasn't coming back out of this brain dead situation. And so, but us, we told them, no, you're not looking at him, you're not spending time with him, he's coming out. We were confident. So they just jerked us along and pretended they understood what we meant, but still said that he needed this thing to save his life. So they got us to sign for it eventually. Do you know the next day he woke up from that coma? But now he had this. So here's why he died. He died due to the complications that came from having that hole. And then he got sick from that, and he got pneumonia, and they had to fight it with various antibiotics that they had to stop giving antibiotics for what he was originally there for and improving from, which was sepsis. And so after they stopped that antibiotic, all of his organs started dying, he started bloating, and he was in bad shape. And I have it all recorded. That's the world we live in. Okay, that's just one story. You didn't get to hear about all of the drug addiction, the hell, the more in the hell, the more in the hell, the more in the hell. So I don't want to hear about how we live in some great society. No, this is not the great one. This is the death one. Let's get it right. And I think that that's a powerful story for powerful times. And to me, we are in monumental and consequential times that if we get it right, we change it all. And we do it for those people and for the people that we don't want to have to see continuously wasted. All right, folks, we'll see you on Monday. I love you. God bless you. Mwah. You're great. You guys are the best. I appreciate having you in my life. I want to get that Discord going. I want to come back on days where I'm not on at all. Tonight we're going to have MoneyManitcs at 7 p.m. So remember that. That'll be coming on. And take care of yourself. Take care of your loved ones. Take care of each other. And I'll see you on this show Monday morning at 9 a.m. Good day.